which remains at times a rather unsettling landscape. Before. The Baltimore Sun, June 3, 1988. Edgewood girl found murdered. Shortly after 10 a.m. on Thursday, June 2nd, members of the Harford County Sheriff's Department discovered the body of 15-year-old Natasha Gallagher in the woods behind her house on Hawthorne Drive. The teenager was reported missing earlier that morning by her mother, Catherine Gallagher, after she found the girl's bedroom window open, a broken screen on the ground below, and what looked like a smear of blood on the windowsill. Harford County Aegis, June 23, 1988. 2 Edgewood girls dead. Was it the boogeyman? Just before midnight on Monday, June 20th, local police discovered the body of 15-year-old Casey Robinson at the playground of the Cedar Drive Elementary School. She had been beaten and strangled. Robinson had disappeared from the vicinity of her home on Cherry Road at approximately 9 p.m. the night before. After a brief search, her father, Bob Robinson, located one of his daughter's tennis shoes in the middle of the street and immediately called 911. Channel 2 News Transcript, June 25, 1988. Reporter: We're back with Evelyn Robinson, the very brave mother of Casey Robinson, talking about the boogeyman, which is what the local and national media are calling this phantom-like stalker. It's my understanding that the nickname first appeared in a police report filed several weeks before Casey's disappearance, and that your youngest daughter, Janie, is responsible. Evelyn Robinson: Yes, that's right. Reporter: And how old is Janie? Evelyn Robinson: She's 7. Reporter: So walk us through the events. Late one night in May, Janie wakes you up. Can you tell us what happened next? She came into our room and told me and my husband that the boogeyman was trying to get into her window, and could she please sleep the rest of the night with us? And how did you respond? We told her there was no such thing as the boogeyman and that it was just another nightmare, but she was so upset that we agreed to make an exception just this one time. The next morning, she was back to her normal self, so I didn't think about it again until I heard the news about Natasha Gallagher. What did you do then? My husband called the police and told them the whole story. They came out to the house and searched the yard and took fingerprints. But they didn't find anything, and told us that most likely we'd been right the first time, that our daughter had probably just had a bad dream. Did you believe them? I honestly didn't know what to believe. I still don't. I mean, what if all of us are wrong, and Janie's right? What if someone really did try to break into her window that night? What if there really is a boogeyman, and he came back and got Casey? A Current Affair Transcript, August 15th, 1988. Maury Povich. Edgewood, Maryland. A small, peaceful, working-class town nestled on the shores of the Chesapeake Bay. Little League baseball parades and 4th of July carnivals. The kind of place where people don't bother to lock their doors at night. Edgewood, Maryland. A close-knit community now held hostage in a death grip of terror and paranoia. 3 young girls, savagely beaten and murdered. The killer has been christened the Boogeyman because of his ability to strike close to home and vanish without a trace. As one frustrated lawman lamented soon after the discovery of the latest victim, it's like the guy sliced open a hole in the night and disappeared back into it. Madeline Wilcox was 18 years old, beautiful, kind, a bright future ahead of her. Her nude body was found under a bridge on Friday morning, August 12th, by local fishermen. She'd been brutally beaten, sexually assaulted, and strangled. There were bite marks on her torso, as well as ligature marks on her wrists and ankles. The killer took his time and tortured her. I'm here this evening with FBI profiler Robert Neville, a man who has witnessed this type of grisly aftermath before. Welcome, Robert. Robert Neville. Thank you, Maury. I wish I was here under different circumstances. Maury Povich. 3 young girls murdered within a period of 10 weeks. What can you tell us about the madman who was prowling the dark streets of Edgewood? Robert Neville. We believe he's in his mid to late 20s or 30s. A white male, likely single or divorced. Average or slightly higher than average intelligence. Good physical condition. He's either unemployed or has a job that allows him to move around freely at night. Maury Povich. And he has a very distinct M.O. Robert Neville. He does indeed. The victims are young, attractive, popular. They all have long hair. The wounds left on their bodies are nearly identical. Facial injuries, bite marks, strangulation. He severed each of the girls' left ears and took them with him. The last 2 girls were sexually assaulted before they were killed, signifying an acceleration of violence. When he's finished, he poses the bodies. The murderers possess an almost grand guignol sense of exhibition, as if the killer views himself as some kind of a performance artist. Do you think this is intentional? Oh, most certainly. Look at the locations and the manner in which he poses the bodies. He wants them to be discovered. He wants an audience for his handiwork. Something else interesting, Maury. I've recently learned that the killer has left behind cryptic messages for the police after each murder. Telltales of a sort. I have no idea as to what they are, but this pattern demonstrates. Channel 11 News Transcript, September 10th, 1988. News Anchor. Jonathan Slate is live at Edgewood High School this morning with breaking news. What can you tell us, Jonathan? Jonathan Slate. Thanks, Jeff. Neighbors here at the Edgewood Meadows community are on high alert. Yesterday evening at around 7:30 p.m., 17-year-old Annie Riggs, a senior at Edgewood High School, was walking home after field hockey practice when she was attacked from behind by what she described as a large man dressed in dark pants and a dark long-sleeved shirt. He was wearing gloves and a crude mask with the eye holes cut out. After a brief struggle, the teenager was able to use pepper spray on her attacker and flee to a nearby house to call police. News Anchor. What a courageous young lady. Now, it's my understanding that the mask was left behind at the scene. Maryland State Police Report. CID number 17-C-9304. November 1st, 1988. When I noticed flickering lights coming from the grounds of the Edgewood Memorial Gardens off Trimble Road. I parked and immediately began searching the property. A short time later, I discovered the partially clothed body of a young female with long blonde hair. She was positioned in front of a headstone and surrounded by 6 still-lit jack-o'-lanterns. She appeared to have been beaten and sexually assaulted. I counted over a dozen bite marks on her chest, torso, and legs. Once I confirmed that the female victim was deceased, I radioed for backup. Harford County Aegis, February 23, 1989. The Families Mourn and Remember, by Carly Albright and Richard Chismar. WBAL News Radio 1090 AM, 101.5 FM. April 3, 1989. DJ. The task force, headed by Detective Sergeant Lyle Harper and composed of members of the Harford County Sheriff's Department, Maryland State Police, and Federal Bureau of Investigation, promised during last night's press conference to continue pursuing active leads and interviewing additional persons of interest. The tip line remains open. The murders of Natasha Gallagher, Casey Robinson, Madeline Wilcox, and Cassidy Birch, all residents of Edgewood, remain unsolved. Harford County Aegis display advertisement. April 19, 1990. Carol's Bookstore. Come meet hometown author Richard Chismar, author of The Boogeyman, a true story of small-town evil. Get your book signed. Fangoria, May 1990, issue number 92. Nightmare Library Reviews. The Boogeyman, a true story of small-town evil. 296 pages. ISBN 15876788820. Listed at $19.95. Richard Chismar, editor and publisher of the fledgling horror magazine Cemetery Dance, has given us a heart-wrenching and terrifying small-town crime narrative that also delivers a satisfying dose of coming-of-age nostalgia. CNN.com, September 7th, 2019. Lori Wyatt, CNN, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Breaking news: The Boogeyman in custody. To recap this afternoon's breaking news, members of both the Pennsylvania and Maryland State Police executed a search warrant on a residential home in Hanover, Pennsylvania, and took 54-year-old Joshua Gallagher into custody, charging him with the 1988 murders of 4 Edgewood, Maryland teenagers, including his youngest sister, Natasha Gallagher. According to a police spokesperson, Gallagher, a longtime employee of Reuters Machinery, had been under surveillance for an undisclosed amount of time, while police awaited the results of a DNA test. Interview transcript excerpt. Maryland Penitentiary, Baltimore, Maryland. December 5th, 2019. Richard Chismar. The media came up with a number of nicknames for you. The Boogeyman was the one that stuck. Were you pleased with that name or indifferent? Joshua Gallagher. I was pleased. He pauses. It seemed to fit, and that was the first time I was able to put a name to the bad thing living inside me. Richard Chismar. You actually began to think of that part of yourself as the Boogeyman? Joshua Gallagher. I did, yes. What do you mean when you say the name seemed to fit? On the nights I hunted, I felt different. I felt powerful, bold, invincible, at one with the night around me, as if I could fly and pass through walls and make myself invisible. You really believed you could do those things? I could. I did. That's why they never caught me. Vanity Fair feature article, January 2020. Growing Up with a Killer. The Saga of Joshua Gallagher and Richard Chismar. And in what has become one of the most talked-about stories of 2019, we recently learned that Richard Chismar is the only journalist that confessed serial killer Joshua Gallagher has agreed to speak with. Chismar and Gallagher grew up 2 blocks away from each other in the small Maryland town of Edgewood and attended the same high school. In the late 1980s, Chismar, a budding horror author at the time, wrote The Boogeyman, a true story of small-town evil, chronicling Gallagher's 5-month reign of terror. Gallagher is mentioned several times in the book, but only as the older brother of the first girl who was killed, Natasha Gallagher, never as a suspect. The Boogeyman was released by regional publisher East Book Press in April 1990, and by all accounts sold only a couple of thousand copies. There was no subsequent paperback edition, and it eventually went out of print in 1995. Suffice to say, Chismar is staring at a much larger payday this time around. Publishers Marketplace Deal Report, November 20th, 2020. Chismar's Boogeyman spooks Gallery. After an exclusive submission, Gallery Books' Ed Schlesinger preempted Richard Chismar's true crime memoir, Chasing the Boogeyman. Kristen Nelson at Nelson Literary Agency handled the North American and open market rights agreement. Nelson said the book, which concerns a string of grisly murders in small-town suburbia. Channel 13 News Transcript, August 17th, 2021. News anchor. I'm here this morning with Richard Chismar, author of the much-anticipated Chasing the Boogeyman, a true crime thriller with heaps of advanced buzz, as well as a highly publicized movie deal with Paramount Pictures. Today is release day, and Chismar will be signing copies this evening at 7 p.m. at the Barnes & Noble in Bel Air. Richard, good morning and welcome. How does it feel to be a hometown hero? Richard Chismar. He laughs. I wouldn't go that far. But it's all very exciting. I'm looking forward to hearing what people think of the book, and hopefully meeting a lot of new readers. Goodreads. Community ratings and reviews. Chasing the Boogeyman by Richard Chismar. Simon & Schuster, Gallery Books. Megs_Bookshelf rated it 5 stars. One of the best true crime books I've ever read. As much about the victims and the promising lives they once led as the unraveling of the mystery behind the killer. Told with an underlying sense of humanity and dignity, Chasing the Boogeyman is a triumph. Alex rated it 2 stars. As I was reading Chasing the Boogeyman, I couldn't help but think about the families of the victims. It's a decent story, but at what cost and what purpose? When I turned the last page, I felt like I needed a shower. Justin rated it 5 stars. Tense, thought-provoking, heartbreaking, a must-read for all true crime fans. Destiny rated it 1 star. Sensationalist crap. Don't see what all the fuss is about, and I wish I could get my money back. Not recommended. Harford County Aegis. Letters to the Editor. November 4th, 2021. And that's precisely my point in writing today. As a lifelong resident and community leader in Edgewood, I would like to address the recent publication and rampant celebration of Richard Chizmar's Chasing the Boogeyman. While many misinformed and miseducated individuals are claiming that Mr. Chizmar has put Edgewood on the map, I feel strongly that he has done nothing more than add to Edgewood's long-standing reputation of ill repute. Upon reading no further than the introductory matter of Chasing the Boogeyman, it became painfully clear that Mr. Chizmar should have titled his book Chasing the Great American Dollar. To make matters worse, the only thing worse than Chizmar's ghastly subject matter is his sophomoric purple prose. Both are worthy of the internet tabloids. Variety, April 11th, 2022. While some critics have accused Chizmar of dipping his pen in a fountain of golden-tinged nostalgia, Martin Blevins from the Washington Post described the film version of Chizmar's acclaimed book as The Wonder Years meets The Silence of the Lambs, and an unqualified success. After making its debut earlier this year at Sundance, The Boogeyman has gone on to amass surprisingly strong box office returns and looks to perform even stronger via streaming outlets. Based on the New York Times and USA Today best-selling book by Richard Chizmar, The Boogeyman tells the story of one small town's descent. The True Crime Forum Message Board, April 17th, 2022. Thread, Chasing the Boogeyman. Started, August 17th, 2021. Shirley Finch, Sunday, April 17th, 2022, 7:14 p.m. We read it last month in our book club and everyone loved it. We always give the books we read grades, and the only one ranked higher is I'll Be Gone in the Dark. Nighthawk, Sunday, April 17th, 2022, 7:16 p.m. Can you really swab a piece of furniture for DNA, or was that made up? Greg Salade, Sunday, April 17th, 2022, 7:23 p.m. Good book, not great, but good. Chris Webster, Sunday, April 17th, 2022, 7:27 p.m. What about all those rumors that Gallagher isn't human? Back in '88, one woman told a reporter she saw a dark figure, 7 feet tall, unfurl wings and fly over her backyard fence. Someone else swore they saw a man with horns protruding from his forehead trying to break into their basement door. Seems like there were a lot of stories going around like that. The Splat Pack, Sunday, April 17th, 2022, 7:34 p.m. It's blood money, plain and simple. You see Chizmar's house in that Vanity Fair article? Holy shit! Who the hell has a lake in their side yard? Sexy Lexi, Sunday, April 17th, 2022, 7:35 p.m. I thought the same fucking thing. The house that the Boogeyman built. From Kristen Nelson to Richard Chizmar. May 3rd, 2022 at 10:29 p.m. Potter and Stoughton, Sperling and Kupfer, and Paramount are offering to co-sponsor a European tour to promote the paperback overseas film releases. 6 countries in 15 days. Kara can go with. They'll let us know proposed dates next week. Discuss later this afternoon. KN. Now, Excerpt from phone interview with Peter Atkins, correctional officer at Cumberland Penitentiary, recorded on May 5th, 2022. Atkins. He's a big reader. Paperback westerns mostly. Odors, he calls them. He gets books by the boxload with all the bad parts blacked out. He's not allowed anything too violent or sexual. He also subscribes to a couple different newspapers. Chismar. Anything else you can think of? He's a big game player. Chess, backgammon, crossword puzzles, and a lot of cards. Hearts, spades, bridge, you name it. He's pretty good from what I hear. Chismar. Any disturbing or unusual interactions? Well, I mean, Gallagher's a weird dude, for sure. Keeps to himself, mostly. He's usually in his cell sleeping or answering mail. God, he gets a ton of mail. He also talks to himself a lot. What does he say when he talks to himself? Usually just mumbling that I can't understand a lick of, although I've heard bits and pieces here and there. One time he said clear as day, hair like sunshine, eyes like pennies. Another time it was, I keep trying, but there's no answer. Anything else that you can remember? He hesitates. There was one time, at night. I was doing my rounds, and I walked by his cell, and Gallagher wasn't there. I swear to Christ he wasn't. His bunk was empty. He wasn't on the toilet. He wasn't anywhere. Right away I broke out in a cold sweat and unhooked my radio from my belt. But by the time I got it to my mouth and looked up again, he was lying there on his bunk, curled on his side, facing the wall, snoring. What did you do? What could I do? Nothing. It was the weirdest thing. I know I didn't imagine it, but what else could it have been? A trick of the light is what Bobby Deacon said when I told him about it the next morning. But come on. I've been working at this shithole for 15 years now. The light ain't that tricky. Still gives me the heebie-jeebies every time I think about it. 1. Life and Death. He wanted to be seen. This was a performance. 1. The morning of Friday, June 3rd, 2022, dawned cloudy and unseasonably cool. I watched from my bedroom window as wisps of ground fog, a legion of restless ghosts haunting the pre-dawn, drifted slowly across the dark surface of the pond before dissipating in the woods beyond. Even though I was lying snug beneath a blanket, the sight raised gooseflesh on my arms and sent a chill scampering across the back of my neck. Later, when the memory returned to me in the midst of a nightmare, I realized it had been an omen of what was yet to come. 2. The house I lived in with my wife, Kara, and my sons, Billy and Noah, was actually 2 houses in one. The original home, built in 1796 by Thomas Moore, a prominent miller and tanner, and soon after christened Mooresland Manor, was constructed of rough blocks of stone taken from a local quarry. A second, much larger section was added by Moore's eldest son, Eli, in 1841. As a result, the house had 2 foyers, 2 sets of stairs leading up to the upper floors, and 2 front-facing living rooms. This was how 701 Southampton Road, Bel Air, Maryland, a mere 15-minute drive from Edgewood, became known as the house with 2 front doors. The surrounding 7-acre property boasted a spring-fed pond, a meandering creek, an orchard, open fields, and woods. Geese, deer, foxes, and raccoons were regular visitors. A U-shaped driveway and low stone wall fronted the house, with nearly 150 yards of head-high wooden fencing running along the eastern border of the property, shielding the pond and side meadow from passing cars and pedestrians. A narrow strip of grass and a gravel shoulder separated the fence line from Southampton Road. It was there, leaning against a fire hydrant, that JJ, Billy's 9-month-old Bernese mountain dog, discovered the garbage bag. 3. A lot had changed in my world since the August 2021 publication of Chasing the Boogeyman. Most of it good, but not all of it. My oldest son, Billy, had recently graduated from Colby College in Maine and was once again living in his third-story attic bedroom, spending his days writing and editing fiction and working on various film projects. He'd listened dutifully to all the well-meaning warnings and lectures regarding how difficult it would be to follow in his old man's footsteps, but in the end, he'd ignored each and every one of them and forged ahead anyway. I was proud of him. He was working hard and had already earned considerably more success than his father had managed at that age. Billy's younger brother, Noah, had just completed his freshman year at the University of Virginia. He was spending the summer mowing grass at a golf course in Charlottesville and taking a 4-credit statistics class. He'd recently moved into an apartment with 3 of his lacrosse teammates, and together they were learning the finer points of cooking, cleaning, and figuring out how to find and hold on to a girlfriend. Kara and I FaceTimed and spoke on the telephone with Noah several times a week, but it wasn't the same as having him home. We missed him terribly. It didn't help matters that I was feeling homesick myself. The runaway success of Chasing the Boogeyman had led to a seemingly endless string of promotional appearances. Due to COVID restrictions, I'd spent most of the late summer and fall of 2021 participating in dozens of virtual book clubs. That hadn't been so bad. Wash my face, throw on a clean shirt, click a Zoom link, and spend an hour or two hawking books from the comfort of my own home. Easy enough. But then the holiday season arrived just as COVID constraints were lifted, and the publicity machine shifted into high gear. Instead of lounging in my home office, talking to a computer screen, I was suddenly crisscrossing the country with a revolving cast of barely old enough to drink publicists assigned by my publicity director. In-person bookstore signings, radio and television interviews, early morning talk shows, book fairs. Never in my life had I ever imagined there were so many blasted book fairs. You name it, I did it. And to the publicist's credit, the hustle seemed to work. Chasing the Boogeyman stuck around on the hardcover bestseller lists for 17 consecutive weeks. A rare occurrence these days, unless your last name happens to be Grisham, King, or Patterson. And when it finally dropped off in mid-January, it didn't go very far. Retail sales remained surprisingly strong throughout the early quarter of 2022. The book surged into a 5th and 6th printing. Eventually, I ran out of book fairs to attend and got to stay home for a couple of months, long enough to welcome a new puppy to the family, and put the finishing touches on a manuscript I had started the previous summer. I even managed to regain a few pounds from Kara's home cooking. And then it felt like I blinked one morning, and the movie version of Chasing the Boogeyman hit U.S. theaters and pay-per-view channels, and off I went again. More red-eye flights and hotel rooms, more signings and interviews, and you guessed it, more book fairs. In the past 6 weeks, I'd only been home long enough to sleep a handful of nights in my own bed, and it didn't look like that was going to change anytime soon. With the movie scheduled for overseas release in mid-July, I was already preparing for a whirlwind promotional tour spanning much of Europe. Kara, who had recently purchased a brand new set of luggage for the trip, was over the moon excited and counting down the days until we boarded the plane. I was not. I was dog-tired and moody as hell. Most days, shuffling around the house or my hotel room enveloped within a hazy dark cloud of unshakable melancholy. Or, as my dear departed father would have said, walking around in a serious funk. Most likely, I was burned out. I'd always been a loner by nature, and socializing with friends and strangers alike, even the wonderfully supportive group of readers I'd been blessed with, took a lot out of me. Being a writer had normally been such a solitary activity in my life. I sat by myself in an office with no windows and tapped away on my laptop. That was it. That was the job. But the landscape was different now, the stakes higher, and I was the first to admit that all the travel and publicity had worn me down. Not only physically, but also mentally. Or maybe what I was feeling was just part of life, part of growing older and learning how to embrace the future and let go of the past. Something I struggled with, even on my best days. All I knew was that despite my recent successes, the world felt somehow heavier. and with the exception of the ongoing horrors of the pandemic, I could honestly think of only one good reason for that. The previous fall, one of my best friends in the world, Carly Albright, had lost her husband to cancer. On the October morning he'd been diagnosed, Walter Scroggins was in perhaps the best shape of his life. He cycled and jogged several times a week and played 18 holes of golf. He was a walker, too. No electric carts for Walter. And mixed doubles tennis on the weekends. He and Carly were even learning how to play pickleball and had recently joined a league at their gym. 6 weeks later, he was gone. At the time, it had felt as if a tornado had touched down out of nowhere and ravaged the lives of an amazing woman and her 3 beautiful daughters, and then up and blown away without a trace into the treetops. The rest of us had been left standing there dazed and confused, staring up at tranquil baby blue skies and wondering, did that really just happen? And when it was over, after all the tears and hugs and saran-wrapped casseroles, after the final black-clad mourner had shuffled out of the memorial service and into the parking lot, and the heavy doors had closed and the lights dimmed, and the world went suddenly still and silent, what then could you possibly say to a woman who meant so much to you? To a woman who had just buried the beating heart of her entire universe? I'm so sorry for your loss. I love you dearly, and I'm here for you always. As it turned out, those were the exact same words pretty much everyone else had said to Carly Albright on that dark and dreary day, and during all the days that followed. So tell me then, how in God's name could they have been the right words, the best words I could muster? When it mattered most, how could they have even made the slightest bit of difference? No wonder it had felt as if she were so disappointed in me. When everything was said and done, as autumn passed into winter, and winter gave way to the promise of a new year, it felt as though I'd lost the both of them. Kara and I hadn't seen Carly since before the holidays, at a gift exchange dinner at a crowded Baltimore restaurant that had felt forced and hollow from the onset. Carly and I still spoke on the telephone, but only occasionally, and rarely at length anymore. She was different now, harder-edged, always busy, always trying to distract or forget. She often used the girls as an excuse for not having any free time. But how could I take issue with that? How could I blame her? The landscape of our relationship had shifted beneath our feet, and we had become like strangers to each other. I knew this sort of thing happened all the time, but it made me sad to think about. So most days I tried not to. Most days I tried not to think of her at all. Finally, and perhaps weighing most heavily of all upon my shoulders, was the shameful secret notion that I was walking around every day feeling like an ungrateful prick. There's a scene in one of my favorite movies, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where Mr. Wonka says to his younger protege, "But Charlie, don't forget what happened to the man who suddenly got everything he always wanted." "What happened?" Charlie asks. Mr. Wonka grins his impish grin and says, "He lived happily ever after." Happily ever after. God knows that should have been me. As a 2-time cancer survivor by the time I was 30, I've always climbed out of bed each morning embracing an overwhelming sense of gratitude for Kara and the boys, our wonderful families and friends, our pack of dogs, and our lovely home, the clean air to breathe, and the warmth of sunshine on my face. If there was one thing I'd learned over the years, it was to take absolutely nothing for granted, including, of course, my career as a writer. From the time I was a boy, I'd always been a dreamer, but I'd never dreamed this big. Never once had I entertained the thought of co-writing books with Stephen King, or hitting international bestseller lists, or having my stories adapted into movies and television series. Hell, I'd never even imagined speaking at a book fair. Yet it was happening. It was all coming true. So why then, Mr. Chismar, all the doom and gloom and bitching and moaning? That's exactly what I was trying to figure out. And pretty much the only reason I was up and out the door so early on that chilly June morning walking JJ on a leash instead of letting him scamper out the doggy door along with the rest of his siblings into the fenced-in backyard. I had figured a good strong dose of fresh air and exercise might help to clear my head. It might even help me to sleep better at night. That was the plan, anyway. 4. It had rained most of the week, and there were puddles scattered along the driveway and the shoulder of the road. The front yard was soggy, and the grass needed to be cut. By the time we reached the fence post that marked the border of our property, my shoes and socks were soaked. JJ, of course, paid no mind to any of this. Tail wagging, nose hovering an inch or so above the ground, he dragged me onward along the fence line, stopping every so often to lift his leg and mark his territory. Still half asleep, I yawned and let him lead the way. I was in no particular hurry, and the only notable thought bouncing around inside my head was a half-hearted debate involving what I was planning to eat for breakfast. A part of me was leaning toward a relatively healthy combination of cereal and fresh fruit, maybe some yogurt. A much larger part was craving a cholesterol time bomb of bacon and eggs, served with a side of biscuits and sausage gravy. And a 16-ounce Sprite to wash it all down. It wasn't a tough decision. I was trying to figure out where I could hide a big pot of sausage gravy from my wife when JJ suddenly skidded to a halt and started growling. JJ was a lot of things. 65 pounds of fluffy cuteness, hilariously clumsy, endlessly hungry, and annoyingly energetic at bedtime. But a growler wasn't one of them. "What's wrong, JJ?" I asked, following his intense stare. There was a shiny black garbage bag leaning against the fire hydrant, maybe 20 or 30 yards ahead of us. JJ growled louder and retreated a few steps. "Come on, boy. It's okay. Let's go see." I gave the leash a gentle tug, trying to nudge him forward. He stared at me and refused to budge. "I'll give you a treat when we get home. Come on, boy. You want a treat?" He tilted his head to the side and licked his lips, considering my offer. After a moment, once again betrayed by his stomach, he inched forward until he drew even with me. He whined and nuzzled my leg with his nose. The message was clear. He'd go with me if he had to, but he was no longer interested in leading the way. "Big chicken," I said, and started walking, scared of a bag of trash. Head hanging in shame, tail tucked between his legs, JJ followed reluctantly behind me. Southampton Road cut through the heart of Bel Air, and along with the frequent traffic came quite a bit of roadside litter. Kara and I may have felt as though we lived in the middle of nowhere, with our little plot of land and our towering 200-year-old trees all safely hidden behind a tall fence, but in reality, we lived right smack dab in the middle of town, not even a half-mile away from a number of schools and grocery stores, not to mention 7-Eleven, Taco Bell, and Dunkin' Donuts. I had already picked up a couple of fast food wrappers in an empty cigarette pack and stuffed them into the back pocket of my jeans to dispose of later. Other days, it might have been discarded beer cans or broken liquor bottles, windswept pieces of junk mail, or cardboard pizza boxes, sunglasses with one of the lenses missing, or a rain-swollen magazine. Even the occasional orphaned flip-flop or dented hubcap made its way into our yard. So I wasn't worried about the mysterious black bag that morning. Probably just a bunch of leaves, I thought. Most likely it fell off the back of someone's truck. No big deal. Until I got closer. And then I knew better. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Faint in the crisp morning breeze, but still strong enough to detect from a distance of 15 or 20 yards. A putrid, sickeningly sweet stench, like a basket of overripe fruit left out too long in the sun. I glanced around, hoping to find a dead squirrel or raccoon sprawled along the shoulder of the road, but there was only loose gravel and a ragged hunk of rubber from a flat tire. I took another step closer and saw the flies. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them, covering the black bag like a writhing second skin. I could hear their insistent buzzing, and it was only then that I realized JJ had started growling again. Louder this time, deeper, with the dark fur along the back of his neck raised in a rigid line and his teeth bared. I could see that it wasn't a normal garbage bag at all, but rather one of those oversized industrial-strength bags that landscapers use to dispose of prickly brush and tree branches. Heavy-duty material so thick it was almost impossible to tear or puncture. Whatever was inside the bag appeared to be large and oddly shaped, the shiny plastic bulging outward at a myriad of awkward angles. The top of the bag was twisted shut and sealed with a knotted length of what looked like silver duct tape. At a glance, the bag looked to be airtight, but by this point I was certain that wasn't the case. Standing this close, the smell was like a charnel house. My eyes had begun to water. My stomach was doing jumping jacks. Backing up against the fence, I bent over with my hands on my knees and retched. Whimpering, JJ squeezed in behind me. When I was finished, I reached down and touched the cell phone in my pants pocket, confirming that it was there. My internal alarm system was blaring loud and clear inside my head, but I was still hesitant to jump the gun. I'd been the victim of stupid pranks before, targeted by either local teenagers bored on a Friday night or actual fans and/or critics who had traveled to my home from God knew where. Homemade burlap masks had been stuffed inside my mailbox and hung from the branches of trees in my front yard. Hopscotch grids had been chalked on the driveway, handfuls of pennies tossed on the porch. Free the Boogeyman had been spray-painted on the road in front of my house. And in a seeming tribute to my longtime friendship with Stephen King, Pennywise Rules had once been scrawled in dripping red paint along a section of our fence. All of these incidents were intrusive and annoying to be sure, but ultimately they'd proved relatively harmless. But this time felt different. It smelled different. I thought about it for a moment longer, the buzzing of hungry flies growing steadily louder in my ears, and then I pulled out my phone and called an old friend. 5. A pair of Maryland state troopers, lights flashing, sirens off, were the first to arrive on the scene, pulling up from opposite directions. The first officer, the name tag on his uniform read Perkins, briefly questioned me, scribbling down notes on a small spiral notepad before donning gloves and carefully examining the black bag. Once he was finished, he immediately instructed the other trooper to block off the road and got on the radio. I had texted Kara as soon as I had finished with my phone call and explained what JJ and I had discovered. She'd quickly gotten dressed, came outside to retrieve the dog, and gated him in the backyard with the others. I could hear a chorus of impatient barking through the trees. Now Kara was back at my side, her tousled, long brown hair defining the term bedhead, and looking none too pleased. Neither of us could hear what the trooper was saying into his radio mic, but the tone of his voice sounded urgent and excited. The news traveled fast after that. Before long, Southampton Road resembled a parking lot, with members of the Sheriff's Department, Maryland State Police, and Bel Air Police all vying for space. When the crime lab van finally showed up a little after 9, no fewer than a half-dozen cruisers had to be moved to let it through. Almost the entire length of fence, along with the narrow stretch of grass that ran in front of it, had been ringed with yellow police tape. A series of plastic screens had been erected around the black bag, shielding it from prying eyes, of which there were plenty. A large crowd had gathered across the street, and it felt as though each and every one of them was staring directly at Kara and me. Several people were holding up cell phones, taking photographs and videos. A young woman dressed in a tailored business suit, her long dark hair still wet from the shower, pointed a manicured finger in our direction. The older lady next to her shook her head with an air of polite disapproval. I could practically feel my wife's skin crawling from where I was standing. If there was one thing she despised, it was being the center of attention, especially this kind of attention. We hadn't had more than a minute or two to talk in private before the detective showed up and started peppering us with questions. But I could already imagine Kara's angry voice when we got back to the house. "I told you, Rich. I knew something like this would happen." I scanned the throng of onlookers. Several kids on bicycles and skateboards were zipping up and down the sidewalk, a couple of late arrivals standing on the hill behind them, dressed in bathrobes and sipping their morning coffee, and recognized some familiar faces. Ken Klein, from across the street, stood off to the side talking to Roy and Carol Spangler from a few doors down. Not far from them, Penny Schutz, puffing on a cigarette, a neon-pink scarf wrapped around her permed hair, engaged in an animated conversation on her cell phone. I could only imagine what these people were saying about me now. I told you there was something weird about that guy. Did you see that detective grilling him? I bet you anything he's the prime suspect. Whatever they're hiding behind those shields has to be bad, and it's no coincidence that it showed up in front of their house. Kara nudged me in the arm. I followed her gaze and watched as a Channel 11 news van rounded the bend on Southampton. It braked to a stop behind a line of orange traffic cones, and a tall blonde reporter and her cameraman exited the vehicle. I'm surprised it took them this long, I said. Before Kara could respond, a black SUV with the Channel 13 logo on the door pulled up alongside the van. 6. A few minutes later, I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Make sure you get video of the crowd." I turned, and Lieutenant Clara McClernand was talking to the detective I had spoken with earlier. As the officer in charge of Maryland State Police cold case files in 2019, Lieutenant McClernand was the one who discovered Joshua Gallagher's missing DNA file and started digging into his past. Once she'd gathered enough circumstantial evidence to indicate that Gallagher was her man, she'd immediately placed him under 24/7 surveillance and came up with a plan to attain a new DNA sample. The rest, as they say, was history. The lieutenant's long auburn hair was tied up in a bun, and she was dressed in civilian clothes. In all the years I'd known her, I'd never seen her out of uniform before. For some reason, I found it unsettling. The detective was a short, stocky Hispanic man with eyes as dark as midnight and an unruly mustache straight out of a period western. The entire time he'd questioned me, I couldn't stop staring at it. "And make sure we have someone stationed at each end of the road, taking down license plates." The detective gave her a nod and hurried off. "Sorry it took me so long to get here," McClernand said, looking our way. She gestured to the pantsuit she was wearing. "I've been stuck in court all morning." "I'm just glad you got my voicemail," I said. "I tried to phone you, but I was summoned back in by the judge." She glanced at my wife. "How you doing, Kara?" "I've been better," she said. The lieutenant made eye contact with one of the crime lab techs. She held up a finger and mouthed, "1 minute." "Why don't you two go back inside? I'll take a look around and come talk to you when I'm finished." Kara didn't need to be told twice. She mumbled a half-hearted, "Thanks," and started walking toward the house, head down, avoiding the hungry stares of the neighbors across the street. "She's not happy," I said, watching her go. "Can't say I blame her. I think she's been waiting for something like this to happen." "You think?" "She's made it pretty clear that she's not a fan of what we're doing." "So what are the chances that's just a bag of deer trimmings over there? Someone hunting out of season?" McClernand didn't answer. She just looked at me, her expression giving away nothing, something I still hadn't gotten used to over the past several years. "I mean, I'm going to feel awfully stupid if this is just another prank." "Let's wait and see," she said, and I could tell that my time was up. Before she could walk away, I blurted, "What about Gallagher?" "I checked on my way over. He's locked up tight. Exactly where he's supposed to be." I wasn't really worried. I just thought, maybe, "Go inside, Rich. I'll come talk to you as soon as I can." And then she was gone. 7. By the time Lieutenant McClernand made good on her promise, it was nearly noon, and we had already entertained a parade of unexpected visitors. The doorbell rang for the first time around 11. It was our postman, Ronald or Donald or maybe Dan. He'd told me his name at least a half-dozen times, but I could never remember it. With an Amazon package that was too large to fit inside the mailbox. Normally, he'd leave that sort of thing on the front porch, but it quickly became obvious that he'd wanted to talk to us face-to-face and hopefully get the inside scoop on what was happening. Suffice to say, Kara sent him on his way unsatisfied. Doorbell ring number 2 was Ken Klein from up the hill on Runnymede. Ken was in charge of the neighborhood book club and an aspiring writer. Divorced, with adult children, he lived alone in a meticulously kept colonial. He made a point of intercepting me outside every couple of weeks to talk. I'd be mowing the lawn or taking the trash cans down to the curb. I'd turn around, and he'd be right there. Ken was a nice enough guy, but it never felt like a normal conversation with him. It always felt like an interview. Today was more of the same. Questions, one after the other. I finally told him that the police had ordered me not to say anything, and that seemed to do the trick. Our next-door neighbors, Mike and Molly Peel. Yes, just like the Mike and Molly television show, which I'd never actually watched, showed up next. And who could blame them? Minutes earlier, they'd returned home from the grocery store to find a circus in front of their house. The police had even denied them entry to their own driveway. Instead, they'd had to park on the shoulder across the street. The 4 of us sat at the granite island in the kitchen, and I filled them in the best I could, while Kara apologized and fed them brownies still warm from the oven. Kara always baked when she was stressed. After 20 minutes or so, they'd gone home to put away their groceries, and I was left with the distinct impression that they hadn't believed I'd told them everything I knew. The final surprise visitor of the morning was Juliet McGurk, one of Kara's closest friends. Juliet and her husband, Ian, owned one of the largest working farms in Harford County, and it just happened to be located about a mile down the road from us. The McGurks were good, hard-working people, kind and generous to a fault. Our children had gone to school together from kindergarten all the way up through high school, and the families had grown tight over the years. Juliet had heard about what was happening from a mutual friend, the backyard gossip mill already operating in full force, and driven her ATV to the intersection down the road and walked the rest of the way in. Knowing that Juliet came from a family of experienced hunters, I posed to her the same question I'd asked Lieutenant McLaren a short time earlier regarding the possibility of someone hunting deer out of season. Her answer was typically McGurk, which is to say gracefully forthright and devoid of unnecessary treacle. She'd immediately offered a dismissive shake of her head and said, "Not likely around here. I know you're hoping against hope, Rich, but I gotta tell you, I think that's a big old bag of bad news sitting out there in front of your house." As it turned out, she was right. 8. I'm afraid I have disturbing news. Lieutenant McLaren crossed her legs, a worn leather portfolio resting on her lap. The detective I'd spoken with earlier, the lieutenant had introduced him as Detective Sergeant Anthony Gonzalez, sat at the opposite end of the sofa. His posture was so uniformly rigid it made me uncomfortable. I wondered if he was doing it on purpose, or if perhaps he was ex-military. You spend enough time hanging around with cops, and you start thinking these things. The bag you discovered on your property this morning contained human remains. Behind me, Kara made a groaning sound. She was sitting in my favorite reading chair by the window. I was perched on the ottoman at her feet. We really can't share much more at the present time, McLaren continued. All the evidence we have is being processed. I wasn't sure if I could trust my voice to speak. Any idea when the bag was left there? That's something we're hoping you two can help us with. She gestured to her partner. Detective Gonzalez spoke with several of your neighbors, but they didn't have much to offer. Neither of your neighbors directly across the street have any prior knowledge of the bag, he said, consulting his notepad. The Stevensons took their dog for a walk last night shortly before 9:30. They don't believe the bag was present at that time, but it was dark, and they could have missed it. Mr. Stevenson left for work at 7 this morning, but his regular route takes him in the opposite direction. Mrs. Stevenson is working from home today. He flipped to the next page. Mr. and Mrs. Halliday were both in bed by 9 o'clock last night. Their daughters are at the beach, so it's just the two of them. Mr. Halliday is almost positive the bag wasn't there when he arrived home from work yesterday at 6:15 or so. Neither of them left the house this morning until they noticed all the commotion out front. I listened attentively to every word the detective was saying, but I still couldn't take my eyes off his damn mustache. It was getting ridiculous. And if the topic of our conversation had been so somber, I might have found the whole thing funny. I felt like a middle school kid sitting in the front row of math class, staring at a humongous booger dangling from his teacher's nose. Any minute now, I was going to lose it. "Is your son home?" he asked, rubbing his mustache with the tip of his thumb, and for a moment I was certain he was reading my mind. "Billy's working at a lacrosse camp. He left early this morning and won't be back until dinner. I'll want to talk to him later. Would he have called or texted if he'd seen the bag when he left this morning?" "Probably not," I said. "But 95's in the opposite direction, so he wouldn't have gone that way." The detective wrote something in his notebook. Kara squeezed my shoulder. "What time did you pick up dinner last night?" "It was pretty late. Maybe 7:30, 7:45. "Did you notice anything at all unusual?" Gonzalez asked. I thought about it for a moment before answering, wanting to be sure. "Nothing I can remember." He looked at Kara next. "I spent all day working in the yard. I didn't see a thing." Consulting his notebook again. "Mr. Chismar, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that you and your wife have been the subject of frequent pranks related to Joshua Gallagher. Your wife even filed a complaint with the sheriff's department." "I wouldn't exactly say frequent, but yes, there have been some incidents." "Anything recent?" I turned around and looked at Kara. "Maybe a couple of months ago?" She shook her head. "Less than that. The mannequins. You were in Texas or Florida." "Mannequins?" the detective asked. "There was a chapter in Chasing the Boogeyman called The House of Mannequins, and I'm familiar with your book, Mr. Chismar." "Oh, okay. Not, I read your book or I enjoyed your book. Just, I'm familiar with your book." Sensing that I was flustered, Kara swooped in to save me, something she'd been doing for as long as I could remember. "Someone hung a couple of mannequins on the fence in front of the pond. They were naked and splashed with red paint to make it look like blood. Pennies had been glued to their eyes." The detective scribbled away. When he was finished, he looked up at me. "Any recent threats?" "Not really. I get a lot of emails and letters from readers. Some are fans, some not so much. Gallagher's groupies can get a little rough sometimes, but I usually just ignore them." "How rough?" McLaren asked. I shrugged. "Mainly just insults and name-calling. Your book sucks. Your movie sucks. Your whole family sucks. That sort of thing. A few months ago, someone accused me of coercing Gallagher to make a false confession. Someone else claimed that I'd helped Gallagher kill the 3 Edgewood girls and set him up to take the blame." "You save all the emails?" Detective Gonzalez asked. "I do. I have a file. The letters, too. I'll want to take a look at those." The message board detectives and the true crime fanatics are the worst. Kara scooted to the edge of her chair. "I hate to say it, but especially the ones who have lost someone." The detective looked up. "How so?" "They're pushy and rude and don't take no for an answer. A few of them even showed up at the house." "When was this?" McLaren asked. I could tell she was surprised I'd never mentioned it. "Sometime last fall," I said. "And again right before Christmas," Kara added. "Remember that older couple?" I nodded. "Most of them have good intentions. They're just a little intense. They've read about how I'm the only person Gallagher's talking to, so they think I have all the answers. They're desperate for answers." Kara gave me a look. "It doesn't help that the movie makes it appear like you two were best friends growing up." There was a sudden buzzing sound, and in unison, all 4 of us checked our cell phones. "It's Noah," Kara said. "I better take this." She got up and walked out of the room. Detective Gonzalez looked at me. "Noah's your youngest son?" "Yes, he's spending the summer in Charlottesville." The detective glanced over his shoulder into the foyer. "I noticed when we came in that you have security cameras on your porch. Have either of you or your wife reviewed the footage from last night?" "We haven't had time with so many people stopping by." It was the truth, but checking the cameras hadn't even crossed my mind. And it should have. I felt stupid. Besides, none of the cameras reached the yard in front of the fence, too far away. They still could have picked up something important, Lieutenant McClernand said. The detective flipped a page of his notepad. "What do you say we take a look and find out?" 9. The digital footage didn't show much of interest. At least, not at first. At 9:33 p.m., a compact car with a lit-up Domino's pizza sign attached to the roof slows down in front of the house, almost coming to a complete stop before accelerating and going on its way. At 10:59 p.m., Mike and Molly's sheepdog, Leo, wanders by the front porch, sniffing the azalea bushes on either side of the stone walkway. Appearing to look directly into the camera, he lifts his leg and pees on Kara's favorite rose bush before trotting away toward the side yard, most likely heading for a late-night dip in the pond. 20 minutes later, he briefly reappears on his way home. At 1:13 a.m., a chubby raccoon strolls by with not a care in the world. At 2:37 a.m., a Bel Air police cruiser traveling east on Southampton Road swings into the left-hand entrance of the driveway and quickly reverses back onto the street. The officer behind the wheel, it's impossible to tell if it's a man or a woman, turns on the flashers and speeds off in the direction from which they just came. Detective Gonzalez noted all of this in his notepad. There were 2 moments on the video, 11:44 p.m. and 3:24 a.m., where a pedestrian appeared to walk along the street in front of the house. In both instances, the subjects were too far away and resembled little more than dark, misshapen blobs moving horizontally across the screen. Kara tried several times to zoom in, but that only made it worse. The problem with most doorbell cameras, because of their tiny lenses and restricted sightlines, was the further away you got from the camera's designated target area, the fewer details you were able to capture. In the foreground of Kara's laptop screen appeared a close-up view of our front porch and the winding stone walkway leading to the driveway. Everything here was captured in sharp definition. We could even glimpse a family of moths fluttering around the porch light. In the center of the screen was the upper portion of our U-shaped driveway and the majority of the lawn and trees. These images appeared in moderate detail, their edges somewhat softened and darkened by shadow. Finally, along the top portion of the screen, was both of the driveway's dual entrances, separated by a low stone wall and lit by a pair of decorative lampposts, as well as a 40 or 50-yard stretch of Southampton Road. The vast majority of this area was obscured in a blurry haze. "Can we try another camera?" Detective Gonzalez asked, not bothering to hide his impatience. Kara tapped away at the keyboard and hit return. A narrow window opened in the upper right corner of the laptop screen, and most of our backyard appeared in crystal clear clarity. "That's 4K right there," Lieutenant McClernand said, clearly impressed. "I had the security system installed after that business with the mannequins," Kara said. "There's a total of 7 cameras, 2 in front of the house, 2 in back, 1 on each side, and 1 in the garage." She leaned closer to the screen, biting her lip, something she'd always done when concentrating on a difficult task. "Now let's see if I can remember how to do this." A moment later, second and third overlapping windows popped up, the side yard by the pond and the front of the garage. A few more taps on the keyboard, and all 3 images merged into one and disappeared. Then a single large window bloomed at the center of the computer screen, and there was the bottom half of the front yard and Southampton Road beyond. Several uniformed officers stood in a group on the roadside. One was pointing at the house. The footage was so clear I could practically read the name tag on his uniform. I should be able to pull up archived footage. She swiped her thumb, and a scroll bar appeared at the top of the screen. "What time are we looking for?" The detective consulted his notebook. "Try 11:44 p.m. first." Kara worked her magic, and the scene instantly changed from day to night. The time code at the lower left corner of the window read 11:42 p.m. The street was empty. Leaves stirred on a tree branch from a passing breeze. The seconds ticked away. A minute passed, and then another. Suddenly, there came a scraping sound in the distance, slowly gaining in volume, settling into a rhythm. A moment later, a jogger appeared from the right side of the screen. A middle-aged man, bald, dressed in red shorts and a baggy gray sweatshirt. moving slow and steady. "Recognize him?" McLaren asked. I shook my head. "No, I don't think so." "Not me," Kara said. The man jogged off screen, and in my mind's eye, I pictured him continuing down the street. Another 10 or 15 seconds, and he would pass the fire hydrant where I'd discovered the black bag. Was it already there waiting for me? "Try 324 next," the detective said. Kara pulled down the scroll bar again, typed in some numbers. The image on the screen jumped ahead to 3:27 a.m. Too far. She typed again. 3:23 a.m. The road was silent and still. A tiny insect inspected the camera lens and then darted away. We waited. 3:24 a.m. More insects flitting around. The lonely call of a night bird. A faraway, muffled car engine. Then silence. 3:25 a.m. A dark figure suddenly appeared. Kara gasped and backed away from the laptop. The man walking along the shoulder of Southampton Road was dressed in dark clothing and wearing a burlap mask with the eye holes cut out. Over his shoulder, he carried the black garbage bag. The man walked at an almost leisurely pace, staring at the house, as if he knew his journey was being recorded. And then he vanished off screen. "I'm going to need a copy of this right away," Detective Gonzalez said, his voice thick with tension. He turned to Lieutenant McLaren. "Why not park by the woods and come in from the other end of the street by the traffic circle? There are no houses that way. No streetlights." "He wanted to be seen," she said. This was a performance. 10. The rest of the day was a blur. Lieutenant McLaren sat inside with us, asking questions, for the better part of an hour. We went over the previous day and that morning's timelines again, and then she took down a detailed list of workers who had been at the house during the past several months. In addition to the security company Kara had hired, there was a home inspector from our insurance company, a roofing contractor, an HVAC man, the pool maintenance folks, and a couple of landscaping crews. I'd learned the hard way that owning an old house was a lot like owning a used speedboat. They're both loads of fun and real pretty to look at on sunny days, but they're also big-time money pits. The work never ends. While the three of us were talking in the family room, Detective Gonzalez and a pair of techs were busy working on the security camera footage in the kitchen. I could hear most of the conversation. Snippets like fixed analog and megapixels and digital WDR. But I'll be damned if I understood a single word of it. Outside, a state trooper had been stationed at the bottom of the driveway to prevent members of the media and overzealous neighbors from bothering us. I knew it was just a matter of time before news of what was inside the black bag went public. And once that happened, it would be chaos. Billy arrived home shortly after 6 and immediately hammered us with questions. Earlier in the afternoon, Kara had left him a voicemail, filling him in on everything that had happened. He'd called both of our cell phones repeatedly during his drive home, but we'd turned off our ringers a couple hours earlier and missed the calls. By the time he walked in the breezeway door, he was nearly bursting with anticipation. He reminded me a lot of myself in that regard, and as often was the case, I wrestled with whether that was a good thing. You could see the flush of excitement on his face when I told him that Detective Gonzalez wanted to ask him a couple of questions. As soon as dinner was finished, Billy hurried outside to see if he could track him down, but the detective had already left. A short time later, he went upstairs to take a shower and work on an essay for his Patreon page. We hadn't heard a peep from him since. The black bag. I could no longer think of it as a garbage bag now that I knew what had been stored inside it. Had been taken away hours earlier. The runners of police tape remained in place along the fence and front yard. As dusk approached, there were still half a dozen uniformed officers and plainclothes detectives canvassing the area. The crowd of onlookers from this morning had finally dispersed shortly after noon, once they'd realized there wasn't going to be any kind of a grand reveal, only to be replaced later in the evening by an even larger group, mostly men and teenagers this time. News crews from Channel 45 and Channel 7, a Washington, D.C. affiliate, remained at the scene, huddled inside their vans and trucks, eating soggy microwave dinners from 7-Eleven and Wawa, cursing their competition, most of whom were already back at the station or drinking cocktails at their favorite Towson watering holes after filling their live reports for the early broadcasts. As expected, the internet was abuzz with the news. True crime message boards, websites, and blogs all ran rampant with speculation. Wannabe detectives and cyberspace looky-loos flooded TikTok, Twitter, and Facebook. The evening news programs aired a number of tantalizing visuals. Close-ups of the plastic shields blocking the view of the black bag. Stone-faced police officers manning the roadblocks at either end of Southampton Road, and wide-angle panning shots of the front of our house, which appeared rather ominous in the late afternoon shadows. But very little information of note. In a now viral video clip, Lieutenant McLaren confirmed that a mysterious object had been discovered on the property of a Southampton Road residence, and promised more details as soon as they become available. Stephanie Stevenson, our neighbor across the street, was interviewed live by a Channel 13 reporter and went out of her way to emphasize that nothing like this has ever happened around here before. This is normally a very peaceful neighborhood. Surprisingly, our name was never mentioned during the broadcast. That would change soon enough. 11. Later that night, while Kara took a bath, I sat outside in the backyard with the dogs. All day long, I'd been waiting for her to get angry, to cry or yell or throw something, and to blame me for the man in the mask whose image we'd captured on camera. But so far, that hadn't happened. Instead, she seemed almost numb. I couldn't blame her. That's exactly how I was feeling. Even the dogs sensed that something was wrong. They were particularly skittish and needy, pulling around my ankles, barking at every random sound and movement. Nighttime was a busy time in the pitch-dark fields and woods behind our house. Lots of deer and foxes on the move, geese arguing over at the pond. The pups were used to it, and normally minded their own business. But not tonight. They were agitated. JJ, the star of this morning's misadventure, was the youngest and the largest of the pack. His three siblings, Cujo, Ripley, and Odie, in order of seniority, were tiny little things, doodles something or others. Stuffed animals come to life. If they stood on their hind legs, they could just about nuzzle my kneecap. Something moved in the darkness down by the spring house, and all four of them charged off in that direction, a cacophony of barking and growling piercing the night. I begrudgingly got up from the lawn chair in which I was sitting and walked closer for a better look. As I approached the far corner of the fenced-in portion of our yard, the growling intensified, and I turned on the flashlight on my cell phone. The spring house had been built over 200 years ago, making it the oldest such structure in all of Harford County. And it was haunted by the restless spirit of an ancient witch. At least that's what I told the boys after we moved in. They'd never really bought the story, but somewhere along the line, I'd started believing it myself. One of the hazards of my job. Now, I was fairly terrified of the place. As I shone the flashlight beam at the low-ceilinged doorway and along the stone walls and slanted roof, I caught a glimpse of something pale and round hovering in the shadows. To my tired eyes, it looked a lot like a man's face, or a mask, and it was staring right at me. For one breathless moment, standing there alone in the darkness, I was reminded of a long-ago night outside the Myers house in Edgewood, when my friend Jimmy Cavanaugh and I had almost certainly witnessed the boogeyman fleeing swiftly into the night. Startled, I jerked backward and immediately tripped over an exposed tree root, fell onto my ass, and dropped my cell phone. By the time I found it in the high grass and stood up again, the face, which I was 90% certain I'd imagined, was gone. What a dumbass, I whispered to the dogs, grateful they couldn't tattle on me. I switched off the flashlight and started back toward the house, and that's when my phone rang. I glanced at the glowing screen. Unknown caller. Probably too late for a reporter, but if it was, I was hanging up. Hello? There was a loud beep, And then a familiar automated voice came on the line. "I have a collect call from the Cumberland Penitentiary from inmate Josh Gallagher. Will you accept the charges?" I stopped walking. Even after all this time, it was always the same. My palms went instantly sweaty. My heart started thumping inside my chest. Yes. Another beep. Then, "I hear you had some trouble at home today." "You could say that. I want to assure you I had nothing to do with it." A brief hesitation. "I know that." "Do you?" "Yes." "And how is your lovely wife?" "My wife is none of your business." "I don't blame you for being in a foul mood. Today must have been very upsetting for all of you." "How much do you know?" "I'd say I know a bit more than what the local news is sharing at this point." "How do you know?" "Come on now, Rich. You know I have my sources." "I have to go." "Come see me. We have lots to talk about." I ended the call and went inside. 12. Crime Time Message Board. Thread. Something's up in Boogeyman Land. Started June 3rd, 2022. Luscious Lolita. "You guys hear the news? Helicopters at Chismar's house today, and I mean all day. They found something in his yard." Ricky Thunder. "Any guesses on what it was?" Doc Watson. "Dead body." Parker Lowe. "Murder weapon." Mr. Bones. "Publicity stunt for the movie. Those MFers have no shame." Serena. "I go to summer school with a girl who lives in the neighborhood across the street. One of her friends said it was a bomb. Her little brother says it was a duffel bag." Martina Roth. "Whatever it was, it's gone now. I just drove by his house like 10 minutes ago." 13. Kara and I were upstairs getting ready for bed when a breaking news chyron flashed on the television screen, interrupting tonight's episode of MasterChef Junior. When the intro music faded, and the lead anchor, a heavily Botoxed Harrison Ford look-alike, glanced up from the sheaf of papers he was holding and said, "Grisly news today for one local Bel Air family. Earlier this morning, human remains were discovered on the Southampton Road property of Richard and Kara Chismar." Kara nearly spit a mouthful of toothpaste all over the TV. Instead, it showered the curtains behind it and slowly dribbled into a puddle on the hardwood floor. Richard Chismar is a New York Times best-selling true crime author of numerous books focusing on Joshua Gallagher, also known as the Edgewood Boogeyman. Gallagher was responsible for the murders of 4 young women during the summer and fall of 1988. Thanks to DNA samples recovered from a crime scene, Gallagher was finally arrested in September 2019 and has since admitted to the additional murders of more than... "I hate this so much," Kara said, sitting down on the bed. She looked like she wanted to cry. I sat beside her. "It'll be okay." A former neighbor and childhood family friend of Gallagher's, Richard Chismar remains the only journalist the confessed serial killer has spoken with since his arrest. In a deal struck with detectives from the Maryland State Police, Gallagher agreed to reveal details of additional unknown victims in exchange for exclusive interview sessions with Chismar. This controversial arrangement sparked an outcry among... "You keep saying that, but how do you know it'll be okay?" she asked. "You don't." My pale face suddenly appeared in front of a tangle of microphones on the television screen. There was a small hole in the sleeve of my T-shirt. Somewhere in heaven, my poor mother was having a fit, and I looked a little manic with my hair sticking out from underneath my baseball cap and my 2 wide eyes blinking in the glare of the camera lights. Over my shoulder, you could see Lieutenant McLernan and Detective Gonzalez standing next to each other at the mouth of the driveway. Kara used the remote to turn up the volume. "Once the investigation is concluded. Until then, we have the utmost confidence in local law enforcement authorities." A reporter off-screen asked, "Do you think this morning's incident is connected in any way to the Boogeyman?" My facial expression remained unchanged. I had been expecting the question. Joshua Gallagher is locked up in federal prison where he belongs. I don't see how it could be related. Mr. Chismar! Mr. Chismar! When did you find— I don't know why you talked to them, Kara said. To get ahead of the story. I took her hand in mine. McLaren thought it was the smart thing to do. Did she also tell you to lie to their faces? Come on, Rich. What we saw in the security footage is most definitely related to Joshua Gallagher. Hell, it might as well have been him. McLaren said it's still too early to determine if it's a copycat or what else could it be. I shrugged. A bad joke? Maybe someone stole a cadaver from a lab somewhere and dressed up as the boogeyman and delivered it to our front yard in the middle of the night? She shook her head. I warned you something like this would happen. You write about this stuff long enough, and you go on television and radio and talk about it, and you never know who's watching or listening. It's like you've become a magnet for psychos. This is the first time anything like this has happened. But it's been building, she said, her voice rising. All the pranks and the hate mail. The weirdos who show up at your signings and post on all those message boards. Why can't you see that? Why can't you see that you're allowing Joshua Gallagher to control our lives? And how am I doing that? The book, the movie, the phone calls, the goddamn visits to the prison. It's like all that darkness is seeping inside of you. You've lost weight. You don't sleep. I'm worried about you. And so are the boys. Which is exactly why I took a break to work on looking back. You know that. Inspired by the positive feedback I'd received regarding the autobiographical opening chapters of Chasing the Boogeyman, in which I reminisced about my idyllic coming-of-age in an all-American suburb, I'd spent the past 6 months, most of it in hotel rooms and diners, completing Edgewood, Looking Back, a nostalgic memoir focusing on the innocence and wonder of my childhood years. Both my agent and my publisher had been stridently opposed to the idea, and had tried their best to talk me out of it. No one's going to pay you 6 figures to write about you and your friends back when you were snot-nosed little kids. Not with Joshua Gallagher waiting in the wings. But in the end, I'd held firm. The next Boogeyman book would have to wait. Kara was right. I needed to give my soul a rest from the shadows and spend a little more time basking in the sunshine. Besides, it wasn't as if anyone else was going to beat me to the story. Then tell me this. Why do you keep talking to him? You have enough interview transcripts to write a dozen books. Why not make a clean break of it? I looked at her. You know why. It's been almost 3 years, and he's given up exactly 3 bodies. It's not worth it. Tell the victims' families that. It was a cheap shot, but I felt cornered. I feel for those families, I really do, she said, refusing to take the bait. But I feel a whole lot more for my own family. It won't be like this forever. Won't it? She said, and I could see tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Do you realize that Joshua Gallagher has been a part of your life almost as long as I have? I raised my hands in the air. For Christ's sakes, it's not a competition. I know you, Rich. I know how your brain works. You won't stop trying to understand what happened, trying to understand him, until it's too late. It's almost like you blame some part of yourself for what happened. He's all you've thought about since the day he was arrested. That's not true. I couldn't care less if Just be quiet for once in your life and listen to me. It's time to get off this crazy ride. Most of the anger had leaked out of her voice. Someone left fucking body parts in our yard last night. If that doesn't convince you it's time to walk away, then nothing will. I scooted closer to her on the bed. Hey, it's going to turn out to be another stupid prank. Just wait and see. You know what? I don't even care anymore. She laughed bitterly. Isn't that terrible? I just want you far away from all of it. I took the remote control from her hand. Let's just try to get some sleep. We'll both feel better in the morning. I don't need sleep. She leaned over and hugged me tight. I need you, you big dummy. and so do the boys. I need you back, I whispered. Both of our faces were wet with tears. And I hear you, I do. I promise I'll be The doorbell rang downstairs. Kara and I held on to each other, both of us holding our breath, afraid to move, unwilling to let the world steal this moment away from us. The doorbell rang again. 14. When I looked out the peephole and saw Lieutenant McLaren standing on the front porch, my first instinct was to turn around and go back to bed. We'd had enough bad news for one day. Whatever she needed to say could surely wait until tomorrow morning. Instead, I took a deep breath and opened the door. I'm really sorry to bother you so late. She didn't wait for an invitation. Stepping past me, she walked into the foyer. I closed the door behind us. What's wrong? I asked. We've identified the body, and I wanted you to hear the news from me first. Okay. I glanced up the stairs and saw Kara waiting there, listening. Do you know what yesterday's date was? I thought about it. 2nd of June. And do you know the significance of that date? Nothing came to mind, so I shook my head. Yesterday was exactly 34 years since Natasha Gallagher was murdered. To the day. I felt an invisible band tighten around my chest. Jesus, that's right. Someone circled the date on the calendar and spent last night cleaning up Joshua Gallagher's unfinished business. And I don't think they're done yet. What do you mean, unfinished business? I could hear Kara coming down the stairs behind me. The remains you found on your property this morning belong to Ann Taylor Riggs, age 51, resident of Willoughby Beach Road in Edgewood. She was reported missing last night by her. The lieutenant was still talking. I could see her lips moving, but I could no longer hear what she was saying. The room had begun to spin. The floor tilted beneath my bare feet. Ann Taylor Riggs. Ann Riggs. Annie Riggs. I remembered her. 17 years old. Long wavy hair. Freckles. Annie Riggs. Edgewood High School class president. Field hockey team captain. The girl with the pepper spray. And the sole survivor of Joshua Gallagher's 1988 killing spree. Annie Riggs. Unfinished business. Excerpt from Edgewood, Looking Back, by Richard Chismar, pages 33 to 34. It's hotter out here than a bucket of piss, Brian Anderson complained, taking off his Pirates baseball cap and running a hand through his sweat-soaked hair. I hated the Pirates with a passion. All the kids in the neighborhood did, but Brian's father had helped to wire a shopping mall in Pittsburgh the previous winter, and he'd come home with all kinds of black and gold paraphernalia. Brian's little brother, Craig, had the good sense to leave that stuff at home in his bedroom. Brian did not. He wore that Pirates gear with an annoying sense of pride and his typically flamboyant streak of pig-headedness. If there was a more contrary son of a bitch in this world than 12-year-old Brian Anderson, I'd yet to meet him. With all that said, Brian was right this time. It was hotter than a bucket of piss. A few minutes past 7 in the evening, and the temperature refused to relent, still hovering in the low 90s with a suffocating umbrella of humidity. None of us were wearing shirts. We sat on the curb at the corner of Tupelo and Cherry. Jimmy popped a scattering of tar bubbles on the road at his feet and hummed the Bonanza theme song. Brian picked up a couple of pebbles and flicked them at the spokes of Charlie M.G.'s bicycle tire as he cruised by. I slid my hand into my shorts pocket, feeling for the quarters I'd stashed there earlier, trying to decide whether I wanted to walk to 7-Eleven and play Space Invaders or wait around for the ice cream man. I could hear the melodic jingle coming from the truck's speakers a block or two away, and it was starting to make my mouth water. I'd made a point of sitting between Brian and Jimmy because they were fighting again. Earlier in the afternoon, Jimmy had beamed Brian square in the back with a taped-up wiffle ball from point-blank range. It had been completely unnecessary, and Jimmy knew it. A half-hearted scuffle had ensued. After a seemingly sincere apology from Jimmy and numerous promises to never do it again, the game had continued without incident, until 2 innings later, when Brian tried to score from second on a line drive single to center field. As Brian rounded third at breakneck speed, the red welt in the middle of his back standing out like a bullseye on a dartboard, Jimmy pounced from behind and leg-whipped him. Brian went airborne, twisting and turning in a wild somersault, and landed face-first in the Hathaways' sticker bush. Sensing that he'd gone too far this time, Jimmy took off running for his house. Brian, maybe the most athletic of all of us that summer, caught up to Jimmy in the Kavanaugh's front yard, no more than a half-dozen strides away from safety. Brian's cheeks, forehead, chest, and arms were crisscrossed with bloody scratches. His upper lip was split and swollen. It looked as if he'd been attacked by a rabid junkyard cat. The fight was quick and decisive. Brian pinned Jimmy to the ground on his back, used his knees to pry Jimmy's legs open, and slammed him in the balls with his fist. Twice. Jimmy groaned and rolled over, gasping, "Uncle! Uncle!" And it was over. Unfortunately, so was the wiffle ball game. Jimmy spent the rest of the afternoon stretched out on his back in the shade of my weeping willow tree, nursing his swollen balls and drinking my mom's homemade lemonade, while Brian and I played marbles and flipped baseball cards. After a while, a couple of other kids came along, and we all went inside to play penny poker. 2. The Boogeyman. He's wearing a mask underneath his mask. 1. On September 7th, 2019, Joshua Allen Gallagher, age 54, a resident of the 1600 block of Evergreen Way in Hanover, Pennsylvania, was arrested and charged with the 1988 murders of 4 Edgewood, Maryland teenagers. His younger sister, Natasha Gallagher, Casey Robinson, Madeline Wilcox, and Cassidy Birch. Shortly after his arrest, Joshua Gallagher confessed to the 4 murders of which he was accused. He also admitted to killing 3 additional young women: 17-year-old Louise Rutherford of Hagerstown, Maryland, in 2001, 19-year-old Colette Bowden in 2006, and 17-year-old Erin Brown in 2018. Both Bowden and Brown were from Juniata County, Pennsylvania. Between December 2019 and March 2022, I conducted a total of 19 in-person interviews with Joshua Gallagher in a secure interrogation room located at the Cumberland Penitentiary in Western Maryland. In addition, I spoke with him on the telephone approximately 30 times. As a result, I amassed more than 70 hours of recorded conversation. These discussions were arranged by detectives from the Maryland State Police Department, who brokered a deal with Joshua Gallagher's public defense attorney, in which Gallagher agreed to provide details of additional unknown victims in exchange for my exclusive access. In his only public statement, released via his attorney, Gallagher claimed, "Richard Chismar and I share an incontrovertible bond. We grew up a block away from each other in the same small town, and our families were friends. Chismar is a well-respected author and member of the Edgewood community, and the only person I trust to tell my story. To date, I remain the only journalist Joshua Gallagher has spoken with." 2. Joshua Allen Gallagher was adopted in 1966 by Russell and Catherine Gallagher. The Gallaghers were in their mid-20s and had always wanted to have children, but for a number of years they'd been unable to achieve a natural pregnancy. In 1965, after Mr. Gallagher was promoted at the Havre de Grace Insurance Office where he worked, they decided to pursue adoption. They filled out the necessary paperwork, paid the assorted fees, and waited. In early November, they received the news they'd been praying for, and just after Thanksgiving, they brought home Joshua, named after a paternal grandfather, from a Russian orphanage in Mordovia. He just turned 18 months old. Early life was good for the Gallagher family. Russell prospered at work, and Catherine positively bloomed as a young mother and homemaker, and it got even better in 1972 when Natasha was born. The Gallaghers had never given up trying to conceive, and their prayers had finally been answered. At long last, they felt like a complete family. The Gallaghers had decided early on not to tell Joshua that he'd been adopted, and now that he had a baby sister, they felt certain that they'd made the correct decision. The last thing they wanted was for the boy to feel like some kind of an outsider within his own family. Shortly after Natasha was born, the Gallaghers moved from the Harford Square townhouse in which they'd been living to a roomy split level on Hawthorne Drive. There was a detached garage, a fenced-in yard, and a big bay window at the front of the house where the Gallaghers set up their Christmas tree every Thanksgiving as soon as the dinner table was cleared and the dishes were washed. Later, once it was dark outside, the four of them gathered in the front yard, dressed in their favorite holiday sweaters, their mittened hands cradling steaming cups of hot cocoa, to admire the blinking lights and decorations. As the years passed, many fond memories were made on Hawthorne Drive. Mr. Gallagher built a treehouse for the kids in the backyard. Mrs. Gallagher started a vegetable garden and grew prize-winning roses along the side of the house. Joshua and Natasha made friends in the neighborhood and did well at school. There were birthday parties and sleepovers, movie and game nights. The hill out front was perfect for sledding in the winter and slip-and-slides in the summer. Eventually, Joshua grew up to be a star wrestler on the high school varsity team and earned a scholarship to Penn State University. Natasha was named captain of the cheerleading squad and won so many gymnastics medals that her father built a custom wood showcase with ornate glass doors for her to display them in. The house on Hawthorne Drive would remain Catherine Gallagher's home until shortly after her son's arrest in 2019. 3. The most significant requirements, other than sufficient safety measures, for my cooperation with both the Maryland State Police and Joshua Gallagher were that no topic would be considered off-limits, and all conversations would be deemed officially on the record. Of course, I knew going in that some of the information we discussed would be extremely sensitive and would have to be sat on for a period of time in order to allow for authorities to safely do their job. But as long as eventual across-the-board access was mine, and mine alone, I was all in. As of March 2022, only a handful of topics remained untouched. Despite numerous inquiries, Gallagher had yet to reveal the significance of the various telltales he'd left behind at the Edgewood crime scenes. The hopscotch grid, missing dog sign, pennies, and pumpkins, as well as the numerology involved, all remained a mystery. He'd also rebuffed my repeated attempts to further discuss details of the night and circumstances of his father's death. 4. On the morning of Joshua Gallagher's arrest, he didn't look like a monster. He was wearing jeans and a blue and gray flannel shirt, perhaps 10 or 15 pounds overweight, with dark circles beneath his eyes and disheveled short brown hair. He resembled the type of nondescript middle-aged man you might see in a checkout line at the grocery store or pumping gas at the corner Texaco station. He walked slowly, with just a hint of a limp. If you ran into him on a dark and isolated street, you wouldn't necessarily feel in any danger. You probably wouldn't even bother crossing the street to avoid him. More than anything else, and yes, I've read and listened to the myriad of colorful accounts describing how evil and reptilian-like his eyes appear in his mugshot, he'd looked tired and defeated, and perhaps even a little sad. I wished that hadn't been the case. I wished he'd looked like a monster, with glowering coal-red eyes and razor-sharp fangs dripping with blood and mangled bits of human flesh and gleaming curved claws instead of fingers. That would have been more comforting. That would have made more sense. Instead, as I sat in my living room, watching the news footage of Joshua Gallagher being escorted into the police station, all I could think was this: he's wearing a mask underneath his mask. 5. I wrote those words on a note card. He's wearing a mask underneath his mask. And on the days that I made the 3-hour-plus drive from Bel Air to Cumberland Penitentiary, I taped that note card to the dash of my truck to help me remember. 6. I was thinking about that note card on the morning of March 8th, 2022, when the guards led Joshua Gallagher into Interrogation Room C. He still doesn't look like a monster. Gallagher's physical appearance had undergone a number of changes in the 2.5 years since his arrest. He'd lost some weight, but it was difficult to tell how much due to the fact that he always dressed in standard-issue baggy orange overalls. Mainly, you could see it in his face. His double chin was gone, and his cheeks weren't nearly as fleshy as they once were. He now had a discernible jawline. His hair had yet to lose any of its color, and was still cut in a crudely short fashion. The puffy dark circles remained beneath his eyes, but I suspected they were there to stay. There were other subtle differences. For starters, his eyes no longer appeared sad or lost. It sounded strange to say in relation to a confessed serial killer, but Gallagher's eyes seemed to have gained a kind of sparkle over the past year. Indeed, if he'd been a free man working at a regular 9-to-5 job and going home to his family every night after quitting time, I would have said that he looked happy to be alive, perhaps even high on life. There was something renewed in his gaze, a sense of contentment, maybe. It was hard to put an exact finger on it, but it was there. And it was different. He was different. I was sure of it. Another thing was, he didn't limp anymore. During a previous visit, he'd told me that years earlier he'd suffered an accident at work and torn the ligaments in his right ankle. They hadn't healed properly because he'd quit going to physical therapy appointments, and ever since he'd walked with a slight hobble. But now it was gone. His gait appeared steady and confident. I wasn't sure how that was possible. Maybe being stuck in his cell all that time had helped it to heal, but I'd noticed the improvement on more than one occasion. The biggest change that had occurred since Gallagher's incarceration at the Cumberland Penitentiary was anything but subtle, and it had nothing to do with his physical appearance. As difficult as it was to comprehend, Joshua Gallagher had become a celebrity of sorts. I'd recently been shocked to learn that Gallagher received more mail than all the other Cumberland inmates combined. Among the letters and packages that were delivered daily to his cell were marriage proposals — his ex-wife Samantha had divorced him 2 years earlier — drawings and paintings, handwritten poems, inspirational greeting cards, boxes of books, and dozens of Bibles. There were also any number of pleas for information regarding missing persons he was suspected of crossing paths with during his former life, most from immediate family members of the missing. Some of these letter writers promised forgiveness if Gallagher helped them, while others wished nothing more than for Gallagher to burn in hell where he belonged. Gallagher also received scores of requests from all around the world sent to him by journalists who wanted to interview him, doctors, lawyers, and psychiatrists who wanted to study him, and professors and graduate students who wanted to write research papers about him, all of which he dutifully ignored. There were a multitude of popular websites and message boards and social media accounts devoted to Gallagher, the majority of them updated daily. Many of his followers were middle-aged women with romantic or maternal aspirations. Others were young, frivolous devotees to whichever pop culture icon currently captivated the national spotlight. But there were still others with much darker and dangerous interests. An Arizona teenager who frequently participated in one of the more popular boogeyman message boards had been arrested late last year after compiling a kill list of classmates at his high school. The police had found rope, duct tape, ammunition, and a semi-automatic .22 caliber rifle, as well as a homemade burlap mask hidden in his bedroom closet. There was no telling what might have happened if his ex-girlfriend hadn't turned him in. The Boogeyman Lives, one of the highest-rated and most heavily trafficked true crime podcasts of 2021, was sponsored by Heavyweight's Monster Energy Drink and Trojan Condoms. Co-hosts Robin Frank and Gerald Whitty were Boston College graduate students who had originally started the podcast as a class project and were now earning six-figure annual salaries. Every Friday night, listeners of the Boogeyman Lives podcast heard a live panel of experts discuss the murders, Joshua Gallagher's background, and other boogeyman-related topics of interest. The last half hour of each 90-minute show was devoted to taking audience calls, most of which involved rampant speculation about Gallagher's involvement in a number of unsolved crimes. There was also a biannual contest where the grand prize winner, and a guest, was awarded an all-expenses-paid weekend trip to Edgewood, Maryland. A limousine picked up the lucky pair at BWI Marshall Airport, and after dinner at the Venetian Palace on Route 40, attended by the show's co-hosts, they were given an extensive midnight tour of the Boogeyman's hometown hunting grounds. Free the Boogeyman t-shirts and bumper stickers and authentic burlap Boogeyman masks were brisk online sellers. A recent People magazine cover featured the stage-front crowd at a Phoenix music festival mere minutes before the concert turned deadly due to faulty wiring in the pyrotechnics system. Front and center in the now infamous photo was a young tanned college girl with long bleach blonde hair riding high above the crowd atop her boyfriend's shoulders. She was smiling and wearing a beer-soaked tank top with "The Boogeyman's a Stud" printed inside a big red heart on the front of it. Online sales of the tank top soared after the issue hit newsstands and the cover photo went viral. While there certainly existed a long and sordid history involving America's fascination with evil, I'm thinking about cold-blooded killers turned behind-bars Lotharios such as Charles Manson, Ted Bundy, Richard Ramirez, and more recently Christopher Watts. It was nearly impossible to ignore the fact that these men were considerably younger than Joshua Gallagher, and, according to my first-hand accounts, charismatic, handsome, and disarmingly charming. None of which were attributes that could be used to describe Joshua Gallagher. So then, why the apparent fascination and adulation? My theory was twofold. First, there was the nickname, the Boogeyman. Universally recognized, instantly feared. From the time we were children, we were taught that the Boogeyman was out there, somewhere, lurking unseen in the shadows, and that if we weren't careful, he would come for us. The Boogeyman was all of our terrors wrapped up into one shapeless, faceless nightmare. Did the Boogeyman ever resemble a human being, or was he a hideously deformed monster brought forth from the depths of our collective imaginations? No one really knew for sure, and in the end, it didn't really matter. All that mattered was that the Boogeyman was out there, somewhere, watching and waiting. When the John Carpenter-directed Halloween opened to lines-around-the-block audiences in 1978, much of the buzz came from word of mouth. Why? Because finally, the Boogeyman had been given form and substance. But even then, Carpenter was wise enough to only take it so far. After all, in the shooting script, his masked killing machine is simply referred to as the Shape. At the conclusion of the film, a terrified and bloodied Laurie Strode says to the haunted Dr. Loomis, "It was the Boogeyman." He stares out the window at the empty yard below, where just seconds earlier, the killer had been sprawled, and answers, "As a matter of fact, it was." The low-budget Halloween went on to become the highest-earning independent film in box office history, because audiences came out in droves to see the Boogeyman up close and personal. And when the popcorn and jujubes were gone and the theater lights blinked back on, they got to go home again to the safety of their own beds. In the summer of 1988, when Joshua Gallagher began his killing spree on the streets of Edgewood, the local media was quick to dub him the Boogeyman, attributing the nickname to the ferocious and stealthy nature of his crimes. As summer turned to autumn, the police and FBI struggled to track down a single substantial lead to investigate. A task force was formed, a curfew enforced, neighborhood watch groups were called into action. And yet, the murders continued unabated. Rumors soon began to spread throughout the town. The killer wasn't human. He was a shapeshifter and could appear in two places at once. Some residents swore the killer had wings and could fly. There were reports of ghostly apparitions appearing in backyards and alleyways. One hysterical woman insisted that someone had tugged on her hair while she was climbing the stairs to go to bed. Yet she lived alone, and there was no one else present in the house. There were whispers of devil-worshipping and cults and demonic possession. A local pastor told his congregation that he'd awoken in the middle of the night and felt evil's cloying presence there in the room with him. Paralyzed with fear, he'd lain awake until dawn, praying, only to toss back his covers in the rays of morning sunshine slanting through his bedroom window to discover that something had bitten him on the chest during the night. He showed his parishioners a Polaroid of the bite mark, and although more than a handful agreed that it looked a great deal like your everyday garden-variety hickey, most of his followers believed him and were extra generous that Sunday morning when the collection plate was passed. All of these stories, and dozens more like them, only served to add to the overall mystique and, dare I say, allure of the boogeyman. Once again, it was a lot like watching a horror movie unspool in real life. Looking back, it's clear that it was happening even then. The public's burgeoning fascination with the human monster lurking in the shadows. It was the stories within the stories that grew Joshua Gallagher's legend. The boogeyman's legend. He didn't have a proper identity back then. He was a phantom. He was the shape. 7. Ever since Joshua Gallagher's 2019 arrest and his subsequent confession that he had murdered 7 young women, Gallagher had unfailingly intimated that he was responsible for the deaths of as many as a dozen additional victims. However, as of June 2022, he'd managed to provide police with the identities and locations of only 3 of those alleged victims. Some prominent public figures, as well as many members of the national media, believed that Gallagher was playing games and stringing along Maryland State Police detectives in an effort to gain special treatment, such as more favorable living conditions, protection from violent inmates, and better food. Depending on election cycles and current television ratings, these people could be very vocal with their assertions. Lieutenant McClernand admitted privately, and on more than one occasion, that she was unsure if this was the case or not, but offered no signs publicly that she was willing to discontinue accommodating Gallagher. It was the closure she'd been able to provide for the 3 missing girls' families that inspired this level of patience. As for me, I was also uncertain. My opinion wavered, sometimes visit to visit, other times day to day, although I never once admitted that to McLaren, or my wife. As was the case with Gallagher's previous victims, the 3 young women he'd named had all been attractive teenagers with long hair, confirming yet again that the bittersweet specter of Anna Garfield, Gallagher's ex-college sweetheart, had continued to haunt Joshua Gallagher long after his 1988 killing spree. The first of the 3 girls, Shannon Degnam of Glen Burnie, Maryland, had gone missing in August 1999, the summer she'd turned 18 years old. Shannon was the only child of a dentist father and an elementary school teacher mother, and was headed to Rutgers University in the fall to study psychology. She was a spirited girl, the first in her class to get a tattoo and her nose pierced, who often spent her free time alone in the woods, reading or hiking or photographing nature. She was an avid jogger. In the afternoon she disappeared. She'd been out for a run on the hilly trails surrounding Loch Raven Reservoir. When Shannon failed to return home that evening, and none of her friends knew where she was, her concerned parents phoned the police. During an extensive search the next day, a member of the Baltimore County Park Police discovered Shannon's Sony Walkman cassette player and earphones abandoned on a steep trail overlooking a shallow cove near the northwest corner of the reservoir. The cassette player was broken, and smudges of blood were found on the bright yellow plastic case. A countywide search continued for the next several weeks, but Shannon was never found. Until July 2020, nearly 2 decades after her initial disappearance, when a team of detectives, using a hand-drawn map provided by Joshua Gallagher, was able to locate Shannon Degnam's skeletal remains buried deep in a heavily wooded area of Loch Raven Reservoir. I saw her standing in line at the Royal Farm Store on Timonium Road, Gallagher told me not long before her body was discovered. She was buying a bottle of water and a packet of sunflower seeds. I eavesdropped on her conversation with the cashier. She had a pleasant voice, very polite and friendly. He closed his eyes, lost in the memory. I waited in the parking lot and followed her into the woods. And then I stalked her and raped her and strangled her. He opened his eyes and looked at me. She fought me, but I was too strong. When I was finished, I buried her in a gully and covered her with leaves and brush. I cleaned myself up in the car and drove home to my family. As soon as the interview was over, I Googled Shannon Degnam's name and stared at her photograph on my phone screen. With her long blonde hair, blue eyes, and dimples, she bore a striking resemblance to my childhood girlfriend, Rhonda Biscup. After that, I had nightmares for weeks. 8. I never knew what to expect on the days I interviewed Gallagher. Talking to him required patience. He was like a child in that regard. He often didn't fully listen to what I had to say before responding. Conversations took off in a dozen different directions at once. It was difficult to get straight answers from him. He obfuscated and constantly needed to be reined in. Other times, though, he was contemplative and calculating. He would answer even the simplest questions at length, and at least appear to strive for accuracy and diligence. He was intelligent and surprisingly well-read, and he liked to ask questions. He was a talented storyteller. 9. When people asked me what Joshua Gallagher was really like, and you'd be surprised how often it came up, most commonly at social gatherings where folks had too much to drink, I usually responded with some variation of the same non-answer. He's like your least favorite uncle who shows up for Thanksgiving. He doesn't make a big impression either way. He's just kind of there. What I didn't tell them was this. Joshua Gallagher's eyes were the most extraordinary, you could even say beautiful, shade of gray I'd ever seen. They looked like the ocean on a stormy day. They looked like a thunderstorm sweeping over the horizon. Gallagher's eyes were alert and measuring. There were tiny flecks of white and blue in his irises. Sometimes I thought they looked like an artist's rendering. He also had a curious odor. Neither pleasant nor unpleasant. That was difficult to detect. In my opinion, he often slathered on cheap aftershave to mask it. And even more difficult to describe. When detectives questioned Annie Riggs after her run-in with the Boogeyman during the fall of 1988, she told them that her assailant smelled funny. He didn't stink like BO or sweat. Instead, he had an organic, almost earthy smell. While that description didn't ring entirely accurate to me, I struggled to come up with anything better. The best I could offer was that it just wasn't normal. And after you smelled it once, it was impossible to forget. And then there was this. Joshua Gallagher hummed when he remembered. He would often pause in the middle of telling a story. You could practically see the cogs and wheels of his brain turning as he tried to bring forth more details from his memory, and while he was doing so, he would inevitably begin to hum. At first, I'd found this habit to be unsettling, then for a time annoying. Finally, I'd grown used to it. It became just another subtle mannerism to observe and catalog, no different from the way Gallagher tapped his feet when he was in a good mood, or the way his left eye sometimes developed a tic when he didn't get enough sleep. Interestingly, it was always the same melody that he hummed, the same dozen or so notes over and over again. I tried to identify it on more than one occasion, but thus far had been unsuccessful. Perhaps he'd made it up himself. 10. Excerpt from in-person interview with Joshua Gallagher, age 55, inmate number AC4311920 at Cumberland Penitentiary, recorded on March 8, 2021. Chismar. When did you first make contact with Loretta Stanford? Gallagher. It was the summer of 2011, at Rock State Park. Chismar. You were living in Hanover at the time. Gallagher. Yes. We were invited to a cookout by some old friends from Edgewood Meadows. I wasn't that keen on going, but Samantha really wanted to. So we went. Your children were with you? Yes. Did Loretta Stanford attend the same cookout? No. She was at the park with friends. Go back in time and tell me what you saw. What you felt. I was fishing with my youngest son in Deer Creek. Philip being your youngest son. Yes. Sorry, go ahead. We were fishing, and Loretta and several of her friends floated by on inner tubes. The other girls didn't pay us any mind, barely even looked in our direction. But Loretta smiled and waved, and even joked around with Philip. Did you know right away that you wanted to kill her? No. I thought she was pretty, and she had a nice smile. But that was it. Nothing else. Had you been struggling with dark thoughts in the days leading up to the cookout? No, not at all. Not since Colette Bowden. So we're talking almost 5 years now. That sounds about right. I was feeling good. What happened next? Later in the day, Loretta and her friends arrived at the picnic area and set up their blankets not far from where we were eating. I watched her for a while. I was curious. Just curious? At that point, yes. He yawns. Am I boring you? Not at all. I'm never bored these days. I just didn't sleep much last night. I was awake writing. Writing what? No response. Okay, so you watched her. He nods. Eventually, I followed her to the parking lot. Did you speak to her? No. I watched her take a small cooler from the back of her Jeep. Once she rejoined her friends, I snuck over and found her purse hidden beneath the driver's seat. It's amazing how some people just leave their personal belongings unsecured. I made sure no one was looking, and then took a picture of her driver's license with my phone and put it back. So you knew by then? That you were going to kill her? He nods. I knew by then. Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of the timing here. When exactly did you decide you were going to kill her? Right there in the parking lot? Looking through her stuff? I would say it was a little earlier. Around the time I decided to follow her. I was eating a hamburger, and I got some ketchup on my shirt. I was cleaning myself up. And that's when I saw me with my hands around her neck, clear as day. Was it the ketchup? He laughs. No. No silly blood symbolism or anything like that. It could have been a squirt of mustard, and I would have experienced the same thing. You're sure of that? I'm positive. It was the same as with the others. I just saw it, like a movie playing inside my head, and knew that I was seeing the future. I saw it, and I felt it. What did it feel like? Like a moment of pure clarity and stimulation. Sexual stimulation? Yes, that too. That was hard in seconds. I had to sit down, take some deep breaths to hide it from my family and the other people around us. Chismar pauses. Were you surprised to find out that she lived in Pennsylvania, and not far from you? Not really. I wouldn't say that, despite the convenience. It just felt right. Everything about her did. After that first time at the Rocks, how long was it before you saw her again? He hums quietly. 2 days later, I followed her from her house to work. Her parents' house, you mean? Yes. You know, Loretta Stanford was 6 months short of her 17th birthday at the time of her death. He starts to hum. She looked older. Excerpt from in-person interview with Joshua Gallagher, age 56, inmate number AC4311920 at Cumberland Penitentiary, recorded on December 7th, 2021. Gallagher. You want to hear something interesting? Chismar. Sure. Gallagher. I'm changing. Chismar. Changing? Changing how? I'm taller. Haven't you noticed? No, I can't say I have. Almost 2/3 of an inch. I've been keeping track on the wall in my cell. Why would you do that? He shrugs. I honestly don't know. I started last year. Maybe I knew something was going to happen. Maybe I knew that I was already in the process of changing. I also like peanut butter now. No, that is incorrect. I love it. And you didn't used to like peanut butter? Couldn't stand it. Hated it. Ever since I was a kid. That is interesting. Anything else? Oh, yeah. Lots. 3. The next day. The killer had been sloppy. 1. The state trooper assigned to watch our house overnight gave me a wave as I drove past him in the driveway. When I lifted my hand from the steering wheel to wave back, it felt like I was holding a dumbbell. I was exhausted. After Lieutenant McLernand's late-night visit, I'd only managed to get a couple hours of sleep. Tired of tossing and turning and trying to make my brain behave, I'd finally gotten up shortly after 5:30. It was still dark outside my bedroom window, which immediately made me feel worse. Suffice to say, even on my best days, which this was most certainly not, I wasn't much of a morning person. Kara woke before her alarm went off, and we made breakfast together, neither of us saying much. After we ate maybe half of the ham and cheese omelets, wheat toast, and fresh fruit piled on our plates, she went back upstairs to shower and get ready for an 8:30 appointment with her allergist, and I climbed the steps to my office above the garage, hoping to get some work done. That didn't last long. No more than a half hour later, I gave up trying to write anything decent and closed my laptop. I turned on the television and switched the channel to CNN. After suffering through commercials for Viagra and some kind of high blood pressure wonder pill I couldn't even pronounce, I watched a feature story about the war in Ukraine. Good people fighting the good fight against overwhelming odds. On any other day, I might have felt inspired. As soon as they cut away from grainy footage of street fighting in Kyiv, anchorwoman Brianna Keeler, her long blonde hair coiffed to such absolute perfection that she resembled a Barbie doll, appeared on screen, teasing breaking news about a mall shooting in Wichita and the gruesome discovery of human remains at the Maryland home of a best-selling true crime author. Just before they moved to commercial break, she turned and stared directly into the camera, and in her most dramatic voice asked, "Was it simply a coincidence of the darkest nature? Or is the boogeyman really back?" I cringed and hoped that Kara wasn't watching in the bedroom while she got dressed. Either way, she'd hear about it soon enough. The news about Annie Riggs had traveled fast. Exactly what I've been afraid of. I turned off the television and grabbed my truck keys. 2. The press vehicles had been moved further down the street, 50 yards or so beyond the intersection of Runnymede and Southampton, where they'd been parked the day before. And there were quite a bit more of them. As I coasted down the driveway, I spotted the familiar CNN logo on a pair of white vans, as well as MSNBC on the side panel of an SUV with blacked-out windows. Even if I hadn't already caught the teaser on television, it would have been painfully clear. The Annie Riggs story was national news, and quickly gaining momentum. There was a grassy field, maybe 2 acres, located directly across the street from our house. We had no idea who owned it or if there were any future plans for the lot. All we knew was that county workers came out a couple of times a month during the summer to mow it. That's where the news crews had set up. There were a dozen or so 2- and 3-person teams camped out there. Sharply dressed on-air personalities paired with mobile camera operators, a handful of younger folks, most likely interns, schlepping convenience store cups of coffee or sitting around holding boom mics. When they saw my truck roll out of the driveway, they scrambled to their feet en masse and swarmed onto Southampton Road and started chasing me. I watched incredulously in the rearview mirror as a woman in a short red dress and high heels tripped over another reporter's foot and they both went sprawling to the pavement. Not one person stopped to check on them or help them up. The others just kept on coming, waving their arms and shouting their questions. If the traffic light at the intersection hadn't turned green, they might have caught me. Instead, I made a right-hand turn onto 543 and headed south toward the Route 40 bypass and the town of Edgewood just a few miles further down the road. All morning long, it had felt like I was sleepwalking around the house. Now it felt like I was driving on autopilot, my destination pre-programmed. But the truth of it was, I didn't know where else to go. As I merged into the morning rush hour traffic, I rolled down my window and turned the radio off and listened to Lieutenant McLaren's voice inside my head. 3. There was a lot to unpack from last night. Lieutenant McLaren had brought with her several glossy photographs of the man in the mask, 8x10 stills captured from the security footage. The images were enlarged and remarkably clear, and they'd provided the detectives with a number of invaluable details. The man was wearing black jeans, a black sweatshirt with no logo or hood, and black or brown lace-up boots. He was also wearing latex gloves on both of his hands. The mask, made from burlap, was tied in the back with a length of twine. It hadn't yet been determined if the mask was of the homemade variety or a mass-produced version of the original Boogeyman mask, which was sold by online retailers all across the country. The man's hair was hidden beneath the mask and not visible in the photos. Detectives estimated his height at somewhere between 6 feet and 6 feet 2 inches, his weight between 170 and 190 pounds. There was an ongoing discussion as to whether the man walked with a slight limp or if it was merely his gait. He was most likely right-handed. He was also strong. The black garbage bag he carried over his right shoulder weighed almost 115 pounds. The bag itself was a pro-grade contractor bag. It was a popular brand, sold everywhere from Amazon and Walmart to Home Depot and Lowe's. Many locally owned hardware stores also stocked it on their shelves. The man had wanted the bag to be found, and quickly. Not only had he left it in a highly trafficked location, but he had also poked a series of small holes in the bottom of the bag, allowing for bodily fluids to escape into the ground, and freeing the highly offensive odor that JJ and I had detected. The police had found no discernible blood trail, indicating the holes were made after the bag was placed in its final resting spot. Last night, in a daze, I'd asked McLaren if the victim's left ear had been missing. It was at that point that Kara had finally had enough and retreated up the stairs to our bedroom. I couldn't really blame her. And a few seconds later, when the lieutenant answered my question, I was especially grateful she was no longer in the room. "This is all off the record," McLaren told me, waiting for my nod of agreement before continuing. "We have no idea about her ear. The body was dismembered. The torso, limbs, and internal organs were all present inside the bag, but her head was missing." The floor tilted underneath my feet again. Leaning against the foyer wall to steady myself, I pictured the 17-year-old Annie Riggs I remembered so well from the summer of 1988. Big brown eyes, toothy smile, a scattering of freckles across the bridge of her nose. The quintessential girl next door. After recovering from the initial shock, I mumbled, "Other than the mask, nothing about this matches Gallagher's M.O." But I'd spoken too soon. There were ligature marks on what was left of her wrists and ankles, and bite marks on both of her legs, the lieutenant continued. We took impressions, but we didn't have much to work with. The killer was sloppy, presumably because he was in a hurry. "What are your profilers saying about the dismemberment?" "They're working on it. All we know right now is that it's a very rushed timeline. Less than 15 hours between the last known contact with Ann Riggs and the discovery of her body. He abducted her, took her somewhere and killed her, cut her into pieces, and left her in your front yard. All within a 15-hour window. That's not an easy thing to do. It takes time to do that to a human body. So he's local to the area. Or he has someplace nearby waiting to take her. We're working on that too." The only bit of good news Lieutenant McLaren had to share was that the police already had a lead. Maybe. A witness had stepped forward. A 43-year-old man who lived with his wife and daughter in the neighborhood, just past the traffic circle. He worked the late shift as a Baltimore City firefighter and usually got home around 4 in the morning. He often took the dogs for a walk to help them wind down before going to sleep. Around 4:30 a.m. on June 3rd, he noticed a pickup truck parked on the shoulder of Southampton, not far from where it crossed Route 543. He couldn't remember if the truck had been black or dark blue, but he was fairly positive it had had Maryland license plates and 100% certain that there had been a Grateful Dead bumper sticker on the back window, the round one with the skull and roses. When he'd circled around that way 20 or so minutes later, the truck was gone. Could be something. Could be nothing. The detectives were looking into it. 4. I should have known I'd end up on Willoughby Beach Road that morning. The road ran parallel to the triumvirate of Edgewood schools, looking left to right, high school, middle, elementary, and provided the only entrance and exit to a number of housing developments in which many of my good friends once lived. I'd spent an awful lot of time on Willoughby. At first, on foot, usually with the rest of the Hanson Road crew by my side. Later, once I'd gotten my driver's license, cruising down the twisting back road in my souped-up hot rod, which actually only existed in the secret world of my imagination. My first car had been a dog-crap brown Toyota Corolla with 150,000 miles on the odometer. My second, a bright orange four-door Datsun. Neither went above 50 miles per hour without shaking so hard on its frame that it made my teeth rattle. I had particularly fond memories of the waterfront area located at the tail end of Willoughby. Long, lazy summer days spent eating hamburgers and hot dogs and swimming at Flying Point Park, fishing for white perch and carp and catfish from the bulkhead at Trojan Harbor Marina, playing tag and hide-and-seek, and riding the miniature train at the playground. The summer after my sophomore year of high school, Brian Anderson and Jimmy Cavanaugh and I borrowed the keys for Brian's father's boat, which Mr. Fred kept just across the Bush River at Otter Creek Marina. None of us were old enough to drive yet, so we walked the nearly 4 miles from our houses on Hanson Road, cutting across Edgewood Road and picking up Willoughby until we finally reached Flying Point Park. Once there, we rested for a few minutes before setting off on a lengthy swim across the river, and thus commenced a legendary hot July afternoon of boating, swimming, fishing, and chugging warm leftover beers from Mr. Fred's fish cooler. At the end of the day, sunburned and exhausted, we docked the boat, swam back across the river, and walked 4 miles home in the dark. Our parents were waiting for us, and they weren't pleased. The whole thing was irresponsible and dangerous and downright foolish. It was also one of the best days of our young lives. None of us had ever forgotten it. 5. Annie Riggs's house was a gated stone contemporary situated right on the water. There was an old basketball hoop attached to the garage out front, and a swimming pool with an outdoor kitchen in the backyard. At the rear of the property, a T-shaped pier extended deep into the Bush River, a 30-foot bayliner, and a pair of bright yellow jet skis moored to its pilings. Annie had done well for herself. An unmarked sedan and a crime lab van were parked in the driveway, next to a sporty red VW and a late-model Suburban. A group of kids on bikes were gathered on the grassy shoulder across the street. One of them, a tall, lanky, acne-scarred teenager wearing a black Ramones t-shirt and leather wristbands, flashed me the middle finger as I drove by for the 3rd time. Embarrassed, I slouched even lower in the driver's seat. Thanks to Lieutenant McLaren, I knew that Annie Riggs had worked as a structural engineer at Aberdeen Proving Ground for almost 30 years. After graduating from high school in 1989, she'd attended Virginia Tech on an academic scholarship and finished in the top 5% of her class. The summer after graduation, she'd accepted a full-time position at APG and had been there ever since, steadily working her way up the ranks until she was put in charge of the entire operation in early 2015. Annie had married fairly young, had 2 children, a son and a daughter, and had gotten divorced shortly after her 40th birthday. There was no drama involved. They'd simply grown apart over the years and fallen out of love. The divorce was, by all accounts, amicable. The ex-husband lived in New Mexico with his second wife and rarely saw the children now that they were older. Detectives from the Las Cruces Police Department were checking him out. According to family and friends, Annie rarely dated after the divorce. She was an avid reader and boater, and enjoyed working in her flower garden. These activities, as well as being a doting grandmother to a brand-new grandson, occupied the majority of her free time and brought her much happiness. She was almost never lonely or bored. 6 months ago, as a favor to an old friend, she'd gone on a blind dinner date with a man named Michael Buckley, who was a history professor at nearby Harford Community College. They hit it off immediately, and have been seeing each other regularly ever since. On the evening of June 2nd, Annie Riggs left her office at the usual time of 4:45 p.m. There was security system footage of her walking alone across the parking lot, getting inside her car, and driving away. No other vehicles appeared to follow her. 4 minutes later, there was additional footage of her exiting the proving ground by way of the main gate on Maryland Boulevard. She called her daughter, Joanne Mather of Carl's Mill Road in Falston, shortly after from her cell phone. They discussed plans for the weekend and hung up. The call lasted 6 minutes. That was the last time anyone heard from her. Joanne thought she remembered her mother saying she needed to stop and pick up groceries on the way home. But she also admitted that she could have been mixed up, and the shopping comment might have been part of a previous conversation. She wasn't entirely sure. Just in case, police were interviewing employees and checking security footage at a number of local grocery stores. Mr. Buckley and Annie Riggs maintained separate residences, but often spent the night at each other's homes. That Thursday evening, Mr. Buckley was expected for dinner. He showed up at the house at the prearranged time of 7 p.m. with a bottle of wine and ingredients for a salad he'd picked up at the Abington Wegmans. To his surprise, Annie's car was not parked in the driveway, and the front door was locked. Mr. Buckley used the key Annie had previously given him to gain entry to the house, and, after checking the garage, immediately called and left a voicemail on her cell phone. 15 minutes later, when he hadn't heard back, he left a second voice message. Approximately 30 minutes after that, not knowing what else to do, he phoned Annie's daughter, Joanne. She immediately drove to her mother's house. Additional voicemails, from both parties, were left on Annie's phone with no response. At 9:37 p.m., Mr. Buckley, with Joanne at his side, called 911 and reported Annie Riggs missing. Officer Stephen Moore, a 14-year veteran with the Harford County Sheriff's Department, arrived at the Riggs residence at 10:05 p.m. and began his initial investigation. After completing a thorough walkthrough and confirming with Riggs's daughter that nothing was amiss inside the home, Officer Moore grabbed a flashlight from his squad car and examined the exterior and grounds. What he discovered was troubling. A screen covering one of the ground-level windows facing the backyard had been sliced open, and there were what appeared to be pry marks on the window frame. The window, which looked out from Annie Riggs's home office, was securely locked from the inside, and the hardwood floor beneath it appeared undisturbed. Technicians found only Anne Riggs's fingerprints on both the interior and exterior panes of glass, as well as the windowsills, Lieutenant McLaren told me. There was, however, significant smudging on the outside of the window, indicating that the prowler had been wearing gloves. The detectives noted in their initial report that they believed the attempted break-in had occurred recently and almost certainly failed. There was also mention of a pair of broken light bulbs and lampposts located at the rear of the property. By that point in the investigation, going on 2 a.m. Friday morning, detectives were almost certain that Annie Riggs had been abducted from somewhere other than her home, a theory soon supported by statements from her neighbors. Annie Riggs's next-door neighbors, Todd and Cindy Richardson, spent that Thursday evening in Churchville, watching their son's Little League baseball game, and after a late dinner at Applebee's, they returned home at about 8:45 p.m. As a result, they had no idea if Riggs's car had been parked in her driveway at any point that evening. Pam Hirschfeld, who lived with her husband and 4 children in a sprawling rancher directly across the street from Riggs's house, was a different story altogether. She'd spent the entire day at home. In fact, for most of the afternoon and evening, she'd been busy reorganizing the floor-to-ceiling shelves in the family's 2-car garage. I had a perfect view of Annie's house and driveway from where I was working, she told Officer Moore, and then promptly walked him over to the mouth of her garage so he could see for himself. I got started around 2:30 or 3, and the only person who pulled into that driveway was Mike, her boyfriend. A lot of days she gets UPS or FedEx deliveries, sometimes both. I tease her about it all the time, but not yesterday. Mike was the only one until her daughter showed up. Officer Moore and the detectives continued working the case throughout the night and into the next day, speaking with a number of Annie Riggs's family members, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. The police took a particularly close look at Riggs's boyfriend, but at some point the next morning, everything came back clean on Michael Buckley, including his alibi. On the evening of Friday, June 3rd, approximately 24 hours after Mr. Buckley called 911, a connection was finally made between the Annie Riggs missing persons case and the unidentified human remains discovered earlier that morning in Bel Air. Later that same night, at 8:55 p.m., Officer Stephen Moore and Detective Sergeant Anthony Gonzalez, using several tattoos as well as a recent surgical scar and an engraved Virginia Tech class ring, made the initial identification of Annie Riggs's body. 6. The kid in the Ramones shirt made me nervous. The last thing I needed was for him to call his parents, or even worse, the cops, and tell them there was a stranger creeping around Annie Riggs's house. There was a good chance I wouldn't be recognized, but with all the recent buzz surrounding chasing the boogeyman, there was always the possibility that I would be. If the press got word of it, that could be very bad for me. Still not ready to head home, I swung into the Flying Point parking lot and braked to a stop at the water's edge. There was a single crabber at the end of the pier, only a couple of boats out on the river. Despite the sunny skies and narrow channel, the water appeared dark and choppy. Too much wind, I thought, reaching for my cell phone. I had turned off the ringer before I'd left the house, and I wanted to see if Kara had called after her appointment. 5 voicemails, not one from a number I recognized, and, Jesus, how was that even possible? 196 texts. I quickly scrolled down the list. Paul Chismar. Hey, cuz, let me know if you need anything. Jimmy Kavanaugh. Holy shit! Just saw the news. This keeps up, and you're going to get blacklisted from the wood. From hometown hero to hometown zero. Just kidding. See you in a couple of weeks, brother. Noah Chismar. Saw you on TV in the clubhouse. Griff says you're kind of ugly for a movie star. Stephen King. Yikes. Give me a call when you get a chance. Ken Klein. I saw a movie like this once. Got a question for you when you have a chance. Nancy Chismar. Come hide out with us in Tahoe. And here the mystery of almost 200 text messages was partially solved. My sister, Nancy, had sent me more than 50 texts all by herself. A record, even for her. Billy Chismar. Thought you'd want to see this right away. He'd attached a photo. Someone had started a makeshift memorial for Annie Riggs next to the fire hydrant in our yard. There wasn't much to it. Just a simple wooden cross sticking out of the ground, surrounded by a couple of stuffed bears and a framed photograph that was too small to make out. But the sight of it still gave me chills. Instantly reminded of the elaborate memorials family and friends had erected for the 4 young Edgewood victims, I said a silent prayer that history wouldn't repeat itself. Eager to move on, I continued scrolling. Kara Chismar. Grabbing lunch after my appointment with Juliet. We'll call to see if you want anything. Sam English. Hope you're okay, Mr. Chismar. Sam had just finished his sophomore year at Edgewood High School. I'd met him the previous fall at an after-school book club meeting I'd attended as guest speaker. Half the kids who showed up fell asleep. But not Sam. He listened attentively, asked smart questions, and even took advantage of the invitation to email me for additional guidance. Eventually, Sam wanted to go to college to study journalism, but right now he was most interested in writing fiction. And he was good at it, too. His prose was often raw and unfocused, but it was also filled with remarkable insight, in an honesty that was impossible to fake. In no time at all, I'd become a sort of mentor to him. We met once a month when our schedules allowed, and he often emailed his stories to me when I was on the road. Passionate, hard-working, and full of dreams, he reminded me a lot of Billy at that age. Brian Keene. Happy to stand armed guard at Shez Shizmar if you need me. 310-491-5632. The Boogeyman is coming for you next. 443-307-5555. You fucking vulture! You happy now? Bill Coffin. I told you to steer clear of those weirdos. 302-714-8762. The next time, it'll be you in that garbage bag. I put the phone down. My cell number was unlisted, but it wasn't very difficult to get a hold of. There had been a time, during the initial success of Chasing the Boogeyman, when I thought I might have to change it. Every day, I was bombarded with calls and texts, offers for book signings and speaking engagements, never-ending requests for interviews. Congratulations from friends and classmates I hadn't heard from in years, invitations to go to lunch or dinner with former neighbors, flirty messages from old girlfriends. Every teacher I knew asked me to stop in and speak with their students. The Route 40 Business Association asked me to join their advisory board. The Edgewood PTA asked me to speak at graduation. It was a wonderful feeling to experience such hometown love and appreciation, but it quickly became overwhelming. There were never enough hours in the day to respond to everyone. Then, as time passed, and the surge of appreciative messages slowly began to subside, I started to hear from an altogether different group of people. Not everyone, it seemed, was happy with the book's success. Antonio Franklin, a well-respected community leader, told a reporter from the Aegis that Chasing the Boogeyman had done nothing more than add to Edgewood's long-standing bad reputation. He claimed I'd written it solely for the money, and added this zinger. The only thing worse than Chismar's ghastly subject matter is his sophomoric purple prose. Both are worthy of the tabloids. Franklin's controversial comments sparked a months-long feud, spearheaded by one of the moderators of my Facebook page, in the letters to the editors section of the Aegis. Several local business owners, upset that I'd turned down their offers to host speaking events, accused me of favoritism, even though I'd politely explained that although my schedule was currently full, I'd be more than happy to set up something at a later date. Before long, I was being called a sellout, and word was spread around town that I had gotten a big head and forgotten where I'd come from. That fall, a public protest by a Harford County anti-violence group was held in front of the Edgewood Library, calling for the swift removal of all copies of Chasing the Boogeyman. Several speakers using a bullhorn took turns riling up the modest crowd gathered outside in the parking lot. Ironically, the police had to be summoned after the protest turned violent. Earlier in the year, a national boycott was called by the Alliance for Adopted Children, a well-funded adoption organization that had accused me of unfairly portraying adoptees in the book's final chapter. The group labeled me a fearmonger and petitioned for months to get Walmart and Costco to stop carrying my book. The last I'd heard, they had amassed over 125,000 virtual signatures. And then there was the religious group based in upstate New York called the Guardians of Angels, who'd named me as one of the 50 most dangerous entertainers in America. Stephen King, Caroline Kepnes, and I were the only writers who made the list, the three of us deemed guilty of spreading and glorifying the rhetoric of evil in their filthy books, and thus inspiring other dark souls to commit similar acts of wickedness. But none of these folks held a candle to the true crime fanatics and the Joshua Gallagher groupies. There were just so damn many of them, and the vast majority were true believers. These people had purpose, and they had intent. And more than anything else, they had the utmost faith that what they believed was the absolute truth. And that, my friends, is what you call a dangerous combination. Still, I was stubborn and never did change my phone number. My film agent once told me, "It doesn't matter how many times you change it, they'll find you eventually." In this day and age, They always find you. It's just a matter of time. I glanced at the screen of my cell phone. The boogeyman is coming for you next. Karma's a bitch. I shuddered and started the truck. 7. As I was pulling out of the parking lot onto Willoughby Beach Road, I was forced to slam on my brakes to avoid hitting a couple of kids on bicycles who'd ignored the stop sign and zoomed right through the intersection. One of the bikes caught a tire on the loose gravel shoulder and slid sideways, spilling its rider into a muddy culvert that ran alongside the road. I slowed down to make sure the boy was okay, and was only a little surprised to see that it was the Ramones t-shirt kid from down the street. Splashes of mud streaked both of his cheeks and forehead. His hair stood up in filthy spikes. He scowled at me and spat. "Hey, asshole, why don't you watch the hell where you're going?" I smiled down at him, feeling a tickle of satisfaction, and said, "Oh, I was watching." And then I flicked on the bird and took off. 8. The satisfaction didn't last very long. Not even a mile down the road, and I was already feeling guilty for messing with the kid. It had been mean and out of character, and the only excuse I had wasn't a good one. I could hear my father's voice scolding me from the passenger seat. "Your run of bad luck shouldn't turn into anyone else's." Of course he was right. Damn it. As I drove past Edgewood High School, I suddenly felt like a stranger in my hometown. The original school had been torn down nearly a decade earlier and replaced by a sprawling state-of-the-art modern structure. Towering columns of red brick and sun-sparkled glass as far as the eye could see. The new building resembled a metropolitan office park more than it did a suburban high school. I knew I should have been grateful for the progress, even felt a healthy sense of pride. God knows the students deserved it after so many years of being looked down upon by the rest of the county. But today, the sight of the new school just left me feeling sad and lost and longing for simpler times. Maybe it had been a mistake coming here today. Maybe Carol was right, and the darkness was everywhere, seeping into my soul. Usually, driving through my hometown felt like visiting with a long-lost friend. The familiar streets and landmarks brought me a sense of calm and comfort, and served as a reminder of the person I'd once been, and the hard-scrabble path I'd taken to become the person I was today. But something felt off-kilter. Something felt different. The town itself was different. I knew that. It had grown old and tired, just like the rest of us. Over the years, many of the houses along both sides of Edgewood Meadows had fallen into disrepair, the lawns unkempt and overgrown with weeds and witchgrass. Junked cars and discarded toys littered driveways and sidewalks. Even the roads seemed to hide more potholes. The 7-Eleven on the hill, where I'd once bought Slurpees and played video games, where Fred Anderson and the rest of the old-timers used to hang out, gossiping and drinking coffee spiked with bourbon, was nothing more than a memory now. The Santoni's shopping center was gone, too. No more Plaza Drugs, where I'd bought my first pack of baseball cards. No more pool hall or laundromat or discount liquors with Edgewood's first asteroids machine and the world's best pizza subs. As I turned left onto Cedar Drive, where so many years earlier, Casey Robinson's nude and battered body had been discovered at the bottom of a playground sliding board, I noticed a faded yellow strip of leftover police tape dangling from a telephone booth. According to a series of articles in the Baltimore Sun, the hard drug trade, along with the inevitable surge of street violence that accompanied it, had made its way to the streets of Edgewood from Baltimore City, located just 20-something miles west on Route 40. Every month now, there was news of shootings and stabbings in Harford Square, and it had gotten so bad in the row homes behind what used to be the giant shopping center that the Harford County Sheriff's Department had recently opened a new substation in a nearby office building. Unlike the majority of my longtime friends, I often found myself wrestling with the reality of the situation, or as they put it, ignoring what was right in front of my face. But deep down inside, I knew the truth. I just didn't want to admit it. Edgewood hadn't merely grown old and tired. It had become mean and rough around the edges. It had grown teeth, and they were sharp. There was no curfew in place, as there had been during the summer of 1988, but folks were afraid to walk around outside after dark. Muggings and beatings were commonplace. Litter was everywhere on the streets. Graffiti marked many of the buildings. There were homeless encampments in the woods bordering Route 40. And this past winter, an elderly couple on Trimble Road had frozen to death in their ramshackle home after their heat had been turned off. It was all so frightening and depressing, and I was glad my parents weren't around to see it. I had tried on more than one occasion to pinpoint when the decline had first begun. Most people blamed the influx of subsidized housing that occurred in the mid to late 1990s. Others insisted that it was due to the government cutting thousands of civilian jobs in 2001 at Edgewood Arsenal and Aberdeen Proving Ground. Yet I couldn't help but wonder if it had all started even earlier. For instance, sometime during the summer or fall of 1988. The last time I'd visited Edgewood, it had been early December, with strings of Christmas lights glowing along the rooftops and snow flurries dancing in the air. I'd found myself parked across the street from the Gallagher's old house on Hawthorne Drive. I'd sat there alone in my car for almost an hour, the heater blowing warm air on my legs, listening to classic rock on the radio, and staring out the snow-streaked windshield, imagining what it had been like for the four of them inside that house. What had they talked about at dinner? What television shows did they watch? What were their favorite board games? Did they ever get in arguments? Did they joke around with each other? Eventually, a minivan had pulled into the driveway, and a woman and a little boy had gotten out. The little boy had been carrying a knapsack with one hand and holding an ice cream cone with the other. He looked cold, but happy. I watched him slip and slide across the driveway and wondered if he knew who had lived in the house before him. I wondered if he knew about the body they'd found in the woods in his backyard, and if the kids at school ever teased or tried to scare him. "You live in the boogeyman's house. What if he breaks out of prison and comes home again? Like Michael Myers?" Before they went inside, his mother looked over her shoulder and held my stare, as if to say, "That's right. We live here now. The past is the past. Time moves on, buddy. So why don't you move on, too, and get right the fuck on out of here?" So that's what I'd done that day, driving away as fast as I could on the snow-slick streets, red-faced and ashamed to my bones, feeling like an imposter. Feeling very much like I did today. What if he breaks out of prison and comes home again? And right there was the hard truth of it. Edgewood was as much Joshua Gallagher's hometown as it was mine. And while Gallagher might have burned the town to the ground, I was the one who had thrown gasoline on the fire. 9. I made one final stop before heading home. I parked across the street from 920 Hanson Road and waited until the traffic passed, and then I rolled down my window and used my cell phone to take a picture. I wasn't exactly sure why I was doing it, but for some reason, it suddenly felt important. I looked down at the image I'd captured on my phone. Since my last visit, a tall white fence had been erected around the side yards and backyards, giving the house a somewhat lopsided appearance and hiding most of the lawn from view. My father would have hated it. He would have also hated the crooked shutter hanging next to my old bedroom window and the weed-choked tree stump in the front yard. A green minivan with 2 flat tires sat in the driveway. As I was parked there, a little boy of maybe 9 or 10 strolled around the corner of Tupelo and headed up the hill on Hanson Road, where my father and I used to watch the summer storms roll in. The boy stopped in front of what was once Bernie and Norma Gentile's house and bent down to tie his shoe. When he was finished, he stood and abruptly took off at a sprint as if someone were chasing him. I turned and searched the street, but no one was there. It wasn't until later, after I'd gotten home and was sitting out back with the dogs, that I realized the kid had most likely been running away from me. A stranger wearing a baseball hat pulled low over his eyes slouched down in a truck across the street. A stranger who was watching him. The boy's parents had probably warned him about men like me. they'd probably told him all about the boogeyman. 10. Later that night, before I went upstairs to bed, I sat out back and made 3 phone calls that couldn't wait any longer. The first was to my oldest sister, Mary. We spoke for 15 minutes, and after reassuring her that we were all okay and the police were handling the situation, she said she loved me and good night. The second call was to my other sister, Nancy. I knew she was busy at work on the West Coast, but I also knew that if I didn't leave a message, I was likely to wake up to 50 more texts the next morning. The last phone call went to my agent, Kristen Nelson. She answered on the first ring. "Hey there, you doing okay?" "Mostly," I answered. "It's been a long couple of days." "Have you thought about grabbing a nice hotel room somewhere? Get away from that circus I saw on the news?" "Not yet, but we might have to if it gets any worse." She cleared her throat. "Listen, not to be insensitive, but I spoke with Ed today. There's never been a better time to nail down a follow-up." "I'm sorry, I can't even think about that right now." "I figured you'd say that, but hear me out and I'll be done. With everything that just happened, I think we're looking at high 6 figures, maybe even 7. You hold all the cards here, Rich." "I don't know." "Talk to Kara about it. See what she thinks." Talking to my wife about a new boogeyman book was the last thing I wanted to do. Besides, there was something I needed to do first. "Before I do anything else," I told her, "I want to talk to Gallagher. Face to face." Excerpt from Edgewood, Looking Back, by Richard Chismar, pages 83 to 84. Spooky Fox Mulder from the X-Files would have loved my buddy Bobby Eyring. When it came to UFOs and extraterrestrials, Bobby was what we called a true believer. He had stacks of books and piles of photocopied research. The Edgewood Library charged a nickel a page to use the massive photocopier in the lobby. In his pig pen of a basement bedroom, as well as a secret file of what he called undeniable photographic proof that the military scientists at Edgewood Arsenal were conducting post-mortem research on alien life forms. We'd all seen the photos, and agreed that they presented some interesting questions. Bobby Eyring was 5'3", weighed maybe 110 pounds soaking wet, wore eyeglasses with thick brown frames and Coke bottle lenses, which were always covered in so much grime that I'm pretty sure he attended all 3 years of middle school legally blind. Once went an entire year without brushing his teeth, not because he'd lost a bet or anything remotely sensible, but simply because he'd grown tired of the process, and was the most fearless backyard tackle football player I'd ever seen. Bobby also had epilepsy. As kids, we didn't know much about epilepsy. What we did know was that our weird friend took a ton of pills every day, and from time to time, he had either episodes or seizures. An episode could be anything from Bobby suddenly going silent mid-sentence and staring off into space for a minute or two, before snapping out of it with a blank look on his face and no memory of what he'd just been talking about, to Bobby zoning out while shuffling the cards during penny poker and flinging them everywhere around the room, which usually led to a rambunctious game of 52-card pickup and the inevitable bloody noses and lips. And then there were the seizures, where Bobby dropped to the ground and started flopping around and drooling. These seemed to come and go in cycles. I'm sure there was a good reason for this, but as a bunch of 12-year-olds, we never asked. All we knew was that the seizures were often scary and always entertaining, and when they came without warning. Over time, we learned how to ensure that our friend didn't swallow his tongue, and the best way to cushion and protect his head. We also learned how to imitate his seizures, something we often did at the grocery store or the school cafeteria. I won't even mention Steve Sines' ill-fated attempt during one Sunday morning church service. I guess the lesson here is that soon enough, we got used to having a friend with a serious medical condition. It became part of Bobby's identity, and we did our best to look out for him and even started calling him Epi. Did I mention that we were 12? Bobby had his own theory regarding his condition. He swore up and down that an alien life form had infected him with some kind of interplanetary virus, and each time he experienced a seizure, he was actually communicating with the little green bastards. He even started a glossary of ET terminology in a spiral notebook. Our suspension of disbelief only stretched so far, but it was hard to argue with someone who had his mind made up like that. As the years passed, Bobby's epilepsy was often at the center of one adventure or another. I once let him drive my moped to 7-Eleven with me on the back. As luck would have it, he zoned out in the middle of Edgewood Road, crossed over 2 lanes of traffic, and smashed directly into a curb at 25 miles per hour. We both went over the handlebars. Another time, in the middle of a game of football, we realized Bobby had gone missing. After calling time out and searching for 10 or 15 minutes, Carlos Vargas spotted him at least 100 feet up in one of the trees that overlooked the backfield of the Myers house. Jimmy and I braved the climb to rescue him and found Bobby holding on to a swaying branch with one hand. His other hand was dangling at his side with an absolute death grip on a half-eaten stick of strawberry Laffy Taffy. With storm clouds gathering on the horizon and the wind swirling, we desperately tried to wrestle the candy out of his hand, but he refused to loosen his grip. Suddenly, we were rocking back and forth, the branches beneath us creaking in the sudden gale. The 3 of us moments away from plunging to our deaths. Bobby finally woke up, looked at Jimmy, looked at me, and as calmly as could be said, "Stop trying to steal my taffy, Chiz." Then he climbed down to safety, without our help. 4. Return of the Boogeyman. You'd think the guy was Elvis fucking Presley. 1. It took only one phone call the next morning to discover that sitting down with Joshua Gallagher was going to be a whole lot easier said than done. It'll be at least a few more days, Lieutenant McClernand told me. He's a busy boy right about now. Busy doing what? Talking to my detectives. Having his belongings searched. And how's that going? It's going, she said. He's a bit agitated, as you can imagine. I'll bet. My guys aren't exactly thrilled either. Gallagher gets more fan mail than Justin Bieber. They have to sit down and read through all of it. You think Gallagher might have communicated with Annie's killer? I think that only happens in Thomas Harris novels, but we have to be sure. Is he actually doing much talking? Some. She paused. Why? You jealous? Why would I be jealous? You know, that whole "he only talks to me and no one else" shtick. I wouldn't blame you if you weren't feeling a little territorial. I'm not feeling anything. I knew he talks to you guys. I'm actually glad he does. She made a tisking sound in her throat. I'd heard it before. Come on, don't try to bullshit me. I'm being serious. As long as it has nothing to do with his past or how he actually feels about anything. He's a regular blabbermouth. And I'm fine with that. I could hear the rumble of the engine as she started her car, and the beep, beep, beep of her seatbelt alert. Speaking of blabbing, she said, I heard he called you a couple nights ago. He wanted to reassure me that he had nothing to do with what had happened. I'm a little surprised you didn't mention it. I would have eventually. It got a little lost with everything else going on. She made that tisking sound again. You think I was hiding it from you? Nah, you would never do that. 2. The Sunday, June 5th, 2022 edition of the Baltimore Sun featured a lengthy article about Annie Riggs's murder. It was written by James Jackson, a veteran newsman who did exemplary work. The headline, which ran in large bold type just below the front page fold, read, Return of the Boogeyman? 3 full-color photographs were positioned side by side, yearbook style, in the center of the page. What appeared to be a standard federal employee ID shot of Annie Riggs, the author photo from my most recent book, and Joshua Gallagher's mugshot. We made an unlikely trio. When I was finished reading the article, I tossed the entire news section into the recycling bin. Kara didn't need to see that. There were heartbreaking quotes from both of Riggs's children, as well as her boyfriend, Michael Buckley. A devastated Buckley revealed that he had recently purchased an engagement ring and was planning to ask Annie to marry him at a family cookout during the 4th of July weekend. Riggs's children had already given him their blessings. If that wasn't bad enough, someone in law enforcement had leaked information regarding the condition of Annie Riggs's body. The opening paragraphs of the article spared few of the graphic details when it came to describing her dismembered corpse. There was even mention of her missing head. McLaren had been livid when we'd spoken about it, and sworn that she was going to find whoever had talked. Frankly, I was surprised that Jackson had chosen to go in that direction, but then I remembered the sun's plummeting circulation figures, and it suddenly made a lot more sense. After all, if it bleeds, it leads. I only hoped that the security footage of the man in the mask would remain under wraps. If the press got a hold of those photos, all hell would break loose. Speaking of security footage, yesterday afternoon I'd asked Kara to show me how to access the system on my laptop. After a grueling 90-minute lesson, during which we both developed splitting headaches from butting heads, figuratively, of course, I admit I'd never been very good at following directions. I could now call up digital surveillance from all 7 cameras and run a global search by date and time code. Over the past 2 days, I'd probably watched 4 or 5 hours of cumulative footage and seen absolutely nothing of value. Still, it was addictive. In fact, I had just settled on the back porch with a bottle of water and my laptop on the table in front of me when Billy called to me from outside. 3. "Everything okay?" I asked, climbing the stairs to the breezeway and opening the back gate. "Can you sign a book real quick?" Billy was standing next to Carl, our UPS driver, who was at least 5 or 6 inches taller than him. There was a package resting on the driveway at their feet. The state trooper on duty that morning was watching us from afar. "Hey, Mr. Chiz," Carl said. "I hate to bother you, but I promised my wife I'd ask." I took the book from his hands. It was a brand-new hardcover of Chasing the Boogeyman. A Barnes & Noble receipt, dated yesterday, was tucked inside. "What's your wife's name?" "Cheryl." He spelled it for me, and I started scribbling. Would you mind making it out to me, too?" "Already done." I finished and handed it back to him. He opened the book on the title page. I could see his lips moving as he read what I'd written. "She's going to be happy as a clam. Thank you so much." "My pleasure, Carl." Billy and I watched him walk away, those long legs of his covering some ground in a hurry. Before he climbed into his truck, he turned and waved at us. He was still smiling. "I didn't know whether you were busy or not," Billy said. He was so excited. "It's fine. Carl's a good guy." I turned to my son. "What do you have going on today?" "Taking the dogs to the MA and PA trail and then getting some writing done." "You?" "Lieutenant McLaren stopping by with some papers for me to sign. They want to put tracers on our cell phones." "Mine too?" I couldn't tell if he looked hopeful or concerned. "Just mine and your mom's, for now." I gestured across the street to the press pool, which had nearly doubled in size in the past 48 hours. There was a sea of cameras with long telephoto lenses pointed in our direction. "Be careful pulling out. If anyone tries to follow you, stop and turn around. If you can't do that, circle the block. The police will put a stop to it." He started to say something, then hesitated. "What?" He shook his head. "Nothing." "Say it." He took a deep breath. "For a second, I thought someone was following me last night on my way home from Ryan's." I could feel my jaw tighten. "Why didn't you say anything?" "Because I wasn't sure." "Tell me exactly what happened." "You know how Ryan lives in the middle of nowhere?" It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. "It's a dead-end road, and there's never any traffic, especially at night. But pretty much as soon as I turned out of his driveway, there was a truck behind me." "What kind of truck?" "No idea. Color? Black? Or maybe dark blue." "Go on." He shrugged. "It was still behind me when I got to 22. I turned right. They turned right." My chest was starting to hurt. "Then what?" "I tried to get a look at the driver at the next stoplight, but I couldn't see in the glare. I think their high beams were on." "Did they follow you all the way to Southampton?" "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" There was an edge to my voice now. Billy was frowning. "I ran into traffic once I passed the college, where the road turns into 2 lanes. I didn't notice it after that." I looked up and saw Lieutenant McLernand's unmarked sedan swing into the driveway. All of a sudden, we heard the frenzied click-click-clicks of the cameras from across the street. "Do me a favor. Before you take the dogs for a walk, tell the lieutenant everything you just told me." 4. "He's probably right that it's nothing," the lieutenant told me later. "But it's good that he's on high alert." We were sitting on lawn chairs in the backyard, nursing half-empty glasses of iced tea. A neat stack of manila file folders rested on a small table between us. I hate that he even has to think about it. Can't do anything about that now. You're caught in the middle of this. I blew out a deep breath. What else is new? The lieutenant took a long drink, emptying her glass, and watched the dogs chase each other around the yard. Ripley was the smallest of the 4, but also the quickest. The others yipped and whined as she sprinted gleeful circles around them. For just a moment, I saw the tension drain from the lieutenant's eyes, and then it was back again. Lieutenant McLernan had done her best to bring me up to speed on the investigation thus far, while also reminding me that she wasn't able, nor willing, to share all the pertinent details. It had always been like that with her. No matter how much sewage we slogged through together, and in the past 3 years we'd wallowed in quite a bit of it, she was always careful to maintain clear-cut boundaries. I admired her for that. Although I'd never admit it out loud, especially to my wife, it was something I wished I'd done a better job with when it came to my relationship with Joshua Gallagher. Too many times, it felt like Gallagher was the one calling the shots instead of me. Too often, as I left our sit-downs or hung up the telephone, I found myself wondering why I'd given so much and received so little in return. I'd crossed the line more times than I could count, and not even the secret shame and guilt I carried with me was enough to put a stop to it. Most days, it felt like I was caught in a whirlpool, and it was just a matter of time before I was sucked under. This is what Lieutenant McLernan told me on that Sunday morning. No prints, hair fibers, or DNA, not belonging to the victim, had been found on the black garbage bag or the length of silver duct tape used to bind it. The killer had used a pointed tool, most likely an ice pick or an awl, to puncture the bottom of the bag a total of 7 times. A trace of canine urine, Leo strikes again, had been discovered on one lower section of the bag. Annie Riggs's 2019 Honda Accord had been located the previous afternoon in a Target parking lot on Middleton Road in Aberdeen. In-store surveillance footage indicated that Annie had never entered the building. Detectives believed that she'd been abducted immediately upon exiting her vehicle. The car was found unlocked. No sign of her keys, wallet, or cell phone. The exterior security camera in that area of the parking lot was not functioning on the night of Annie Riggs's murder. A repair order had been submitted 2 weeks earlier, but no one had shown up to fix it. None of Riggs's neighbors had noticed anything unusual in the days leading up to Annie's disappearance. No strangers lurking about. No door-to-door salesmen or water meter readers. No suspicious cars cruising the street. Her children and boyfriend, Michael Buckley, all maintained that Annie's recent mood had been relaxed and cheerful. She hadn't appeared the least bit anxious or uneasy, and was looking forward to the long 4th of July weekend. Detective Gonzalez was currently interviewing an independent contractor whose company had recently repaved a half-dozen driveways along the stretch of Willoughby Beach Road where Annie Riggs resided. The man had a felony record for sexual assault and had served time in prison on 2 different occasions. "We're taking a good look at him, but don't get your hopes up," McLernan said. "He's been clean for over a decade and appears to have an alibi for the night of June 2nd. We'll see." The police were conducting background checks on employees from a number of home improvement companies that had recently done work within a half-mile radius of our home. They were also looking at both of our mailmen, Carl the UPS man, all our Amazon delivery drivers, and various seeing distance neighbors. When I asked which neighbors they were talking to, McLernan shook her head and declined to name them. So far, detectives had discovered little of interest in Joshua Gallagher's personal correspondence, but they were barely a third of the way finished. Cybertechs were sifting through various boogeyman websites and message boards, but were running into the same problem. "There's just so damn many of them," McLernan told me. You'd think the guy was Elvis fucking Presley. No dangerous contraband or weapons were found in Gallagher's cell, but the lieutenant emphasized that they could have been removed prior to the search. The techs were also taking a good look at Annie Riggs's social media accounts, as well as both her work and personal emails. They'd examined more than 90 days of security footage from Riggs's office building and spotted nothing suspicious. Follow-up interviews with family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers had failed to turn up anything of note. In the past 48 hours, police had received more than 30 anonymous phone calls related to Annie Riggs's murder, many of them naming potential suspects. Each and every person on the list was being looked at with various degrees of attention. Police were also keeping an eye on the makeshift memorial that had sprung up next to the fire hydrant and had received permission from the Stevensons across the street to install a surveillance camera on their property. Since its initial appearance, sometime yesterday morning, the memorial had grown considerably. The initial forensic report had come back on Annie Riggs's body. A standard bone saw had been used to sever the various limbs, with the exception of Riggs's hands, both of which appeared to have been chopped off with a handheld axe or hatchet. All the cutting wounds had been caused post-mortem, and there was no evidence that a bone dust vacuum had been used. Annie Riggs had not been sexually assaulted before or after her death. Additional tests were pending. 5. Too bad the fence was in the way, Kara said, as we loaded the dishwasher after dinner. It would have been funny if it ended up on the news. Not really. I can see the headlines now. Best-selling author drives riding mower into pond, almost drowns. That's not what happened. Then what happened? She was trying hard not to smile. I told you. The ground gave out beneath me. It's called erosion. Are you sure it's not called Born to Run, came on your headphones and you lost control? That happened one time, and I regret ever telling you. And what about Purple Rain? She was grinning now. Okay, fine. Twice. Giggling, she dried her hands on a towel. It feels good to laugh. Always happy to amuse you. Wrinkling her nose, she said, You smell like pond mud. Want to take a swim? Sure. She gazed out the kitchen window. We have a pond. That's right, I said, giving her a look. It was there when we moved in. And an orchard. Her eyes sparkled like emeralds in the beams of sunlight slanting through the window. Sometimes, with all the tension in our life, I forgot how beautiful she was. And a creek, I said, and a whole mess of trees. She looked at me then, and in those shimmering green eyes, I saw a sharp-edged glint of anger. Why do we need anything else? Who said we did? I could feel the eggshells I was walking on crumbling beneath my bare feet. Me, you, Billy, Noah. She glanced down at the dogs sprawled on the kitchen floor. The pups. This house. We're so blessed. And yet... I'd heard this speech before, many times. I don't know what you want me to say. A moment of agonizing silence, then... I want you to wake up. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Before it's too late. 6. Standing in front of the kitchen window, I listened to her climb the stairs to our bedroom in search of a bathing suit. It was the smallest of victories that she still wanted to go swimming, but I was grateful for it. She had every reason to be pissed at me. As usual, she was right about everything. I grabbed my cell phone from the island and headed outside. No missed calls, no texts, no emails. It was a miracle. The phone suddenly vibrated in my hand. Startled, I nearly dropped it. I spoke too soon. It was a local number, with no name listed. I'm not sure why I decided to answer. Hello? Dead air. Hello? A rustling sound. Is anyone there? Someone breathing. Who is this? The breathing grew louder. I'm gonna hang... A loud click. I stood there for a moment and stared at the screen. thinking about the series of creepy hang-ups we'd received at my parents' house that long-ago summer. And then I shoved the phone into my pocket. Joshua Gallagher had later admitted that he was responsible for the calls. He'd been trying to scare us. And it had worked. Walking to the swimming pool, I gazed around the backyard. The deepening pockets of shadow beneath the magnolia trees suddenly appeared ominous and threatening. For just a moment, I was certain that someone was watching me. 7. Kara and Cujo were having a snoring contest, and I was stuck right smack dab in the middle of it. It was like being tortured in stereo. I shifted onto my left side, facing the dog that was stretched out on her back along the edge of the bed. I always worried that she would roll off in the middle of the night and tumble to the floor, but in almost 7 years that had yet to happen. Without really meaning it, I thought, tonight would be an ideal time to break that streak. Cujo tipped the scales at 12 pounds and had a nose the size of a breath mint, so I figured she had to be the lesser of the two snorers with whom I was currently sharing a bed. After several interminable minutes, I decided it was too close to call, and gave up trying to fall asleep. I unplugged my cell phone from the charger on the end table. After checking my Twitter account to see if there were any comments I needed to delete, there was only one, from an anonymous poster, claiming that Joshua Gallagher and I were lovers. I clicked over to the doorbell camera app. I tapped the arrow and watched as the front porch and lawn appeared on my phone screen. I zoomed in for a better look. The man in the mask was standing at the edge of the driveway. Gasping, I sat up and kicked the blanket off my feet. I nudged Kara to wake her, but she just mumbled and went on snoring. The man in the mask strode across the driveway and up the stone stairs onto the porch. I jumped to my feet and searched the room for a weapon. Kara! She didn't even stir. It had been a long, stressful day, and she was out. As the man in the mask approached the door, he bent down and examined the camera, tilting his head, first one way and then the other, as if fascinated by what he was seeing. He reached for the doorknob. I sprinted out of the bedroom and started down the stairs, fumbling with my phone to call 911. Over the booming drumbeat of my heart, I could hear the doorknob rattling. The operator answered right away. 911, what's your emergency? Switching back so I could watch the video, I whispered, 701 Southampton Road, hurry, someone's trying to break in, and hung up. The man backed up a couple of steps. He's gonna kick it in, I thought, rushing into the foyer. I could see his shadow through the decorative panes of glass bordering the door. He looked impossibly tall. Instead, the man slowly reached up and removed his mask. It was Joshua Gallagher. He smiled, and it was ghastly. 8. In the dark of our bedroom, bathed in a sheen of sour sweat and clutching a pillow to my chest, I woke up screaming. Kara wrestled me into her arms and cradled me against her chest while I caught my breath. A few minutes later, she handed me a bottle of water from the nightstand and went into the laundry room to find me a change of pajamas. She knew the routine all too well. Excerpt from in-person interview with Joshua Gallagher, age 55, inmate number AC4311920, at Cumberland Penitentiary. Recorded on August 16, 2020. Chismar. I'd like to talk about Louise Rutherford, Colette Bowden, and Aaron Brown. Gallagher. Okay. What about them? Chismar. Many of the details of their murders are identical to the 4 girls from Edgewood. These 3 were sexually assaulted. Cause of death in each case was strangulation. Their ears were taken. Gallagher. We've already discussed this. They were all young and attractive with long hair. You're very persistent today, Richard. Hear me out. There were significant differences. No calling cards were left behind for the police for those 3. You disposed of the bodies in isolated rural areas instead of posing them for discovery. Why? Why the change in M.O.? Gallagher sighs. I just didn't want anyone to find them. Why not? I didn't want to get caught. Joshua. I'm going to level with you here. An awful lot of people think you're playing games with me and the police. I hate to say it, but this is one of those days when I find it difficult to argue with them." "I see. So, you think I'm playing games with you?" "I don't know." He pauses. "Many mass murderers exhibit signs of gamesmanship. It feeds their egos. Ted Bundy used to— I am not Ted Bundy, and I am not many mass murderers. You know that all too well. I'm unlike anyone you or the authorities have ever dealt with before. Don't flatter yourself. FBI profilers have spoken with some pretty bad people. There was a guy down south, Samuel Little. He confessed to killing almost 100 people between 1970 and 2005. Gallagher shakes his head. "I am not like the others. Do not compare me to them." "Okay. How so?" "No one like me has ever been taken into custody." Maybe I'm not explaining myself properly. You're very unique, I'll give you that, but there are others like me. A handful. But they haven't been caught yet. Maybe they never will be. Who else is out there? No response. Josh? Who else is out there? No response. 5. Buried secrets. Can you imagine what these would do to human fingers? 1. Lagging not far behind that old writing chestnut. Where do you get your ideas? Was the second most commonly asked question I heard from readers, many of them well-meaning and genuinely curious. What originally sparked your fascination with the dark side? And then, of course, there was that other group of literary-minded folks, not quite as well-meaning, who often used a more direct, less politic approach. Why do you waste your time writing thrillers and horror and true crime when you could be writing something much more pleasant and respectable? Whenever I was presented with either of these probing questions, I usually just smiled and shrugged my shoulders and said something like this. Well, it all started when I was young, with Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein and The Mummy, the Twilight Zone TV series, and the creature feature monster movies that used to air every Saturday afternoon. From there, I moved on to Alfred Hitchcock Presents The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, Ray Bradbury and Richard Matheson short stories, and finally, the novels of Stephen King. By that time, I was probably 13 or 14 years old, and the hooks were set pretty deep. Destiny was in motion. That, dear reader, was my standard response, and every word of it was true. But there was also something else. Something so unsettling and disturbing that it had haunted my dreams ever since. I'd never told this story to anyone. Until now. This is what happened. 2. I spent most of the summer after graduating from Edgewood High School. This was 1983. Return of the Jedi was crushing the box office, and Every Breath You Take by the Police was dominating the airwaves, working as a laborer at the nearby Aberdeen Proving Ground. Mostly, I cut grass and worked a gas-powered weed eater from 8 to 4, with a 30-minute break for lunch in between. Occasionally, I was pulled off the long crew to help out with a variety of other jobs. Sometimes it was lugging wheelbarrows full of wet cement or helping to lay asphalt. Other times, it was pulling up railroad ties or repairing broken playground equipment. I wasn't very handy with a tool, but I was a hard worker and didn't mind getting dirty. So the full-timers were just fine having me around. Shortly after the 4th of July weekend, I was loaned out to a veteran 3-man crew who'd been tasked with clearing a patch of overgrown trees and brush behind the waterfront houses on Officers' Row. There had been a recent change in command on the base, and the new general had put in an immediate request, translation, a direct order, for an improved backyard view of the Gunpowder River. I knew 2 of the men, Frankie and Marcus, both in their late 40s and friendly enough. A month earlier, I'd helped them install a new swing set next to the softball field, but the third guy was a stranger. He didn't have much to say that first morning, but after we ate lunch together, and he and I partnered up against Frankie and Marcus in a quick game of Uno, a game we won to his clear delight, The new guy pretty much wouldn't shut up the rest of the afternoon. He told me his name was Henry, but everyone called him Hank. He'd spent the previous 2 years working at Edgewood Arsenal before being transferred to Aberdeen in early April. He was still getting used to his new surroundings. Hank was a big man, at least 6'3" and 200-plus pounds. His face looked like a shovel, flat and broad. His nose had been broken before, maybe more than once, and the back of his thick neck was sunburned a deep scarlet. He didn't give his age, but I put him at around 30, perhaps a little older. By the second day on the job, we had split up into two-man teams, which was just fine with me. Frankie and Marcus were good guys, but they squabbled like an old married couple. Headache-inducing. While those two tackled the heavy stuff with an army of government-issued chainsaws, which usually meant they didn't work worth a damn, Hank and I used machetes and branch cutters to clear the thicket of chest-high brush that covered the steep hillside rising from the water's edge. It was grueling work. It felt like we spent as much time trying to keep our footing as we did clearing ground. But we made a good team. I had no complaints. At first. It was mid-afternoon, a full week into the job, and hot as hell, when I noticed Hank staring at me. I had paused to use my shirt sleeve to wipe sweat off my face, and saw him standing there, maybe 15 or 20 feet away, eyes locked on me, a machete dangling loosely from his hand. He seemed almost in a daze. After a moment, finally realizing that he'd been caught, he flashed me a lopsided grin and returned to work. I didn't think much of it at the time, just mopped my brow and went back to chopping. Until the next morning, when it happened again. And again. By the third or fourth time, it was not only starting to make me uncomfortable, it was pissing me off. What's his deal, anyway? It's not like I have snot running out of my nose or my ass crack is showing. I thought about saying something to him at lunch, but decided not to. Why rock the boat, I figured. 2 more days and I'll be back to cutting grass with the rest of the part-timers. He's probably just gassed and catching his breath. Why make him feel bad? Hell, he might even have epilepsy or something like my old friend Bob Eyring. Maybe he was having some sort of an episode. I hadn't even considered that, and just the thought of it made me feel guilty. The rest of the afternoon, I kept my head down and resisted the urge to check if Hank was watching me. Several times, I felt his eyes pressing into the center of my back, but I could have just as easily been imagining it. That was my hope, anyway. Later, after we'd finished working for the day, and I was busy loading the truck, I found Hank sitting in the passenger seat with the door open, cleaning a pair of pruning shears with an old rag. He was really going at it and doing a job on them. It reminded me of the way my mom used to polish her good silverware right before Thanksgiving and Christmas. When he was finally satisfied, he looked up at me with that dreamy expression of his and said, "Can you imagine what these would do to human fingers?" I stared at him, waiting for the punchline, or at least one of those lopsided grins to show that he was messing with me. But it never came. Instead, as if ensnared in a spell, he went back to polishing those shears like it was the most important thing in the world. A minute later, Frankie hopped in the driver's seat, and Marcus climbed in back with me, and we headed downtown to the old red barn that served as our home base. 3. It was about a 20-minute drive from Aberdeen Proving Ground to my house on Hanson Road, and thoughts of Hank were swirling around in my head the entire time. He was a weird dude, that was for sure. Can you imagine what these would do to human fingers? What the hell kind of question was that? And what kind of fingers are there besides human ones? I'd mostly convinced myself that Hank had been yanking my chain and fishing for a reaction for whatever reason. But between the question itself, the odd expression on his face when he'd asked it, and the whole staring business, the guy was starting to give me a first-class case of the creeps. At the same time, I reminded myself that I would only be working with him for a couple more days. What the hell? And that made me feel a little better. As I made my way home among the steady flow of Route 40 traffic, I tried to recall the previous conversations we'd shared. Nothing really stood out. He followed the Atlanta Braves and liked to talk baseball. He was a fan of popular detective shows on television, Magnum P.I. and Hill Street Blues were his favorites. He read comic books and had taken to calling me Richie Rich after the popular 1950s character. He loved beef jerky and knew an awful lot about it. Certainly nothing horrifying about that, unless it was secretly of the Motel Hell variety. His best friend back in Georgia was a man named Brennan. They used to fish and play horseshoes together on the weekends, and they'd once spent almost 2 years rebuilding a vintage convertible Mustang in Brennan's garage. Hank lived in an apartment in Havre de Grace and had a pet snake named Ginger. He was thinking about buying an aquarium for tropical fish. Every other Thursday night, he played bingo with the old ladies at the fire hall. A couple of months back, he'd won a $250 coverall. Hank also liked to go to the movies, but only if he could get there early enough to sit in the back row. He always ordered a large root beer and a small buttered popcorn from the snack bar, but he snuck in his own candy because it was cheaper that way. And that was about it. Nothing at all really out of the ordinary. Maybe even a little boring. But then again, I wasn't one to talk. I wasn't exactly Indiana Jones myself. 4. The next day was a Thursday, and it was pouring rain, so there wasn't a lot of talking on the job. Overnight, the hillside had turned into a quagmire of mud and tangled tree roots. It was like trying to work on a tilted ice rink. I lost count of how many times the four of us slipped and fell. It was only by God's grace that no one had slid all the way down the hill into the gunpowder and been swept away by the fast-moving current. By the time lunch rolled around, the four of us were covered in mud from head to toe and had run out of cuss words to spew. I had to admit that the crummy conditions did have an upside. Trying to keep my footing had taken all of my focus and concentration, and as a result, I hadn't thought about Hank and his omnipresent weird-ass question a single time all morning, nor had I felt him staring at me. A few minutes before our break was over, an olive-green four-door pickup truck, identical to the one the four of us were sitting in, runnels of mud slopping onto the seats and floorboards, with the exception of the government ID number printed on the side panel, pulled up alongside us. The driver's window slid down. Frankie cursed and rolled his own window down. A muffled conversation took place, in which I heard my name mentioned more than once. I immediately got nervous, although I had no reason to. A minute later, the windows went back up, but the other truck didn't pull away. "Grab your stuff, Richie Rich," Frankie said, wiping the rain and the smirk off his face. He knew damn well how much I hated my new nickname. "You're going behind the fence to help clear out a warehouse." Better you than me, kid," Marcus said around a mouthful of ham sandwich. "What's that mean?" I asked. "It's got to be better than this." Marcus shrugged. "It depends on what's inside that warehouse." I slung my knapsack over my shoulder. "See you, fellas. Try not to go swimming without me." Before anyone could answer, I got out and slammed the door. After jogging through ankle-deep mud to the waiting truck, I climbed into the passenger seat and immediately apologized for making a mess with my dirty boots and wet clothes. The driver, a tall man I'd never seen before and sporting an impressively thick beard, shrugged and said, "What can you do? Ain't your fault it's raining." We pulled away, gears grinding. I gave the guys in the other truck a wave. Frankie and Marcus, already back to arguing about God knows what, never even glanced in my direction. Behind them, in the back seat, Hank's face was pressed up against the window, his eyes following us as we drove away. Rivulets of rainwater trickled down the glass, making it appear as though he were crying. 5. As it turned out, the warehouse was stuffed with cardboard cartons full of 1960s-era paperwork headed for the shredder. There were thousands of them stacked on the concrete floor. Not a single pallet in sight. Doing it by hand was at least a 2-week job. On the drive home that afternoon, my back and shoulders already aching, my thoughts once again turned to Hank, and I decided that I'd probably never see him again after today. And that was okay with me. But I was wrong. 6. I spent Sunday afternoon playing golf with friends. None of us scored very well, but the sun was shining, the beer was cold, and the Orioles extended their winning streak to 5 games in a row. We listened in between shots on Jeff Pruitt's portable radio. We also laughed a lot, and for at least a few hours. It felt like summer might last forever, and none of us were going away to college in a little over a month. On the way home, I stopped off at Santoni's to pick up a bottle of salad dressing and a loaf of French bread for dinner. My mom was making one of my favorites, chicken cacciatore, and my mouth was already watering. As I crossed the parking lot on the way back to my car, I noticed a man sitting on a bench in front of the library across the street. Even at a distance, I thought it was odd that he was wearing long pants and what appeared to be a letterman's jacket when it was almost 90 degrees outside. And then I realized that the man looked somehow familiar. I got in the car and put on my sunglasses to take a better look. But even without the sun's harsh glare, I couldn't make out the details of his face. Still, there was something about him. I turned the key, and the kinks blared from my cheap PX speakers. The dashboard began to vibrate. I cranked up the volume even louder and swung a right onto Hanson Road, using my thumbs to play a drum solo on the steering wheel. As I cruised past the library, I remembered to glance over at the entrance. The bench was empty. I was almost to the traffic light when I suddenly realized who the man in the letterman's jacket had looked like. Hank. 7. It was almost 1 a.m. on Tuesday morning, and other than the muffled rhythmic heartbeat of my father's snoring in the next room, the house was dead silent. The only light in my bedroom was the alien green glow of the computer screen. Outside my second-story window, the drooping branches of our ancient weeping willow tree swayed in the whisper of a night breeze, casting a spiderweb of dancing shadows across the yard. I found that if I stared at those shadows long enough, they made me sleepy. I was writing a ghost story about a young girl who had died in a horrible accident on the railroad tracks that ran behind her house. A new family had recently moved into the home, and the little boy who had taken over the young girl's bedroom was just beginning to realize that things weren't as they seemed. Sometimes, alone in his room, he caught flickers of movement from the corner of his eye. Other times, he discovered his glasses, or the book he was reading, or his baseball glove in different places than where he'd left them. And the antique pocket watch his grandfather had given him for his 9th birthday was missing. In the section I was working on tonight, the boy, his name was Quentin, was sprawled out on his bed doing his math homework when his father called him downstairs for dinner. A short time later, when he was finished eating, he returned to his room to find that someone, or something, had scribbled the words, "Help me," across the top of his worksheet. The pencil he'd been using had been broken in half. It wasn't exactly Hemingway, but I'd managed to give myself a serious case of the heebie-jeebies. That was usually a good sign that the story was working. Ready to call it a night, I clicked on save and glanced out the window just in time to see someone duck down behind the azalea bush in the side yard. A single streetlight stood at the corner of Hanson and Tupelo, and its reverse cone of illumination extended right to the edge of the bushes. I knew what I had seen. I hadn't imagined it. A man dressed in dark clothing had been standing on the sidewalk watching me in the window, and as soon as I'd looked up, he'd darted away. I stared at the bush, willing the man to reveal himself. My heart thudded in my chest. A minute passed, then 2. I turned off my computer, cloaking the bedroom in darkness. 3 minutes. I tapped on the window with the tips of my fingers, not too loud. I didn't want to wake my parents. 4 minutes now, then 5. The dark pressed against the glass. 6 minutes. I opened my eyes and realized with a jolt that I'd fallen asleep. But for how long? I glanced at the digital arm clock by my bed. 12 minutes had passed since I'd first spotted the man lurking in the bushes. I leaned closer to the window. For all I knew, he was long. The man made a break for it, head down, sprinting away from the house and across Hanson Road. In a matter of seconds, he was gone, swallowed by darkness. But I had seen enough. Even from the back, I'd recognized him. I'd watched that same man running across a parking lot in the pouring rain to a work truck waiting to take us to lunch. It was Hank Matheny. What the hell is going on here? 8. 2 weeks later, on the final weekend of July, Kara and I went to a Saturday afternoon Orioles game at Memorial Stadium. The Texas Rangers were in town for a 4-game series, and both teams were right smack dab in the middle of the playoff hunt. It was also Eddie Murray bobblehead day, and a raucous sold-out crowd filled the ballpark. Kara and I had upper-deck seats down the third base line. Not many foul balls came our way during the game, but the hot dogs were plump and delicious, and the Budweiser man never once asked for my ID. The first time that had ever happened, I realized with a mix of joy and sorrow. By the 7th-inning stretch, the O's were in the lead. I was pleasantly buzzed, and the prettiest girl in the world was sitting next to me. What a day. And then I saw him. I was using the binoculars Kara had borrowed from her father's boat to scan the crowd behind the Orioles' dugout. Growing up, my family had strictly belonged to the upper deck and bleachers fan base, and I was curious to see what kind of folks ponied up the big money to sit so close to the field. After checking out row after row of spectators, I was convinced that they didn't look a whole lot different from the fans I was used to sitting with. Maybe a few more collared shirts and dresses, but otherwise pretty much the same. I was about to switch over to the visiting team's dugout when I noticed a man sitting in an aisle seat looking back in my direction with his own pair of binoculars. Sunlight glinted off the lenses. I wonder if he sees me, I thought, smiling. I gave him a wave just in case. The man lowered his binoculars, and even with the wide-brimmed straw hat he was wearing casting most of his face in shadow, I recognized Hank right away. Despite the warmth of the sunshine, I felt an icy chill track its way across the back of my neck. "It can't be," I said, not realizing I'd spoken the words out loud. "What can't be?" Kara said. Fingering the focus knob to see if I could get a better look, I said, "Do you remember that guy I told you about at work?" Half a stadium away, Hank lifted his binoculars and stared back at me. "Which one? You've told me about a lot of different guys." "The weird one. Hank." "Oh, yeah, I remember." I hadn't told her about that night outside my house. I hadn't told anyone. Well, he's sitting down there behind the Orioles' dugout. And unless I'm drunker than I thought, he's looking right back at us. "What? Let me see," she said, reaching for the field glasses. I handed them to her and pointed. "Left side of the dugout, 4 rows up, right on the aisle. Look for the straw hat." She stared through the lenses. "I don't... Wait. No, that's a little kid. Count the rows." I did. 4th row aisle is empty. "Can't be. Let me have those back." She gave me the binoculars. I lifted them to my eyes, got my bearings. She was right. The seat was empty. Hank was gone. 9. The last 3 weeks of work flew by, with no more Hank sightings on or off the base, and before I knew it, August was almost over, and I was prepared to leave for college. My emotions were all over the place. Lifelong friends were heading off in a dozen different directions, some of them traveling hundreds of miles away to their new homes. I realized that it was only temporary, and I would see most of them over the Thanksgiving and Christmas breaks, and then again the following summer. But right at that moment, it didn't feel that way. It felt like I was losing them forever. Fall lacrosse practice started in 10 days, and I had no clue what to expect from my new teammates and coaches. And while Kara would soon be returning to the familiar confines of Edgewood High School, for the first time in my life, I would be venturing out on my own. I hadn't even left yet, and I already missed her. Everyone from my sisters to the guidance counselors at school had warned me ahead of time that this transition was going to be both scary and exciting, but I wasn't even a little bit embarrassed to admit that I was mostly just terrified. Anything resembling excitement had yet to make an appearance. I'd spent that Thursday evening by myself, shopping for jeans and a couple of new dress shirts, the final items on my college list, at White Marsh Mall. Kara had been helping her mother with some kind of real estate event, and the handful of friends who hadn't already left town had been busy with their own families. My mom had offered to go along with me, but I'd politely declined. My head was a mess, and she didn't need to see that. She worried enough about me. After shopping, I ate 2 slices of pizza in my car and listened to the ball game on the radio. When I pulled away from the mall parking lot, the street lights were just coming on, and I could see flashes of heat lightning in the distance. I was halfway home when the car suddenly gave a violent shudder, and then the engine sputtered and coughed and decided to quit working. Lovely timing as usual. I immediately slipped it out of gear, drifted onto the shoulder of Route 7, and turned on my hazard signals. My 1976 hand-me-down Toyota Corolla was a temperamental old girl, and so I was used to the routine. After letting the car rest for a few minutes, I had no idea if I was supposed to do that or not. All I knew was that it had worked once or twice in the past. I tried to start it again. Nothing. The engine wouldn't even turn over. God damn it. Which meant only one thing. I was walking. With a heavy sigh, I double-checked that the car was in park, got out, and locked it. The Dewdrop Inn was a mile or so down the road. They would have a payphone I could use to call my father. Under the circumstances, he would be happy to hear from me. But what else could I do? The car had been working just fine earlier in the evening. It was almost 8:30 when I started off, and there was hardly any traffic. Crickets whirred in the tall grass that bordered both sides of the road. Fireflies blinked to life in the encroaching darkness. Some kind of animal stirred in the woods across the street, and then went still again. An old panel truck roared past, buffeting the tree branches and almost blowing the hat off my head before disappearing around the bend, its taillights winking a long goodbye. An angry dog barked somewhere far away. A moment later, a lonely train whistle answered its cry. And then, the world around me suddenly went to sleep. Whatever birds were still flying around stopped singing. The fireflies went dark. Even the crickets ceased their nightly chorus. Nothing moved, not even the hint of a breeze. The author of the book I was currently reading, a not very good British horror novel about a haunted manor, had used a descriptive phrase that I'd never heard before. I liked it quite a bit, and it came to mind now as I was walking along in a cocoon of such utter silence. Graveyard quiet. The road and surrounding countryside had gone just that. It was at once peaceful and unnerving. Then, as if on cue, a car crested the hill behind me, its bass-heavy stereo piercing the night's stillness. I peered over my shoulder and saw with a shiver of unease that its headlights were off, and it was moving fast, weaving all over the road. I inched further onto the shoulder, and while walking backward, started waving my arms above my head. "Slow down," I said, my voice not even loud enough for my own ears to register above the deafening music. I began jumping up and down, trying to get their attention. And it must have worked, because the driver immediately began pumping his brakes, and the car swerved onto the shoulder no more than 30 or so yards from where I was standing. I could hear the deep, throaty rumble of the car's engine as I jogged toward it. "Hey, thanks for stopping," I shouted. "I'm good. I don't need a ride." A bottle suddenly came hurtling out of the darkness and shattered on the road at my feet, beer spraying everywhere. Drunken laughter erupted from inside the car, a black Trans Am with orange flames painted on the doors, and then the driver laid on the gas, peeling rubber and spraying me with pellets of gravel. I crossed my arms over my face to shield my eyes, and by the time I lowered them again, the car was gone. "Asshole," I muttered, and resumed walking. The sooner I got off this road, the better. I brushed the dust off my t-shirt and spit tiny pieces of grit out of my mouth. It felt like a swarm of angry hornets had stung my entire body. My shoes and the bottoms of my jeans were soaked in beer. My mother was going to absolutely love that. Just as I made it to the bottom of the hill, my feet squishing with every step I took, I heard another vehicle slowing down behind me. I didn't even bother to turn around and look this time. And when the car crept slowly past, washing me in the glare of its headlights before pulling off onto the shoulder, I didn't even bother to quicken my pace. I'd had enough foolishness for one night. The passenger window slid down. "Here we go again," I thought. And then I noticed a piece of rebar, maybe 14 inches long, lying on the asphalt at my feet. I instinctively bent over, picked it up, and pressed it against my leg. Just in case. I called out to the driver. "Thanks, buddy, but I'm good." The car waited on the shoulder, engine idling. As I drew closer, I saw that it was a late-model Monte Carlo with a "Maryland is for lovers" sticker on the back bumper. Barry Manilow's syrupy smooth voice escaped from the dark interior. I approached the open window. "I appreciate you stopping, but Hey, Richie Rich, hop on in." The driver leaned across the seat and smiled at me. It was Hank. Stunned, I took an involuntary step backward. "Hey, Hank, what are you doing here?" Hank leaned over a little further and pushed open the passenger side door. He was wearing a red and white Letterman's jacket. "Get in, before someone comes along and runs you over." My mouth had suddenly gone bone dry. I said the first thing that popped into my head. "My father, he's waiting for me at the dewdrop up ahead." "Then I'll give you a ride there," he said. "Come on, get in." I didn't move. "What's the matter? You coming or what?" I could hear the impatience rising in his voice. Glancing into the back seat, I half expected to see a pair of shiny gardening shears, or perhaps even a gleaming machete. But the seat was empty. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "I thought you'd be happy to see a friendly face, especially under the circumstances." Something else had changed in his voice, and I didn't like it. Bending down for a better look, I wasn't at all surprised to see that he was no longer smiling. His eyes were different, too, glazed and far away. I'd seen that expression before. No, nothing's wrong. I just need to get on my way. Like I said, my father's waiting." "Well, if you're going to be rude, the least you can do is shut the door for me." He sounded like a petulant child. Without thinking, I stepped closer and reached for the door, and then I froze in my tracks. "I thought you'd be happy to see a friendly face, especially under the circumstances." How did he know what the circumstances were? Unless... That's when I saw there were no handles on the inside passenger door, and realized I was in big trouble. It all came to me in a rush. Hank followed me and tampered with my car in the mall parking lot. Then he waited until I was alone on the side of the road. And now, once I get close enough to shut the door, his hand's going to snake out of the darkness, grab my arm, and yank me inside the car. What comes after that, I don't even want to think about. Come on, I don't have all night. Why does his voice suddenly sound so close? I shook away the dark images that had formed in my mind and, to my absolute horror, saw that Hank had somehow managed to slide all the way across the Monte Carlo's bench seat and was already halfway out of the car. He was smiling again, but there was nothing sane left on his face. I backed up, almost tripping over my own feet. He grunted like an animal and lunged for me. I scrambled around the rear of the car, the whisper of his fingertips brushing against the sleeve of my T-shirt, and blindly swung the piece of rebar. It connected with the side of his head with a meaty thunk. Shocked, I dropped it to the ground and sprinted away as fast as I could down the center of the road. Behind me, I heard an inhuman howl of rage. I never once looked back to see if he was following me. 10. I didn't call my father that night. I didn't call the police either. Instead, I told Jimmy Cavanaugh that I'd had too much to drink and asked him to pick me up at the Dewdrop Inn parking lot. All of us carried fake IDs back then, and thanks to the assholes in the black Trans Am, I smelled like a brewery. So it was an easy story to believe. I spent the night on a leaky air mattress on the floor of Jimmy's bedroom, one final sleepover for old time's sake. My parents were happy to see me spending time with friends before I left, and were none the wiser about the car. The next morning, I asked Jimmy to take me back to the Dewdrop. I offered him gas money for the hassle, but he refused. He was a good friend. I was going to miss him something awful. I didn't say much on the drive over. My head was still spinning. I wanted to tell Jimmy what had happened. I wanted to do something about it. But I was all locked up inside, I was 17 years old and about to head off on my own for the first time in my life, but I felt like a frightened little boy. There were only 3 cars in the parking lot when we got there, but Jimmy never said a word about my Toyota not being one of them. He'd never been the kind of guy to notice things like that. Instead, he was probably thinking about the game of Zork he was going to play on his computer when he got home, or reciting the lyrics to an AC/DC song in his head. Once he was gone, I pulled out a slip of paper from my pants pocket and called the number I'd written on it earlier that morning in the Kavanaugh's kitchen after consulting their copy of the Yellow Pages. The guy who answered the phone sounded like he was talking with a wadded-up ball of sandpaper stuffed in his mouth. He mumbled a price, which I agreed to right away, and we were in business. I hung up the payphone and started walking. When I reached the bottom of the hill, I stopped and looked around in the bright light of day for signs of proof that the incident with Hank had actually happened as I'd remembered it. The entire previous night felt like some kind of bizarre fever dream, and there was a small part of me that was still hoping that was exactly what it had been. Either that, or I'd somehow imagined the whole thing. When I was 7 or 8 years old, I'd convinced myself that a witch lived in the miniature wardrobe in the darkest corner of my bedroom. Every night, after my parents went to sleep and the lights were turned off, she came out to torment me. She had awful green skin with warts all over her face and bony claw-like fingers with black fingernails. Her hair was long and gray and greasy, and there were bugs squirming around in it. Her lips were blood red. Every night, I'd hide under the covers, too scared to open my eyes, until it felt like my bladder was going to burst, and then I'd spring out of bed, eyes still squeezed shut, and I'd point at the witch with a trembling finger and order her back to the haunted wardrobe where she belonged. Then I'd run as fast as I could to the bathroom down the hall before I peed in my pajamas. This went on for an entire summer, before I finally confided in my father one desperate morning. That night, he slept with me in my bedroom, and for the first time in months, the witch failed to make an appearance. The next night, I slept alone, but with the door open, and once again, the witch was a no-show. Another week passed, and I started sleeping with the door closed. I never saw her again after that. The imagination is a mighty powerful creature. I surveyed the shoulder at the bottom of the hill, but I didn't find much. There were a couple of scuff marks in the gravel that could have been made by any number of things, including someone's shoes, and the hint of a skid mark running back onto the road. I looked everywhere, but the piece of rebar was gone. Not far from the white line, I noticed several dark stains, none of them larger than a quarter. That could have been blood, or oil, or who knew what. I bent down and rubbed at one of the spots with my fingertips. They came away smudged black and greasy like I'd just been fingerprinted. Nothing like blood. Maybe it really was a nightmare, I thought, and started walking again. But a few minutes later, halfway up the hill, I came upon the remains of a broken beer bottle. And I knew better. I kicked the shards of glass into the weeds and kept on going. It was almost 11 when I arrived at the car. Remembering Hank's howl of rage I'd heard behind me as I'd fled, I half expected to find my old Toyota in shambles. Tires slashed, windows shattered, upholstery sliced and diced. But other than a layer of road dust on the hood and roof, it looked exactly as I'd left it. The mechanic pulled up a short time later in a tow truck. He introduced himself as Lou and asked if I had the keys. Once I handed them over, he took a toothpick from the pocket of his shirt, clamped it between his front teeth, and got to work. The guy didn't look much older than me, but he damn well knew his stuff. After a remarkably short time under the hood, he looked up and said, "Couple of loose wires is all." It started on the first try. He grinned around his toothpick and only charged me half the quoted price. I thanked him and drove home. 3 days later, I left for college. And that was that. 11. I don't know why I didn't call the police that night. I've had almost 40 years to think about it, and I still don't have an answer. At least not a good one. For those first 8 months, right up until the day I stumbled upon the article in the newspaper. I'd convinced myself that what I was most guilty of was overreacting. After all, I had been kind of rude. Hank had every right to be annoyed. Maybe he hadn't actually attacked me at all. Maybe he'd just gotten out of the car to give me a piece of his mind, and I'd imagined the rest under stress. His darkening tone of voice, his fingers grasping at the sleeve of my t-shirt, his howls of utter rage. All of it the product of my usual twisted and overactive imagination. I had been seriously spooked that night. The road had been dark and desolate. It had been graveyard quiet. The fact that I never saw or heard from Hank again after the incident only served to reinforce my theory. If he'd really wanted to harm me that night, why hadn't he followed me in his car? Why had he just disappeared and never turned up again? And then there was the harsh reality that I'd been embarrassed. That, and ashamed. If Hank really had come after me, wasn't I supposed to stand up for myself? Hadn't I been taught to never back down from a fair fight? Instead, I'd run away, taken off like a scared rabbit. The last thing I'd wanted to do was share that news with the rest of the world. Hell, I hadn't even mustered the courage to tell Kara. Of course, none of that really mattered. Not once I'd read the article. In the end, it all came down to a single hard truth. Ever since I was a little boy, my father had tried to instill in me one governing principle with which to live by. When faced with the choice of doing the right thing or the easy thing, always do the right thing, no matter how difficult it is. That August night, on that lonely, dark road, I had done the easy thing. I had fled from danger and warned no one. And my decision had cost an innocent woman her life. 12. The next time I saw Hank's face, it was staring back at me from the newspaper. It was 8 months later, April 1984, and I was in my dorm room. Whenever my parents visited me on campus, they brought along a brown paper grocery bag stuffed with snacks that my father had picked up at the commissary on Edgewood Arsenal. Pop-Tarts, oodles of noodles, Oreos, boxes of cereal, and my all-time favorite, Entenmann's Crumb Donuts. And they almost always tossed in an old issue of Reader's Digest, along with the latest edition of the Aegis. I recognized Hank's face as soon as I unfolded the newspaper. He was front-page news, and for all the wrong reasons. Local man arrested for murder. Police hint at additional victims. 2 photographs accompanied the article. In the first, a smiling Hank was shirtless and wearing a baseball glove on his left hand. The banner hanging on the backstop behind him read, APG Summer League Softball. The second image was his mugshot. Hank's eyes looked dazed and far away, just as they had on the night he'd offered me a ride. With my heart pounding, I began to read. 36-year-old Henry Matheny, a civilian employee at Aberdeen Proving Ground, was taken into custody Wednesday morning at his Havre de Grace apartment and charged with the first-degree murder of Bernadette Paletto. Paletto, 29, a resident of Joppa, Maryland, worked as a server at the Musical Inn restaurant on Route 40 in Aberdeen. Her body was discovered Tuesday night in a wooded area behind her townhouse by a neighbor who was taking a walk. She had been stabbed more than a dozen times. Evidence recovered at the scene, as well as eyewitness testimony, led Maryland State Police to 13. It took 3 weeks for the rest of the story to come out. When it finally did, the details were horrifying. Henry Thomas Matheny was charged with 2 additional counts of first-degree murder for the stabbing deaths of Patricia Cotter, 31, in August 1982, and Noelle Stockton, 27, in February 1983. At the time of their deaths, both Cotter and Stockton were employed as exotic dancers at the Dollhouse in Aberdeen, Maryland. Forensic reports on both women, as well as evidence recovered at Henry Matheny's residence, indicated that Matheny dismembered his victims in a rented storage locker and over a period of several weeks partially consumed their flesh. In addition, Matheny was now suspected of the 1978 murders of Brennan Lloyd, 26, a warehouse worker in Macon, Georgia, and Carlton Bowers, 28, a plumber's assistant in Centerville, Georgia. Further investigations were pending. 14. I was 17 years old the summer Henry Matheny attacked me. I was 18 when I discovered that he was a monster. When this book is finally published, I will be 57. In all that time, I'd told no one. The easy thing. Excerpt from Edgewood Looking Back by Richard Chismar, pages 165 to 166. The muddy stretch of Winter's Run, located at the dead end of Hanson Road and Perry Avenue, was one of our holy places. We spent countless hours there. It didn't matter what season of the year, fishing for crappie and bluegill, shooting at crows with BB guns and wrist rockets, making bonfires with books of matches lifted from gas station cigarette machines, and taking part in any number of other barely legal activities. I still have a scar on the back of my right shoulder from where Jimmy accidentally snagged me with a Mepps spinner as we were crossing over the creek on a fallen log. Despite his mischievous nature, I actually believed it was an accident this time, because Jimmy had long ago proved himself as one of the worst fishermen in the entire universe. He spent more time tangled up in trees, bushes, and other people's lines than he did in the water. To this day, I'm still not sure I've ever seen the guy actually catch a fish. Much later, when we were in high school, long after a summer storm had swept away the fallen log, workers from the Park Service built a narrow wooden bridge where the log had once stood. When we'd just begun dating, Kara and I used to go on long hikes in the woods surrounding Winter's Run. I remember standing next to her on the bridge looking for crayfish, the first time I summoned enough courage to reach over and hold her hand. I even carved our initials into one of the handrails with the Swiss Army pocket knife my Uncle Ted gave me. The first summer I came home from college, Bill Karn, who'd grown up a couple of blocks away on Perry Avenue, and I went back there to try our luck at fishing. The bridge was in pretty rough shape, despite being only a few years old. A length of the handrail was gone, including the section with RC plus KT carved into it, and the main walkway was missing several planks and leaning ominously to one side. From the parking lot, it looked like a big wooden sneer minus a couple of teeth. Bill, who could talk the paint off a wall, was unusually quiet that afternoon, and I could tell he was just as lost in the past as I was. I reached out with the toe of my boot and nudged the walkway. It swayed perilously back and forth, and then went still again. I looked over at Bill. He was staring back at me. Neither of us said a word. With the bittersweet memories of youth walking beside us, we crossed the bridge and went fishing. 6. Peyton. When is this going to end? 1. On Monday, June 6th, 2022, Peyton Bear was dropped off at the Willow Woods Swim Club on Laburnum Road in Edgewood at 8:40 a.m. by her stepfather, who was on his way to work. She was 20 minutes early for her shift, but as a first-year lifeguard, she was responsible for wiping down the tables and setting up the chairs around the main pool. They were tedious tasks, but she didn't really mind. Most mornings, she listened to music on her headphones and planned out how she was going to spend her evening when she got home. She had a lot on her plate these days and liked to stay organized. As she began unstacking chairs and placing them around the tables, she focused her thinking on road signs and following distance and when you should and shouldn't use your high beams. For the past couple of weeks, it was pretty much all she'd been thinking about. In 48 hours, she was scheduled to take her driver's test. She was a little nervous, but mostly just excited. Peyton Bear was 2 days short of Sweet 16 and a half, as she'd begun calling it, and couldn't wait to get her license. She'd started saving money to buy her own car the year she turned 14. While her friends were out spending their allowances on trendy new clothes and Starbucks and Spotify Premium, Peyton was dog-sitting for neighbors and raking leaves and designing highlight videos for her older brother's lacrosse friends. The bulk of her earnings went into a savings account at the M&T Bank by her house. The last time she'd checked her deposit slip, The balance had been a little over $4,000. Impressive. 6 months ago, Peyton's parents had surprised her with a used Volkswagen convertible for her birthday. It was baby blue, her favorite color, and the car of her dreams. When the garage door opened, revealing her gift, with a big red bow attached to the hood to complete the effect, Peyton dropped to her knees and cried. When her stepfather handed her the registration papers, she cried even harder. A short time later, when the tears finally stopped, her parents explained the deal. As long as Peyton used half of her savings to reimburse them for the down payment and continued to earn good grades in school, they would cover the monthly payments and the cost of her insurance. A sweet deal. Peyton couldn't agree fast enough. She still couldn't believe her eyes. Jumping up and down on the driveway, spinning in circles with a brand-new VW keychain in her hand, she declared it the best present ever and the happiest day of her life. It gnawed at her very soul that the car had sat inside the garage gathering dust ever since. Not for long, Peyton thought, as she began wiping down the tables. Just 2 more days. 2. Steve McLaughlin was dead broke. This was not an unusual circumstance for the 36-year-old Edgewood resident, but it was particularly troubling to him this morning, because he wanted to go fishing. And fishing meant 2 things: bait and beer, both of which cost money. McLaughlin, who'd been unemployed for the past 5 months thanks to a bum knee and a shitty attitude, this according to his wife, had already collected for donating blood this month, so that initiative was out. He didn't own anything valuable enough to sell. Even his fishing pole was a cheap Zebco purchased from the sale rack at the local Walmart. He owed too many people too much money, so any kind of loan was out of the question. McLaughlin had no real taste for crime, petty or otherwise, so that left him with dwindling options. Least favorable on the list was doing the work himself. It had rained recently, so he supposed he could catch his own minnows in the creek behind the high school. He had a net in the trunk of his car, which was out of gas, and plenty of old buckets in the backyard. He could also dig up some worms if need be. Beer, though, that was the problem. Even if he skimped and got the cheap stuff, he needed at least a 12-pack to catch a valid buzz. But still, dead broke was dead broke. Where in the world was he going to come up with $7 or $8? 3. Peyton Bear may have appeared diminutive in stature, standing only 5'3" and weighing an even 100 pounds, but anyone who knew her even in passing was well aware of her reputation for being tough. The starting goalie on Edgewood's varsity lacrosse and soccer teams, she was widely respected for her scrappy style of play and unflappable leadership. She wasn't much of a talker, something she'd learned at an early age from her 3 older brothers, preferring to let her actions speak for themselves. During her freshman soccer season, she'd taken a cheap shot to the face, gotten 13 stitches above her left eye immediately after the game, and returned to the practice field the very next day. The following season, she was voted captain. Her teammates and coaches revered her because of her tireless work ethic. They adored her because there wasn't an arrogant or unkind bone in her entire body. Despite her popularity at school, not to mention her natural beauty, she had luxuriously long brown hair, sparkling auburn eyes, and the cutest upturned nose anyone had ever seen. Peyton Bear did not have a boyfriend, nor did she want one. Mature beyond her years, she was focused on her training. She hoped to play lacrosse in college, and her studies. She hoped to one day become an oceanographer. The boys falling all over themselves would just have to wait. Not that Peyton's life was all work and no play. She was an avid hiker and video game enthusiast, and was learning how to water ski from a classmate that lived by the river. She was addicted to Netflix and Amazon Prime, and was known to binge-watch an entire series in a single weekend when her schedule allowed. She liked all kinds of music, and loved going to concerts with friends. She'd recently started listening to hip-hop and rap, especially while she was working out. Her mother loathed the R-rated lyrics, so Peyton wore headphones whenever possible to save herself yet another lecture. Despite her brother's insistence that Peyton was the golden child of the family, Mrs. Bear would be the first to tell you that her teenage daughter could be a handful. On any given day, her bedroom resembled the aftermath of a tornado. She was physically incapable of returning a library book on time. She often talked with her mouth full when she got excited, and regularly snuck the family dogs her food at the dinner table. She was competitive to a fault. Most game nights in the Bear household ended in an argument of some sort. 2 of Peyton's 3 brothers refused to play her in gin rummy because they were convinced that she cheated. She also took ridiculously long showers, using all the hot water, and left her dirty wet towels on the bathroom floor. In other words, Peyton Bear was a typical teenager. 4. Steve McLaughlin didn't believe in God, but sometimes he had to wonder. Take today, for example. All morning long, he tried his damnedest to come up with a plan to get some beer money, but nothing had worked. Time and time again, his hopes had been dashed. When noon came around, the only option left in his mind was putting out a hat in front of the gas station, but if his wife found out he'd been panhandling again, she'd whoop his ass from one end of town to the other. Bottom line, he wasn't proud, but he was damn well scared. Dejected and finally coming to terms with the realization that there would be no fishing for him today, he started hoofing it home. As he crossed Edgewood Road in front of the car wash, a semi-truck driver high on amphetamines laid on the horn, spit a mouthful of chewing tobacco out the window at McLaughlin, and hollered at him for being a blind motherfucker, all while narrowly avoiding running him down. McLaughlin heard the angry shout and felt the warm blast of air as the truck roared past him, but he didn't even bother to look up. He was too damn sad. Head hanging, he cut across a litter-strewn parking lot and took the shortcut through the woods behind the library. Halfway down the path, he spotted a shiny penny lying in the dirt in front of him. He bent down and picked it up, brushed it off, and put it in his pocket. Perhaps this was the beginning of his bad luck starting to turn around. And then it did. Like a saintly whisper sent from the heavens above, the answer he'd been searching for fell right into his lap. Storm drains. There were dozens of them scattered around town, and many of them were big enough for a grown man, especially a skinny bordering on emaciated grown man, to crawl into. McLaughlin and his friends had done it all the time when they were kids, usually while playing hide-and-seek or flashlight tag, but sometimes just for fun. And they'd found all sorts of cool stuff down there, including money. The follies of youth completely forgotten about until now, when he needed divine intervention the most. Someone up there was looking out for him. The dirt path emptied onto Rosewood Drive, so that's where McLaughlin decided to try his luck first. Donna Cornett, the prettiest girl in his 8th grade class, had lived on the corner of Rosewood and Hanson. He'd spent countless summer afternoons skateboarding on the street in front of her house, doing kickflips and handstands and forward and reverse 360s, hoping against hope that she'd come outside to watch and maybe even talk a little bit. It had never worked out that way. In fact, Donna and her family up and moved away before the start of the new school year. But McLaughlin still had fond memories of the place. Unfortunately, Rosewood was no bueno. Even with him holding his breath until he got lightheaded, McLaughlin couldn't make himself small enough to fit. The concrete platforms were just too damn low to the road. He needed at least a couple more inches of wiggle room. And that wasn't going to happen. Better to just cut his losses. Who knew what might be spying on him from the front window? What's that loser McLaughlin up to now? Run and tell his wife. His spirits still high, he made his way over to Hornbeam Road, the street he'd grown up on. And boom, zap, wham! Wouldn't you know it, McLaughlin was a huge comic book fan. The first drain he tried proved to be an easy-peasy squeeze. He didn't even have to hold his breath or suck in his stomach. Standing inside the gloom of the storm drain was like going home again for McLaughlin. The damp, earthy smell. The staccato rhythm of dripping water. The pinpricks of sunlight slanting down through the holes in the manhole cover above him. The rough-hewn concrete walls and slime-slick cement floors. He didn't find much of value inside the drain, but that didn't matter. For the first time in years, he felt like a kid again. His initial take included a nickel and 2 pennies, a cracked plastic horseshoe he hung on to because he thought it might be good luck. Better to keep that streak going. And a beat-up Matchbox car he planned to give to the little boy who lived in the house behind him. The second storm drain, just down the road a bit, was even less productive. McLaughlin caught a whiff of something rotten in the air even as he approached the mouth of the drain, but didn't think anything of it. Once inside, strewn across the concrete floor, he found an old comb with most of the teeth missing, a bright green Bic lighter that refused to spark, the top half of a bowling trophy, and a tangled string of faded red balloons that had either been popped or deflated by time. A few feet inside one of the larger drainage pipes, he discovered the source of the bad smell. A dead cat. Its stomach yawned open like a fur-lined serving bowl. Maggots had made a home there, and they were having quite the party. Tiny gray worms wriggled in and out of the cat's hollowed-out eye sockets. Its tongue, black and withered, was poking out. Horrified, McLaughlin backed up until he couldn't go any farther, and then he gagged and scrambled up through the opening, scraping his elbows and knees on the asphalt. Writhing on his back in the middle of the road, hands flailing, brushing imaginary critters out of his hair and off his face and arms, McLaughlin looked every bit of a junkie on a bad high. If a cop had driven by at that exact moment, he'd be headed to jail for an overnight. No questions asked. As it was, and as he'd feared, an elderly widow watching from her bay window across the street was on her way to call 911. But just as she was reaching for the telephone, the timer in her kitchen went off. The chocolate brownies she was baking for her grandchildren were ready. By the time she took the pan out of the oven, placed it on the counter to cool, and returned to the window, the scraggly-looking druggie in front of her house was gone. What in the heavens is this town coming to? She thought, clutching the rosary inside the pocket of her apron. If Joseph were still alive, he'd be fit to be tied. Farther down the street, both of his elbows dripping blood and his stomach on the verge of revolting, McLaughlin eyed the next storm drain, now with fire in his rheumy eyes. He wasn't about to let a little run of bad luck ruin his day. When beer money was at stake, Steve McLaughlin was the consummate overachiever. Wincing in pain, the vision of the disemboweled cat still firmly implanted in his brain, he glanced around to make sure the coast was clear, scuttled inside the drain, and hit the jackpot. Sitting right there in plain sight on a small makeshift ledge formed by a pair of loose bricks was a monogrammed money clip. "Thank you, G.S., whoever you are," with a nice fat fold of cash. The bills were moist and delicate and covered in a film of yellowish slime, and they smelled like rotten fish. But none of that mattered a lick to McLaughlin. He carefully loosened the money from the rusting metal clip and counted it right there in the available light of the storm drain, 8 feet under, while cars drove over top of him unaware. By the time he'd finished, his hands were shaking. $174. Jesus jumping Christ! It was like winning the lottery. Hell, he now had enough money to buy a whole case of beer. The good stuff, too. Fill up the gas tank, and buy the missus some flowers from the supermarket, with plenty left over. In the illumination from street level, he looked up to the heavens and murmured, "Thank you," and genuinely meant it. He intended to hold on to that shiny penny he'd found earlier to keep his good fortune humming along. In the short term, though, it appeared that fishing was back on, as originally planned. For just a moment, as he was crawling back onto the road, McLaughlin heard a shrill, high-pitched giggle coming from somewhere behind him, coming from somewhere deep within the labyrinth of storm drains. But then he was standing up in bright sunlight again, the weight of the money clip in his pants pocket pressing against his thigh, and he forgot all about it. He never even noticed the $50 bill stuck on the bottom of his left shoe. By the time he crossed the street, it was gone. 5. When Kristen Bear pulled into the Willoughby Woods Swim Club parking lot at 10 minutes past 6 and didn't find Peyton waiting for her by the front gate, She wasn't surprised. Knowing her daughter, she was probably still inside the locker room, blabbing away with a couple of her girlfriends. Mrs. Bear circled around the rows of parked cars and stopped in the unloading zone. She turned on her hazards and waited. 2 little boys scampered out of the fenced-in pool area, tossing a bright orange frisbee back and forth. Both of them had popsicles in their mouths, and their lips were stained blue. Mrs. Bear thought about rolling down her window and telling them it was dangerous to run around with those little wooden sticks hanging out of their mouths, but decided to mind her own business. A moment later, a harried-looking woman with her hair up in a ponytail and dark circles under her eyes rushed out from behind the fence and herded the boys back inside. Even with the window closed, Mrs. Bear could hear the woman's exasperated voice. "Didn't know where you'd gotten off to." Been there, done that, Mrs. Bear thought to herself, and smiled. She glanced at her watch. 6:15. Still no Peyton. What could be keeping her? For the past several days, Mrs. Bear had been listening to the new John Sanford novel on her way to and from work. She had a raging crush on Sanford's leading man, Virgil Flowers. She'd even dreamed about him on several occasions, something she'd never admit to anyone, not even her closest girlfriends. And when the latest chapter came to a dramatic conclusion, she hit pause, picked up her cell phone, and called her daughter. It went straight to voicemail. 6. It was 8:30 p.m., and Steve McLaughlin was drunk. Or to be more precise, he was drunk, happy, and seeing things. Drunk because, as of an hour ago, he'd already put away an entire case of Michelob bottles all by his lonesome. Happy because he'd not only caught a nice largemouth bass, but also snagged a pair of big-ass snakeheads, which he was dragging on the ground behind him, and they were going to make one hell of a tasty dinner if his old lady was still awake when he got home. And seeing things, because twice now, he could have sworn he'd spotted a pack of chittering monkeys cavorting in the treetops, but then again, that might have been on account of him buying a loose joint from Big Leonard at the car wash and smoking it in his now gassed-up car on the way to the creek because, hell, why not live a little? Speaking of his car, there it was just ahead, parked right where he remembered in that little gravel parking lot opposite the pump house at the end of Hanson and Perry. Maybe he wasn't that shit-faced after all. He started across the wobbly wooden bridge that spanned Winter's Run, but stumbled to a halt after only a couple of steps. His stomach turned a cartwheel, and he tasted sour bile surging in the back of his throat. Either he was seeing things again, or there was a naked dead girl on the bridge. 7. I was in the shower when the call came in. "It's Lieutenant McLernan," Kara said, holding up my phone. "Want me to tell her you'll call back?" "Please." She walked away, speaking into the phone. I had just enough time to rinse the shampoo out of my hair before Kara was back again. "She says it's important." I turned off the water, dried my hands on a towel, and took the phone from her. She rolled her eyes at me as I did. "Hello?" "They found another girl." I could hear the hustle in the background. McLernan was at the scene. "When?" 45 minutes ago, in Edgewood." I opened my mouth to ask, "Anyone we know?" and stopped myself. "Who is she?" "Local girl. Young." She was strangled and posed. Ligature marks on her wrists and ankles. Left ear gone. Bite marks. I let out a long breath. Gallagher's M.O. There are some inconsistencies. Was she? I don't know yet. She was naked when she was found, and there's some bruising. But forensics doesn't think so. We'll know for sure in a couple hours. Who found her? Local drunk. He was fishing. Any chance he's the guy? Not much of one. A bunch of the uniforms know him. The general consensus is that he's too dumb and lazy to do something like this. Harmless. You said the guy was fishing. Where did he find her? There's a creek at the end of Perry Avenue. It runs by an old pumping station, and I know where it is. I wondered how my voice sounded. She was found spread eagle on the bridge. 8. According to detectives, Mrs. Bear waited another 5 minutes before trying her daughter's cell phone again. When her second attempt also went direct to voicemail, she turned off the car and went inside. At that point, she was more irritated than she was concerned. Mrs. Bear rarely worried about her daughter. Peyton was a smart girl and very capable. Her mother believed she could take care of herself. The first person Mrs. Bear spoke with was 17-year-old Mike Bradley, who was working the counter at the snack bar. He didn't know where Peyton was. He couldn't remember seeing her since earlier in the afternoon. Next, she talked to 16-year-old Carrie Bridgeport, one of Peyton's closest friends. Carrie told Mrs. Bear that she and Peyton had talked for a short time around 5:45 p.m., and then they'd said goodbye. From the perch of her lifeguard stand, she'd watched Peyton walk outside a few minutes later with her knapsack slung over her shoulder. Peyton was listening to music on her headphones and had been alone at the time. Finally, Mrs. Bear asked to speak with Kevin Frost, the general manager of the Willoughby Woods Swim Club. It was Mr. Frost who was responsible for hiring Peyton and the other lifeguards at the beginning of the summer. He and Mrs. Bear's first husband were old high school friends. Mr. Frost immediately checked to see if Peyton had clocked out. She had. Her time card read 5:53 p.m., 17 minutes before Mrs. Bear had arrived at the swim club. Peyton's mother was no longer irritated. She was now distraught, on the verge of tears. Mr. Frost then searched both locker rooms for any sign of the girl, of which there was none, before making an announcement over the intercom system. A 31-year-old Abingdon woman, Nancy Flegel, reported seeing someone matching Peyton's description standing by the front gate at approximately 5:55 p.m., when she'd arrived at the pool with her 2 children. The girl she'd seen had been wearing a pink tank top and was carrying a knapsack. Mrs. Bear and Mr. Frost immediately checked the parking lot, frantically searching inside each and every car. At 6:39 p.m., Mrs. Bear called her husband, who had arrived at home from his office in Timonium just minutes earlier. He immediately phoned a number of Peyton's friends to see if any of them knew where she was. None of them did. At 6:52 p.m., Mrs. Bear, now officially freaking out, tried her daughter's cell phone one final time. Once again, she reached her voicemail. At 6:54 p.m., Mrs. Bear called the police to report her daughter missing and was forced to repeat herself several times as the words tumbled out of her mouth in a blind panic. 9. At 8:49 p.m., Charlotte Waters, age 41, cashier of the Texaco station located at the corner of Hanson and Edgewood Roads, called 911 on behalf of a distraught Steve McLaughlin to report the discovery of a body. Police were on the scene approximately 6 minutes later. 10. After disconnecting with Lieutenant McLaren and getting dressed, I found Kara hiding out on the back porch. She was sitting on the love seat in the dark, her legs tucked underneath her, drinking a mug of hot tea. Cujo and Ripley were curled up next to her. "They're already doing their live reports," she said, waving a hand toward the front of our property. "You can see all the camera lights. I'm sure most of them are headed to Edgewood by now." She surprised me by reaching for my hand. "Rich, when is this going to end?" I wanted to lie to her, but I couldn't. I don't know. 11. I rewound the security footage and watched again. It was almost midnight. Kara had gone to sleep hours ago without even bothering to say goodnight. The house was still and quiet. Right there, I thought, hitting the pause button and leaning closer to the laptop screen. It looked like the base of the tree had expanded slightly, almost as if someone dressed in all black were hiding behind it, and when they shifted just a tiny bit, they inched into view of the camera. I rewound and watched it one more time. Or maybe it was just a shadow from the lamppost. Shit, it was difficult to tell. The footage was from 12:38 a.m., a little less than 24 hours ago, and most likely the last time this section of Southampton Road would see any peace and quiet for quite a while. With news of a second victim, the field across the street was lit up like a Midwestern tent revival, and the street itself resembled a 4th of July car rally. Looky-loos from all across the county, cell phone cameras sticking out their windows, cruised by my house for a first-hand glimpse of what they'd been seeing on their TVs and phones and tablets. A constant stream of media vehicles shuttled back and forth in between the crime scene in Edgewood, the Maryland State Police Barracks in Falston, and their designated parking area just beyond the next intersection. Earlier this evening, I'd gone outside to retrieve Kara's glasses from her car in the driveway, and I'd heard the squeal of brakes and the grinding screech of metal on metal. I'd hurried back inside and pulled up the security footage. The camera in our front yard tree captured in vivid detail an MSNBC van and a Harford County Sheriff's Department SUV tangled together in the middle of the road. I watched as the driver exited the van, holding a towel to his bleeding forehead, and all I could think was, this is just the beginning. It's gonna get worse. When my cell phone vibrated on the patio table, I wasn't at all surprised. I picked it up and checked the ID, hoping it was Lieutenant McLaren calling to bring me up to speed. It wasn't. Hello? A loud beep and the automated voice. I have a collect call from the Cumberland Penitentiary from inmate Josh Gallagher. Will you accept the charges? Yes. A click. Then, I don't have much time. I had to call in a rather large favor to get an open line this late. He sounded tired. It could have waited until tomorrow. No, it couldn't. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. For what? I asked. For the turmoil you and your family are about to endure. I paused, then said, You know about the girl? I do. Suddenly, I was livid. You know what? Fuck you. Fuck you, Josh. Isn't this what people like you want? To inspire others to follow in your footsteps? To make your mark on the world? To be remembered somehow? Ah, Rich. Haven't you learned a thing after all this time? Thanks to you, I'm not sure I know anything at all anymore. You will, though. That day is coming. For all of us. Before I could say anything else, he was gone. Excerpt from in-person interview with Anna Garfield Rafferty, age 55, recorded on April 12, 2019. Chismar. You were difficult to track down. Rafferty. That was intentional. Chismar. In all these years, you've only participated in one other interview regarding your relationship with Joshua Gallagher. Why did you finally agree to speak with me? Rafferty. I'm not exactly sure. She pauses. I've read how close you are to him, and I suppose I thought you might have some answers for me as well. Fair enough. Let's get started. You can respond however you feel comfortable. What is your first memory of Joshua Gallagher? The first time I saw Josh was at the student union. Did you speak with him that day? No. It was probably 2 weeks later at a freshman cookout on the Commons. And what was your first impression of him? I thought he was handsome, charming, funny, a little awkward, but that only made me like him more. And soon after you started dating? Yes, pretty much right away. What was the first sign that Joshua Gallagher had issues of some sort? She pauses. He talked to himself. I know lots of people do that. I do it myself sometimes. But he did it a lot, and he couldn't seem to stop, even if he wanted to. I teased him about it once, but he didn't like that, so I never mentioned it again. What are some of the things he said to himself? Oh, a little bit of everything. That's the thing. It didn't always make sense. Sometimes it was embarrassing. Other times it was unsettling. Unsettling in what way? She takes a long pause. Almost like he'd become a completely different person. 7. Aftermath. I was here in 1988, and it wasn't good. 1. It's all over the news, even in Charlottesville. Noah was wearing a bright green Birdwood golf shirt. In the background, I could hear the starter on the intercom summoning the next foursome to the tee box. "It's a zoo and getting worse," I said. "I'm actually glad you're there and not here." "Don't let Mom hear you say that." "I won't. And don't you tell her." I poked my head into the bathroom. The shower was still running. Both of the mirrors were steamed over. "She's going to be bummed she missed you." "I'll try to FaceTime again when I get off work. Sometime around 6. "Sounds good. I'll let her know." "How are the pups?" "A little jumpy with all the commotion, but they're okay." "They miss you." "I miss them too." "Hey, I gotta run. Love you guys. Love you too." I started to end the call, but hesitated. "Noah?" "Yeah?" "Be safe." 2. Peyton Bear's family and friends appeared on all 4 local news programs the morning after her body was discovered. Her tearful parents talked about how special she was, how she'd loved spending time with friends, and never had a bad word to say about anyone. "She was a ray of sunshine," her mother, Christine, told the Channel 2 reporter. She was holding a framed photograph of her daughter in her lap. "She woke up every morning so happy and full of energy." Her 3 brothers stood side by side in front of her Hemlock Road home and recounted some of their favorite stories about their little sister. "She wasn't afraid of anything," Jason Bear said. The oldest of the 3 boys, he'd returned home the night before from Bucknell University, where he was attending summer school and studying finance. "My friends and I used to jump off the old steel bridge down at the Rocks when we were in high school. Most of the girls in our class were too scared to even climb up there. But not Peyton. She tagged along with us one day, and before we knew it, she was doing backflips off the railing. And she was only in middle school." Carol Barker, Peyton's high school lacrosse coach, talked about Peyton's work ethic. "It was unparalleled at this level. She set lofty goals and went after them with a passion. She was the kind of player and person who made everyone around her better." Finally, Janie Stewart, a bespectacled Edgewood High School sophomore with braces on her teeth, sobbed as she spoke in front of the camera. "Peyton was my best friend. We were supposed to go to the carnival this weekend. She was even going to drive. We had our outfits picked out and everything." Sitting in front of the television, it felt like déjà vu. It felt like the summer of 1988 all over again. 3. The majority of the morning's news footage featuring Detective Gonzalez had been recorded the previous night. He stood in the center of the flag court in front of the barracks, squinting in the glare of the camera lights, with what looked like 1,000 bugs fluttering around his head like a shimmering halo. "At this time, we have no conclusive evidence supporting a connection between the murders of Ann Riggs and Peyton Bear, but our investigation is still in the preliminary stages. We're currently pursuing a number of leads, and hopefully more details will soon become available. Anyone with information about these crimes is asked to call the Maryland State Police at..." Lieutenant McClernand had asked me to keep the details of Peyton Bear's missing ear and the numerous bite marks found on her body off the record. The plan was to withhold that information from the press for as long as possible. It made sense, but from past experience, I knew it wouldn't last very long. One of Peyton's brothers would inevitably share the information with a girlfriend or a buddy from school. One of the uniforms would have too much to drink and mention it to his wife. These people would tell someone else, and right on down the line it would go. Once it hit TikTok, Twitter, and Facebook, it would all be over. I gave it 2 or 3 days tops. That would be the next domino to fall. Once the public discovered that the 2 killings were inextricably linked, it would be 1988 all over again. Hysteria would set in. Not that many people didn't already have their suspicions. The moment that Annie Riggs was identified as the first victim, the phrase "copycat killer" began to surface in conversations all across town. Not to mention the hundreds, maybe thousands, of frenzied posts on Reddit, as well as all the other true crime message boards. I could only imagine what the backyard gossip gang was saying this morning. As if to reinforce that line of thinking, just before the Channel 13 field reporter threw it back to the anchor desk, an unseen journalist in the crowd shouted, "Detective Gonzalez! Was it the Boogeyman? The anchorman, a longtime Baltimore favorite with his granite chin, spray-tanned face, and silver hair, raised his eyebrows at the camera and said, "Was it the Boogeyman indeed?" I think it's safe to say that question is on all of our minds this tragic morning. 4. In some parts of Edgewood, residents were already preparing for the worst. In Bayberry Court, a man named Michael Deal was installing bars on the lower-level windows of his house. When Carlos Vargas Sr. walked over from next door and asked him why he was doing it, Deal told him, "I have 2 teenage daughters. The Boogeyman ain't getting his filthy hands on them." In a housing development off Willoughby Beach Road, an entire street had mobilized. Doorbell cameras were purchased, motion detector spotlights were attached to rooftops, and heavy-duty deadbolts were installed on doors. Legal and illegal firearms were cleaned, and a printed page of safety rules was stapled to telephone poles and taped to road signs and handed out to all the children in the neighborhood. Punishments were threatened for any transgressions. The number 1 rule on the list: day or night, never go anywhere alone. Right around the corner from where I'd grown up, a homeowner on Tupelo Drive was hurriedly loading his car. "I'm taking the family away for a while," he told Lottie Noel, who had lived across the street for going on 50 years now. "I was here in '88, just like you, and I'm not dealing with those shenanigans again. We have a cabin at Deep Creek, so we're heading out on an extended vacation until things settle down." By mid-afternoon, there had already been a number of alleged sightings of the killer. A group of boys playing basketball at Cedar Drive reported a man walking in the woods across the street. He was carrying a hammer and wearing a mask. A FedEx driver delivering a package to a home on Perry Avenue told police that he'd glanced at one of the windows on his way back to his truck and saw a man trying on a burlap mask in front of a mirror. An elderly man taking his afternoon walk claimed he witnessed a man climbing down out of a tree in Banyan Court. When the old guy asked the man what he was doing, the stranger took off running. A woman who lived alone on Harewood Drive told reporters that she was washing dishes when a masked man suddenly appeared in the window directly in front of her. In a panic, she'd flung a serving bowl at him, shattering both the window and the dish, and then called 911. When the police arrived a short time later, they'd found her on the kitchen floor clutching her chest and gasping for air. An ambulance took her to Upper Chesapeake, where doctors admitted her for further observation. The press was everywhere, fishing for sound bites, and it wasn't just the news media this time around. TMZ was in town, Jake Paul, and People magazine. True crime celebrities from TikTok and YouTube posted videos from the parking lot of Edgewood High School and across the street from Annie Riggs's house. Camera crews stalked out grocery stores and the post office, banks, and playgrounds. Frightened mothers with little kids clinging to their legs made for good television and viral videos. 5. Closer to home, in Bel Air, things were tense. Norman Barnes, our neighbor from 2 doors down, was livid. The previous evening, an intern from one of the cable stations had backed into Barnes's daughter's Jeep in their driveway. When his daughter exited the vehicle to survey the damage and exchange insurance information, the intern had made inappropriate comments and asked for her Snapchat. The intern, who was 23 and engaged to be married, was very persistent. Barnes's daughter had rushed inside the house in tears. Barnes made a point of saying that he didn't blame us for the incident, but it was plainly clear that he did. Otherwise, why else had he shown up at our front door, beet red and waggling his fat finger in my face? By the time he'd finished ranting, I'd wanted to snap his finger in two and punch him in the mouth, but Kara had intervened before things got violent. She'd eased him off the porch, talking in that slow, calm tone of voice she'd usually reserved for the boys when they were young and fighting with each other. A few minutes later, she returned and said, "I saw you clenching your jaw, and I knew you were about to lose it." Kara's response to the chaos enveloping our neighborhood was typical Kara. While continuing to give me the cold shoulder, she baked a triple batch of chocolate chip cookies, attached handwritten apology notes to the tops of the cellophane-wrapped plates, and walked around delivering them to our neighbors. All of them were understanding and sympathetic, even the notoriously prickly Spanglers, who were headed out for a 10-day vacation in Myrtle Beach. I think it might have been a different story if they were trapped back here with the rest of us," she told me when she got home. Of course, Ken Klein had about 1,000,000 questions. He's absolutely convinced that you're involved with the police investigation. Before I left, he told me that the detectives were very interested in Norman Barnes. Apparently, they showed up at Barnes's house on 2 separate occasions to talk to him. Ever since that leaf-blowing incident, Ken's had it in for that guy. Oh, and Penny Schutz gave my arm a nice patronizing squeeze and told me to come by any time, day or night, if I needed to talk about, well, you know. She was whispering when she said it, looking around like one of the neighbors might overhear. As if she's not the queen bee busybody of all of Bel Air. Hell, she probably falls asleep at night thinking about our marital issues. The words stung me. Marital issues. I guess it shouldn't have surprised me that our troubles had become public knowledge, but it did. I knew Kara hadn't said anything to anyone other than her sister and closest friends, so then how the hell did Penny Schutz know? Was it really that obvious? 6. Lieutenant McLernan stopped by the house later that afternoon. I was out back trimming bushes when she waved me down from the gate. I rang the doorbell, but no one answered. "Billy's upstairs," I said, stowing the electric trimmer under the back porch. "Probably has his headphones on. Kara's next door." She glanced at the neighbor's house. I'd expected her to look tired after last night. Instead, she appeared alert and focused. "I won't keep you long. Just had a couple questions." "Fire away." She pulled a photograph out of the portfolio she carried with her everywhere. "Do you know a man named Jonathan Russell?" She handed it to me. The man in the photo looked about 30 or so. Deeply tanned face, receding hairline, bad teeth. A complete stranger. "No, never seen him." "Why you asking?" "His mother lives in the neighborhood across the street. He recently stayed with her for about 6 months until she kicked him out. That happened 2 weeks ago. He's got a record for some pretty nasty stuff." I studied the photo again, shook my head. One of the mom's neighbors accused Russell of peeking in his daughter's bedroom window. She's 12. No police were involved because the family's tight with the mom. But the timing matches up with when Russell was sent packing. Where is he now? Shacked up with an old girlfriend in Darlington. You think he could be involved? Well, he's not the only one on the list, but he fits the profile. We're checking on his alibis for both nights. What's his Edgewood connection? You are. That's why I'm here. His mother claims that Chasing the Boogeyman is his favorite book. He's seen the movie 7 times. He knew you lived right here in Southampton. Supposedly rode his motorcycle by the house all the time. I shook my head again. If he did, I never saw him. She opened her portfolio and glanced inside. You mentioned someone named Sam English? My notes aren't complete, so we must have gotten sidetracked or maybe we were interrupted. Sam's a student at Edgewood High. I mentor him as part of a school program. Mainly via email, but we've met a number of times too. Have you ever met with him here at the house? No. At the library, like 3 or 4 times, and once at Barnes & Noble, before the Starbucks closed down. And always just the 2 of you? I hesitated. Past experience had taught me that it was nearly impossible to have a casual conversation with a homicide detective and not feel like you just robbed a string of banks and murdered an entire church full of nuns. I hated feeling guilty when there was nothing to feel guilty about. Yet I felt powerless to stop it. Yes, although I met both his mother and father when they dropped him off and picked him up. You ever notice anything unusual about him or his parents? Never. From what I can tell, they're good people. Would you be able to share with me their contact info? Sure. I'll text you. That'd be great. Thanks. She glanced inside her portfolio again. We're looking into any possible connections between Ann Riggs and Peyton Bear, but I doubt we'll find anything other than their zip codes. Riggs was in her 50s. Bear was 16. Nowadays, that practically makes them 2 different species. Do you think they both knew the killer? It's possible. She gave me a look. You're getting good at this, aren't you? Don't tell Kara that, please. She cracked a smile. but it left her face almost immediately. The way both of the victims were taken, daytime, public areas, decent number of people around, no prolonged struggles or cries for help. They could have known their assailant, or maybe he's just very good at what he does. With Peyton, I guess that means there were no witnesses at the pool? No, she just clocked out and that was it. Gone. How about at the crime scene? Plenty of people fish and hike in that area. Not late last night. Only our witness arrived after the fact, and he was plastered. There is a trail cam attached to a telephone pole in the parking lot. People like to dump their trash down there, but it stopped recording about a week earlier. Whether that was the killer's doing or not, we're still trying to figure that out. I've been thinking about this. Have you considered the possibility that the man in the mask in front of my house was working with a partner? Interesting. Why do you ask? Suddenly, I felt embarrassed and wished I hadn't opened my big mouth. I don't know. It's probably nothing. But I keep thinking about logistics. The bag in front of the house was dropped off in the middle of the night. But what if a car had driven by at the moment he was carrying it down the street? A driver might have ignored the bag, but not the mask he was wearing. Someone sees that, and my bet is they're slowing down, maybe calling the police. Or at least they definitely are the next morning once they hear the news. I paused and caught my breath. So, what if there was someone else waiting at the other end of Southampton to warn him in case a car came along? She stared at me thoughtfully. Not bad. But we're way ahead of you there. We're looking into that very possibility. And then suddenly the smile was back. Appreciate your input, Joe Hardy. Speechless, I watched her saunter away. The Hardy Boys. Again. Straight from the pages of Chasing the Boogeyman. The gate clanged shut behind her. Sometimes I hated that fucking book. 7. That evening, Kara and I ate by the pond. We'd both been craving Mexican food, but knew that going out would be next to impossible. So we'd done the next best thing and asked Billy to order DoorDash from La Tolteca, our favorite local place. We sat on a blanket in the shade and ate our fajitas. A family of geese swam circles around the island. Turtles rose to the surface to say hello, then disappeared underwater again. It was a nice night. Not too hot, not too many bugs, and no talk of the boogeyman. Not long after my visit with Lieutenant McLernan, I'd had a Zoom conference with my literary agent. Kristen had heard about the murder of Peyton Bear and wanted to make sure I was okay. She'd also wanted to let me know that she'd spoken with the marketing and publicity teams at my publisher. All my appearances for the next 2 weeks had been canceled. She had said a word about another boogeyman book, which surprised and pleased me. I could barely keep an organized thought in my head, much less think about sitting down to craft a cohesive narrative. As I was cleaning up our dinner mess, Noah followed through on his earlier promise and FaceTimed his mother. They spoke for about 10 minutes, mostly about his new job and apartment, and after a last-second reminder to wear sunscreen while working on the golf course, Kara hung up. Seeing Noah's face had put her in about as close to a good mood as I'd seen since all of this madness had begun. Neither of us was in a hurry to go back inside, where the television and iPad awaited us with more bad news, so we took a lazy walk around the orchard. Kara even surprised me by holding my hand. Twice, I almost opened my mouth to tell her about Henry Matheny, and both times something stopped me. Later, I told myself it was because I didn't want to ruin Kara's happy mood. But deep in my heart, I knew it was something else that had prevented me from telling her. Fear. Plain and simple. 8. That night, most likely in a misguided attempt to make up for my earlier bout of cowardice, I agreed to do a live on-air interview with Tom Forrester for Channel 45's 10 o'clock news broadcast. Forrester had once interviewed Billy when he'd been a student at the St. Paul's School in Timonium. Billy had been honored with the statewide Unsung Hero Award for his play as an undersized defensive end on the football team. Channel 45 was one of the award sponsors, so Forrester had shown up on campus one afternoon and conducted a very nice Q&A before practice. Forrester had politely reminded me of all this when he'd made his request. The crew arranged a pair of straight-backed chairs on the front porch, set up their light poles, and clipped a tiny microphone to my shirt collar. After a quick sound check, they were ready to go. The cameraman counted us down. 3, 2, 1, rolling. Forrester stared into the camera. "Good evening. This is Tom Forrester with WBFF Fox 45 News, coming to you live from Bel Air, Maryland, where we have best-selling true crime author Richard Chismar with us tonight." He turned and looked at me. "It's been quite a week for you and your family, hasn't it, Richard? It's been a difficult time for everyone here in Harford County. I'd like to extend my deepest sympathies to both the Riggs and Bear families." Two local murders with connections to your most popular book, Chasing the Boogeyman. "Have you spoken with the star of that book, Joshua Gallagher, about what is happening?" "No, I haven't," I lied, hoping that the lack of hesitation on my part would add some credence to my response. I'd also like to point out that the police have yet to determine whether or not Peyton Bear's tragic death is connected in any way to the killings that took place in Edgewood during the summer of 1988. It was like he hadn't even heard me. His eyes had gone dark. "What do you have to say to those people who believe you're profiting off the deaths of innocent young women by writing books such as Chasing the Boogeyman?" Shit. Okay, this was definitely not going as planned. "I would say I'm sorry that they feel that way. Chasing the Boogeyman is as much a tribute to the victims and their families as it is a chronicling of the loss of innocence. Not just for a young man who called Edgewood home, but for the entire town itself. You have to remember that when the original book first came out in 1990, I was fresh out of college, and it was released by a very small regional publisher. There was never any intention, and yet the expanded edition and the feature film have done very well, have they not?" I nodded, feeling the crushing weight of defeat settle onto my shoulders. I should never have agreed to do this. I should have listened to Kara, who was probably watching from inside and cringing. "One final question, Richard." Even my name sounded foul coming out of his mouth. "There are a number of critics who claim that your participation in a series of exclusive interviews with Joshua Gallagher is helping to make life in prison considerably more comfortable for that confessed serial murderer. Any comments?" I'd had enough. I leaned as far forward as my chair would allow and stared directly into the camera. My participation, as you call it, was requested by the Maryland State Police in an attempt to gain vital information regarding the current whereabouts of additional unknown victims of Joshua Gallagher. I am not being compensated for this work. I'm doing it with the hopes of bringing some level of closure and peace to the families of the missing. I deserve neither credit nor scorn for this undertaking. I don't have any further comment. Thanks for the interview. 9. As soon as Forrester finished ad-libbing his way back to the studio, and the little red light on the camera blinked off, I stood up, unclipped my microphone, and left it on the chair. Before I went inside, I asked Forrester and his crew to kindly get the hell off my porch. Forrester started to say something, but I shut the door in his face. Then I turned off the porch light. Kara was waiting in the foyer. When she didn't say anything and instead just hugged me, I knew the interview had gone even worse than I'd imagined. A little later, before she went up to bed, I asked her if I had come across as stern and authoritative when I'd leaned into the camera. She frowned and said I'd looked like a madman. Ain't true love grand? 10. I was eating a snack in the kitchen when my cell phone started to buzz and didn't stop. Already knowing what I was going to find, I tapped into my email account. Google alerts, one after the other, rapid-firing into my inbox. I opened one and clicked on the link. It took me to a TMZ post featuring a 15-second clip of my interview. Kara was right. I did look like a madman. The video had been posted 18 minutes ago and already had more than 500,000 views. The next link connected me to a true crime message board called Daggers and Dames. I'd once done an Ask Me Anything Q&A for the moderator, and had a pleasant enough time, and even sold some books, but clearly those days were long gone. A pinned thread had been started 20 minutes earlier by someone with the screen name of Friend or Foe. The title: Richard Chismar Exploits Death for Profit. Already, there were nearly 200 messages. The first post: "Did you all see the interview? What a scumbag." The second: "Think about it. Every penny he's ever made has been off the blood and tears of innocent victims. How do you think those families feel?" Knowing better, but unable to stop myself, I doom-scrolled further down the board. "Have you seen Chismar's house? He turned his back on Edgewood and lives large, while those people... Men like him are a different breed of vampire. I saw Chismar at the grocery store last month. Guy looked like shit. So maybe he actually does have a conscience." And on it went. I closed out the link and tapped on the unsubscribe button at the bottom of the email. Yeah, that would show them. Silencing the phone before leaving it on the counter, I went outside with the dogs. Even in the far reaches of our backyard, in the shadow of the spring house, I could still hear the sonorous murmurs of the press in the field across the street. 11. "Jesus," Billy said. "You scared the hell out of me." "Right back at you." I was sitting in my reading chair in the corner of the family room. The lights were off. My heart felt like it was going to leap out of my chest. I thought everyone was asleep. "What are you doing down here anyway?" "Just thinking. And catching up on emails." I knew I was busted. "Emails, huh?" He walked over and took a look at the laptop screen. "You and those security cameras. You're obsessed, you know that?" I shrugged. "I wouldn't say obsessed. I would." "So, what are you doing up so late?" "Just finished the story. Came down for some water." "Good story?" "Dunno. I'll tell you in the morning." "I know how that goes." "You okay?" he asked. "Your voice sounds kind of funny." "Just tired." "Me too." He yawned as if to prove his point. "I guess I'll head back up." He went into the kitchen and grabbed a water from the refrigerator. On his way back through the family room, he stopped and looked at me. "You sure you're okay?" "I saw the interview. And some Twitter posts. Pretty rough." I didn't answer right away. I couldn't decide whether I wanted to show him what I'd found or not. Finally, I gestured at the computer and said, "Here. You want to take a peek at something?" "Sure." He came over and took a knee by my chair. I angled the laptop so we could get a better view. "This is from one of the cameras in the backyard." I tapped some buttons on the keyboard and then hit the spacebar. A dark window filled the entire screen, and as the time code began to run forward, a section of our backyard materialized. "The spring house," he said. I traced my finger across the screen. Spring house, back gate, Mom's garden. For just a moment, in the glow of the computer, Billy looked so much like my father, it made my heart ache. "Hang on. Keep watching." We studied the screen in silence as another minute ticked by. "What am I supposed to be?" He leaned closer. "Wait, stop. Can you rewind it?" I tapped some more buttons. The time code paused, then started ticking backward. After a few seconds, I hit the spacebar again. Billy practically had his face pressed up against the screen. "Yeah, right there," he said, pointing. I froze the footage. "Jesus, Dad. When was this taken?" "Last night." Peering around the corner of the spring house was a person dressed all in black. He was wearing a mask. 12. I took a screenshot of the image and attached it to an email for Lieutenant McLaren. I typed in all caps, "Call me in the morning," in the subject line, clicked on the little red exclamation point for urgency, and hit send. After double-checking that the doors were locked and the alarm was set, I went upstairs and climbed into bed next to my sleeping wife, and lay awake for a long time. Excerpt from Edgewood, Looking Back, by Richard Chismar, page 271. Sometimes you just know. One minute you're right there in the thick of it, surrounded by your friends, fully in the moment, laughing, jumping, shouting, spinning with the kind of carefree joy only a 12-year-old boy on a warm summer afternoon can know. And the next minute, everything around you is moving in panoramic slow motion. You can actually count the beads of sweat shimmering on your best pal's sun-kissed forehead, and the wild laughter and cries of happiness. Even the birds in the sky and the cars on the distant roadway are suddenly hushed and blurred around the edges. And the little voice inside your head is very loud and very clear, and it's telling you, you'll never forget this moment. For the rest of your life, you'll remember what this feels like. You'll remember every last thing about it. And sometimes late at night, when the world is still and quiet, you'll taste its bittersweet memory in the center of your heart. And you'll yearn to travel back. Moments like this were how I knew. My destiny was to remember everything, and tell the world. 8. Grace Sunday. The police and the media called him the lipstick killer. 1. Yes, Grace Sunday was a real name. In the spring of 1983, just days after I donned a cap and gown and walked across the stage in Edgewood, Maryland, 18-year-old Grace graduated with honors from Trenton High School in rural upstate New York. The next morning, she checked 2 medium-sized suitcases at the American Airlines baggage counter at Buffalo Niagara International Airport and boarded a cross-country flight to Burbank, California. Like so many other young, attractive small-town girls, Grace Sunday dreamed of one day becoming a star. 2. One of the innate difficulties involved with the chronicling of a true account, especially those featuring a crime or a series of crimes, is resisting the urge to, at times, embellish and or streamline the story. True stories rarely behave like novels. True stories are often messy and frustrating, and filled with the kind of maddening minutiae that doesn't necessarily lend itself to breathless page-turning. Sometimes, true stories are even boring. Until they're not. My point, as an occasional author of true crime tales, is that I have received more than my fair share of both criticism and skepticism in regards to my nonfiction work. A number of significant plot points, various characters' behavior patterns, and a handful of revelatory surprises have all come under fire. I've attempted numerous times to explain that I can only tell the story as it actually happened. That truth-teller is my primary role and responsibility, but many jaded critics refuse to accept this line of reasoning. Take Chasing the Boogeyman, for example. Despite the online availability of official police photographs proving their existence, for whatever reason, many readers refuse to believe that the killer left personal messages on each of the 4 victims' roadside memorials. They claimed it was a sensational and unrealistic plot twist, most likely invented to help sell movie rights, and could have never actually happened that way. And yet, it had. Still, other critics found it difficult to believe that my dear friend Carly Albright, at the time a lowly cub reporter at the Aegis, was able to source so many vital nuggets of inside information regarding the ongoing police investigation. Surely our claiming so was merely a journalistic shortcut designed to protect my own high-level anonymous source. Detective Lyle Harper was most often cited, or even a clever device put in place to enable us to wholly manufacture critical details that the general public would never be in a position to prove or disprove. In other words, they inferred that we made up a bunch of information to make for a more compelling story. A really insulting claim, to be sure. And finally, there was a small but vocal group of Canadian true crime fans, now there's a designation for you, who went so far as to publicly suggest that Carly Albright was merely a fictional character used to advance the storyline and not a real, living, breathing human being at all. But I digress. Let me be perfectly clear here. When Becoming the Boogeyman is finally published, I fully expect an army of skeptics to crawl out of the woodwork with bullhorns at the ready. So you're telling me I'm supposed to believe that this Chismar guy survived run-ins with not one, but two confessed serial killers, and he just happens to have a new book out in stores right now? Come on. What are the odds of that actually happening? If you're gullible enough to believe that one, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. 3. Sometimes lightning does strike twice. 4. Once she arrived in Los Angeles, following in the footsteps of thousands of other fresh-faced, aspiring starlets, Grace Sunday got a waitressing job. 2, actually. Several mornings a week, she served the breakfast and lunch crowds at the Shoestring Diner on Sunset Boulevard. Most of the clientele was friendly. The tips were decent, and she loved looking at the palm trees that lined both sides of the street. The panoramic view outside the diner window was a daily reminder of how far she'd come from her backwoods hometown in upstate New York. On her off days, she went to acting classes and auditions. No luck getting hired yet, but it had only been 6 months, and she was still feeling hopeful. She'd gotten lucky right off the plane and found a one-bedroom apartment to share with a complete stranger, Renea Bittner from Pittsburgh. They'd flipped a coin to see who would sleep on the sofa, and Grace had lost. But she didn't really mind. Renea was super nice, didn't smoke or do drugs, and was trying to become a singer, so she was hardly ever home. At night, Grace worked the outdoor patio at Ramon's on Hollywood Boulevard. The tips were much better there, but many of the diners were powerful men who drank a lot. These were people who were used to getting what they wanted. So on many late nights after work, Grace watched her back to make sure no one was following her home. It was at Ramon's that she first saw Kirby Bradshaw. 5. It was Sunday, and the crowd was a bit thin. Even Hollywood's wheelers and dealers had to put in a little family time on the weekends. Grace had never seen the man dining alone at the corner table before. He was short and stocky, and unlike many of the Ramon's regulars who spent half of their meals rubbernecking at the other diners, he seemed very interested in his spaghetti bolognese. His face hovered mere inches above his plate. When she'd sat the man earlier in the evening, Grace had noticed right away that he was wearing a hairpiece, and not a very good one. It sat crooked atop his head like a wedge of fluffed-up roadkill, and immediately reminded her of the mean guy from the Three Stooges, the old black-and-white show that had always made her father laugh so much. The man didn't say much during his meal. He asked for a second order of dinner rolls and 2 refills on his water. He complimented Grace on her hair. She'd braided it because she'd been running late and hadn't had time to shower before work, and asked where the nearest bookstore was located. It made sense to Grace that the man was from out of town. He didn't look like he belonged in Los Angeles. She wasn't being judgmental. It wasn't the crummy hairpiece, or the lack of a tan, or even the inexpensive Timex on his wrist that made her feel that way. It was the way he carried himself. No expansive chest-puffing or false bravado. No posturing or posing or speaking in a voice loud enough to be noticed. He was just a normal guy visiting from somewhere far away, enjoying a nice dinner by himself. When Grace was little, she used to sit by the river and watch the trains go by on the trestle bridge. She'd stare at the people in the windows and imagine what their lives were like. Who are they? Where are they going? Are they happy or sad? And then she'd make up her own stories about them. The older gentleman who was going home after a long, successful business trip. He couldn't wait to see his wife again and take her out dancing. The lady with the long red hair who was traveling back to the town she'd grown up in, as her father had died. She was sad, of course, but what she didn't know was that her father had left her $1 million in his will. The money was going to change her life. She was going to help so many people with it. Grace suddenly remembered that game from her childhood and played it that night at Ramon's with the man at the corner table. She imagined that he lived somewhere in Iowa with his wife and 2 sons. He was a sporting goods salesman, and he was in town for a big convention. He was depressed because he'd missed coaching his son's Little League playoff game yesterday. They were twins and played on the same team. But he was also elated because he'd made a lot of great connections at the convention, and his boss had noticed. He'd already picked up a couple of gifts for his wife, a California shot glass. She had 33 of the 50 states displayed in a cabinet in their den, and an I Love LA t-shirt he'd spotted at the airport. He hoped to get each of his sons an autographed George Brett bat before he flew home tomorrow evening. Despite the slow night, Grace never saw the man leave. Around 8 o'clock, she'd returned from the kitchen with another party's order and noticed that the corner table was empty. The cloth napkin he'd used had been folded in a neat square and left draped over his chair. He'd left cash on the table and tipped Grace a generous 25%. Grace carried the man's dirty dishes back to the kitchen and promptly forgot all about him until 2 nights later, when she woke up on her sofa and found him standing over her. 6. His left hand was wrapped around her throat, cutting off her air and pinning her to the cushion. His right hand held a knife. At first, she didn't recognize him. The apartment was dark, and he was wearing pantyhose over his face, flattening all his features. But then he spoke. She'd remember those words for as long as she lived. "If you scream, I'll kill you." And she knew it was the man from the restaurant. At that moment, Grace had no idea that the person who had broken into her apartment was Kirby Bradshaw, and not only did he live within the city limits of Los Angeles, but he'd also been born and raised there. She also didn't know that he'd been watching her for the past 2 nights, and that since 1980, he'd been responsible for the deaths of 11 young women. The police and the media called him the lipstick killer because all his victims had been found with the bright red cosmetics smeared all over their faces. They'd also had their throats slashed. Grace didn't know any of this in that moment. What she did know was this. Her roommate, Renea, had gone home to visit family in Pennsylvania, so she was all by herself in the apartment. The man standing over her was going to rape her. She could feel his hardness pressing against her rib cage, and then he was most likely going to kill her. So when she finally managed to slide her hand underneath the sofa cushion and wrap her fingers around the rubber grip of the .38 Special her father had insisted upon buying her, Grace didn't hesitate. She whipped the revolver out from its hiding place and emptied all 6 bullets into the chest of the man at the corner table, who had tipped her 25%. 7. Fast forward 7 years, and countless hours of therapy, and Grace Sunday was still chasing her dreams on the sun-dazzled streets of Los Angeles. She was no longer waitressing, and now lived alone in a studio apartment 3 blocks from the ocean in her favorite place on earth, Santa Monica. There were several deadbolts on the front door, and sturdy locks on each of the 4 second-story windows. Gold-plated crucifixes hung from the curtain rods. She didn't know if there were any vampires floating around L.A., but she had recently auditioned for a remake of Salem's Lot and had experienced terrible nightmares for nearly a month. She wasn't taking any chances. For the past 8 months, she'd been seeing a handsome surfer named Bradley Love. Bradley owned a bike shop on the beach and was tall and smart and nice to his mother. He read 2 or 3 books a week, loved to cook, and didn't touch a drop of alcohol. For Grace, who had ironically always harbored a secret spiritual side, he was a gift from heaven. After the incident with Kirby Bradshaw years earlier, she'd almost packed up and went home for good. Her parents had flown out right away and paid for 2 rooms at a respectable downtown motel so Grace could rest and recover. For the first few days, she was unable to eat or sleep. A steady stream of LAPD detectives visited her room, repeatedly asking the same questions. Her parents never left her side and spoke hopefully of a new start back at home in New York. A desk job at her Uncle Bobby's car dealership was waiting for her. Grace went so far as to allow them to purchase a return airline ticket in her name, before abruptly changing her mind. "I'm not going to let that son of a bitch ruin my life," she announced to her mother. "I came here for a reason. I've dreamt about being an actress ever since I was a little girl. If I do go home one day, it's going to be on my own terms. Not because some psycho liked the way I served his spaghetti bolognese." 3 months later, she landed a shampoo commercial and a bit part opposite Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cop, and never looked back. 8. If anyone had told Grace Sunday that she would spend most of her 25th year on this earth making movies with Oliver Stone and Martin Scorsese, she would have laughed them right out of the room. But that's exactly what happened. First, she earned a supporting role in Oliver Stone's The Doors, playing the role of Pamela Courson's sister. Shooting her scenes took 3 weeks and went off without a hitch. Even the notoriously prickly Stone had nothing but words of praise for her, which was almost certainly the reason she got her next high-profile supporting role, this one in Martin Scorsese's much-buzzed-about remake of Cape Fear, acting alongside Robert De Niro, her father's favorite actor. And Jessica Lange was a dream come true for Grace and only added more fuel to her creative fire. 2 months after she wrapped on Cape Fear, with only 24 hours advance notice, she auditioned for the role of Evelyn Gardner in director Penny Marshall's A League of Their Own, and nailed it. The next week, she hopped a plane to Evansville, Indiana, to participate in a 10-day training camp alongside a stellar cast that included Tom Hanks, Gina Davis, and Madonna. When they weren't taking batting practice or shagging flies or fielding grounders, Grace had played 3 years of varsity softball at Trenton High, so she'd ended up doing quite a bit of coaching herself. All the women got to know each other better. There were bonfires at night, dance contests and karaoke in their hotel rooms, and even a spa day. It felt more like going away to summer camp than it did an actual job, and with her love life going strong back at home, Grace couldn't ever remember feeling happier. It was Penny Marshall who knocked on Grace's hotel room door and broke the bad news on the next-to-last day of camp. Something had happened back in California. Something unimaginable. As soon as she heard Brad's name and that the police were involved, Grace knew that he was gone. That's when she started shaking and wasn't able to stop, not even when the other cast members gathered in her room, hugging her and wiping away her tears. She and Brad had so many big plans for the future. They were going to buy a camper and, in between movies, travel up and down the West Coast. They were going to get dressed up and drink champagne in Paris and hike the cliffs in Ireland. Just before she'd left for Evansville, they'd purchased a brand new set of dishes for their kitchen. They were talking about putting down a deposit for a puppy. Grace couldn't imagine a life without Bradley by her side. But as she soon discovered, it was so much worse than that. Brad hadn't died in a car accident. He hadn't drowned while surfing the Wedge or ridden his mountain bike over a cliff. Brad had been shot and killed by a member of the LAPD SWAT team as he'd reached for a weapon in his nightstand. It was Grace's .38 Special that he'd died holding in his hand. The SWAT team had gone in after several days of undercover surveillance, during which time they'd gathered enough physical evidence to get a warrant from the judge. Bradley Love was accused of killing 3 women over the course of the past 6 months and disposing of their bodies in the Malibu hills and canyons. Detectives found souvenirs from each of the victims hidden on an upper shelf in Love's garage. In addition, they discovered a videocassette tape containing footage of 2 of the women begging for their lives in an undisclosed location. He also left behind a journal. 9. Grace Sunday never returned to Los Angeles, not even to recover her personal belongings. She hired a company out of Burbank to perform that task. When her agent asked if she'd had any suspicions at all, Grace laughed hysterically and said, "He'd been acting strange for a couple weeks before I left, but you want to know how foolish I am? I thought he'd bought a ring and was going to propose when I got back from the shoot. I thought he was just nervous." The agent didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing. But that didn't stop Grace from going on. It was all in his journal. He knew I was a survivor. He got off on being so close to me, to being trusted by me. It was all a fucking game to him. After that, her agent made an excuse to get off the phone. They never spoke again, unless one counted the formal letter from Grace diplomatically severing their relationship. The role of Evelyn Gardner was filled by the talented actress Biddy Schramm, and A League of Their Own went on to earn over $100 million at the U.S. box office and received 2 Golden Globe nominations. Grace Sunday was rumored to now be living somewhere along the east coast of Florida, where she spent her days writing a series of popular romance novels under a pseudonym. 10. According to Jay Darabont of True Crime Buzz, during the 1970s and 1980s, Los Angeles was a city gripped with fear, as more than 20 serial killers were operating simultaneously within a 5-mile radius. Murderers such as the Hillside Strangler and the Freeway Killer became household names as their crimes struck panic among Angelenos. As body after body turned up around the city, Los Angeles became known as the serial killer capital of America, and the LAPD's Robbery-Homicide Division embarked on a quest to find and stop these cold-blooded killers. Harford County, Maryland, with its rolling hills, horse pastures, and low six-figure population, was a far cry from the bustling urban streets of Los Angeles. Yet, for a period of time in the 1980s, not one, but 2 active serial killers called it home. And somehow, both of these men, Joshua Gallagher and Henry Matheny, became an integral part of my life. The question that still haunted my sleepless nights was, why? 11. Perhaps, all that time, the question should have been, why Edgewood? In Michael Hanlon's Derry, an unauthorized town history, featured prominently within the pages of Stephen King's magnum opus, It, Hanlon poses a fascinating question to readers. Can an entire city be haunted? I believe the answer to be an unequivocal yes. I also believe that Edgewood, Maryland, may very well be such a place. While many of the dark and mysterious incidents that have occurred within the town's borders have been noted in public record, dozens of other lesser-known stories exist only in the time-dulled memories of the town's oldest residents. In Chasing the Boogeyman, I wrote about the deadly gunfight that occurred at the Edgewood train station in 1903, and made mention of the suspicious fire that destroyed the ramshackle jazz club known as the Black Hole in the summer of 1920. I also recounted in great detail my former neighbor Bernard Gentile's front porch tale of 3 Edgewood children who met their unfortunate fate. 2 went missing, never to be heard from again. The third was murdered in the woods surrounding Cedar Drive in the late 1960s and early 1970s, a tale later verified by the Baltimore Sun archives. But what of the other stories I'd learned of over the years? In the late 19th century, the leather-bound journal of a man named Benjamin Locke, a Confederate infantryman from Hawthorne, Virginia, was found hidden in the rafters of an old barn. In an entry dated late July 1864, Locke writes in painstaking detail about a disturbing incident that took place on a grassy piece of land not far from where the Edgewood Library now stands. For going on several weeks, the rebel forces had been coming upon slain soldiers on the battlefield with their throats torn out. They'd assumed it was the handiwork of particularly vicious Union troops, most likely members of the 1st Maryland Cavalry, who were notorious for such savagery. One summer night, following a brief skirmish with an advance unit of Yankee scouts, Locke snuck to a nearby creek to fill an armful of canteens. On his way back, he became lost in the woods and stumbled upon the edge of a moonlit clearing, which had, from the looks of it, recently been the scene of a formidable battle. A scattering of fresh corpses, as well as a destroyed battery of Union cannon and a score of dead horses, littered the ground. A fog had settled over the land, and from within the mist, Locke could hear moaning and sucking sounds. Curious, he crept closer, and from the cover of the tree line, he was able to observe a long-haired Yankee cavalry officer, alas, not from the 1st, but the 7th, dropped to his knees beside several fallen soldiers and lower his hungry mouth to their steel throats. What he saw next was unholy. A shocked Benjamin Locke fled into the woods and eventually found his way back to camp, where he told no one of the horrors he'd just witnessed. For months afterward, he suffered terrible nightmares in which he heard wet, sucking sounds coming from within the foggy darkness, and awoke to the blood-smeared, grinning countenance of whatever God-forsaken Yankee devil he'd crossed paths with. At the beginning of the 20th century, A man named Daniel Larson lived in a cabin on the shoreline of the Bush River with his wife and son and daughter. One cold winter night, he left them at the dinner table to retrieve additional wood for the fire. When he returned, no more than 10 minutes later, his family was nowhere to be found. His daughter's chair was upturned, and there was a single napkin strewn on the floor. Otherwise, there were no signs of a struggle. The food on their plates was untouched. Their glasses remained full of warm milk. Sitting upon his wife's chair was a circular black rock the size of a marble. There was 4 inches of fresh snow on the ground surrounding the cabin. Larson searched and could not find a single footprint other than his own. It was as if his wife and children had simply vanished into thin air. They were never found. A month later, a forlorn Daniel Larson leapt to his death from a nearby cliff. In 1938, at the tail end of the Great Depression, an abandoned fish market located in the heart of Edgewood was struck by lightning and burned to the ground. Once the fire was out, the charred remains of 11 children were discovered among the rubble. None of the unidentified victims appeared to be local, and no one knew from where they'd come. Rumors soon spread throughout the town, claiming that the majority of the bodies had been missing limbs, and that the fish market doors had been chained and locked from the outside. The mystery of the 11 young victims remains unsolved. In the late 1960s, in response to the emerging war in Vietnam, military officials at the Edgewood Proving Ground announced a series of new weapons testing that required additional restrictions placed on the Bush and Gunpowder Rivers and their respective shorelines. Between June 1968 and September 1969, 14 civilians were reported missing from the waters of the Bush and Gunpowder. 8 were commercial fishermen or crabbers. 6 were experienced pleasure boaters. All gone, as if they'd never existed. It's important to note that in each instance, their boats, devoid of any sign of passengers but in perfectly fine working condition, were discovered adrift in unrestricted sections of the 2 rivers. At the onset of the Satanic Panic movement, most often credited to have started with the 1980 publication of Michelle Remembers by Lawrence Pasder and his wife Michelle Smith, a makeshift altar was discovered in the woods behind the Edgewood post office. Satanic symbols, including pentagrams and upside-down crosses, were carved into the bark of several nearby trees. Dark stains appeared on both the rough stone surface of the altar and the ground beneath it. Subsequent testing revealed that the stains had been made by significant quantities of human blood. The remains of a bonfire were also found. Within the ashes, police unearthed several small bones later identified as belonging to the left hand of an adult male. 6 months later, a similar altar was found in a wooded area off Trimble Road by a group of hikers. I had several notebooks on a shelf in my office filled with other such tragic oddities, many of them shared with me in the months immediately following the initial publication of Chasing the Boogeyman. But what, if anything, did these stories prove? Perhaps Edgewood was once the site of an unspeakable indigenous American massacre, and the vast volume of spilled blood had somehow tainted the land. Or maybe the town was the subject of an ancient curse sent forth by a rageful shaman, or an accused witch or dark sorcerer hell-bent on eternal vengeance. Or perhaps the ground upon which Edgewood was born, the very soil and rocks and sediment, had been bad from the very beginning. Evil ground attracts evil doings, like moths drawn to a flame. Maybe Stephen King was onto something. Joshua Gallagher greeted life in a Russian orphanage. Through no design of his own, he crossed an ocean to call Edgewood, Maryland, his home. Was it his dark destiny? Or was Gallagher merely one more entry in a lengthy ledger containing the town's ever-growing list of hapless victims? And what of Henry Matheny, who grew up in backwoods Georgia and never once crossed state lines until the summer after he graduated from high school, when he and some friends visited a South Carolina beach resort? What forces summoned him north, at the age of 33, to a dot-on-the-map town in northern Maryland? Was it a laborer's job making $15.50 an hour, and time and a half on weekends? Or was it something else that called to him? Something unseen and unnameable. Can an entire city be haunted? Yes, I believe so. I lived there. Excerpt from in-person interview with Samantha Gallagher, age 53, Florida, recorded on September 16, 2021. Chismar. So, just to reassure you, if this interview is ever published, you'll be listed as Samantha Gallagher. Your new identity will never be mentioned publicly, nor will the name of the town in which you currently reside. Gallagher. Okay. Thank you. Chismar. I know this is difficult. Gallagher. Yes, it is. I'd like to begin with some background information. You were married to Joshua Gallagher for 24 years and shared 2 sons. Before that, you dated for 18 months. At the time of his arrest, the 4 of you lived together in Hanover, Pennsylvania. Following his 2019 arrest, you filed for divorce a year later. That's correct. At any time during your relationship, did you have any suspicion that something was wrong with Joshua? Was there ever a moment where you believed him capable of committing the kind of acts he's confessed to? No, never. I know some people still don't believe me, but it's 100% true. Was there anything particularly odd or unusual about Joshua? I realize that's a fairly broad question, but what I'm looking for is anything that might be considered beyond typical societal norms. She takes a long pause. There are 2 things I've never told anyone. I don't know if they mean anything, but for Joshua and me, they were definitely unusual. Take your time. Tell me what happened. It was the week before Christmas, 2007, I believe. I was taking a cup of hot chocolate down to him in the basement. I'd said goodnight quite a bit earlier, so I'm sure he'd thought I was already upstairs in bed. But I'd gotten sidetracked in the kitchen and thought it would be a nice thing to do. The basement door was closed and locked. That was unusual. I couldn't remember the last time that had happened. I started to knock, but I heard a voice coming from the basement, so I stopped. It was Josh, but his voice sounded different, and he was talking nonsense. None of it made any sense to me. I stood there and listened for a while, and then I finally knocked. He came up right away and opened the door. His face was red, like I'd caught him doing something wrong. I asked whom he'd been talking to, and his face got even redder. He told me he'd been watching a movie on his computer, and I must have heard one of the characters speaking. I knew for sure he was lying. It bothered me all that night and the next day. I almost brought it up at dinner the next evening, but changed my mind. As far as I know, he never locked the basement door again after that. 9. The hangman cometh. There will be others. 1. Lieutenant McLaren didn't call the next morning as I'd requested in my email. Instead, she showed up bright and early at the front door with Detective Gonzalez at her side. They'd driven separately, their unmarked cars parked side by side at the top of the driveway. A dark blue sedan with a bubble light on the roof sat behind them. It was empty. Today was the first time I'd seen Gonzalez in person since the morning I discovered Annie Riggs's body, and once again I found myself staring at his mustache. Something was obviously wrong with me. Kara was upstairs sleeping, so we stepped outside and talked on the porch. I glanced across the street and thought, the hell with the press. Let's give them something to talk about. Our people are checking out the spring house, the lieutenant said. We'll take a look at the woods next. I've been thinking about it, I said. He could have parked in the neighborhood behind us. All he'd have to do is cut across someone's backyard, jump over the creek, and hop the fence. I pointed toward the pond. Or he could have cut across the woods from Fountain Green and walked in that way. That's a pretty long walk, don't you think? Gonzalez asked, especially in the dark. I shrugged. I guess. Has anyone else been back there since Monday night? Not that I know of. There's nothing behind that old spring house except for a pile of firewood. so we shouldn't find your prints back there." He stole a glance at the lieutenant. I didn't answer right away. The question struck me as rather foolish, and Detective Gonzalez was not a foolish man. Something was going on. I mean, you might. We've lived here for a few years now. Do you think the person in your security footage could have been someone playing a prank, Mr. Chismar? His voice had gone tight. I'd love for it to be a prank. Nothing would make me happier. Or even someone participating in a publicity stunt of some kind. Publicity stunt? Now it was starting to make sense. Oh my God. You're serious? You think I did this? You think I put on a mask and filmed myself on the security camera? Take it easy, Rich, McLaren said. That's not what he's trying to say. That's exactly what he's trying to say. Why the hell would I do that? I could feel my blood pressure rising. To sell more books? In case you haven't noticed, I gestured across the street, I'm a pretty popular guy right now. And they're probably listening to every word you're saying, McLaren said. Keep your voice down. I'm not accusing you of anything, Mr. Chismar, he said. I'm just covering all the bases. That's my job. For all we know, it was one of your son's friends playing a joke. Cool mustache or not, I wanted to tell him to get the hell off my porch, but I knew I couldn't do that. I have no idea who's underneath that mask, Detective, but I can assure you it wasn't me. And my boys and their friends know better. Fair enough. He stood and stretched, looked over at Lieutenant McLaren. See you out back? Give me a few. He nodded and walked away. I gave the back of his head the middle finger. What's his problem? I asked, as soon as he was out of earshot. He has trust issues. No shit, Sherlock. I expected her to at least smile, but she gave me nothing. After everything I've done for your department, he still doesn't trust me? He had no idea you were famous when all this started. Now that he does, he's wary. All he knows about celebrities is that most of them love their bank accounts more than their spouses, and they'll do practically anything to remain in the spotlight. Oh, for Christ's sake. I'm not a celebrity, I shot back. I mow my own grass and pick up dog crap in little plastic bags. This time she did crack a smile. By the way, she said, for whatever it's worth, we didn't miss the guy on your security footage. The techs are just a couple of nights behind. I figured as much. Spotting him was pretty impressive on your part. Uh-oh. If you're blowing smoke up my ass, you must feel guilty about something. Not at all. It was a sincere compliment. She shifted in her chair. Although, there is something I need to tell you. I knew it. Gonzalez originally asked me not to. Big surprise there. But after your email last night, he changed his mind. He's still an asshole. He's a good detective, and this is technically his case. Tell me or don't tell me, I don't care. I knew I sounded like a 12-year-old, but I couldn't help it. She opened the clasp on a manila envelope I hadn't even noticed she was holding. She slid out a photograph and handed it to me, positioning it so only I could see. Across the street, an army of cameras clicked and whirred. The photo was an extreme close-up of an outstretched hand. The fingers were dirty and slightly curled. Light blue nail polish coated a partially visible thumbnail. A silver charm bracelet encircled the victim's slender wrist. In the center of the upturned palm was a small childlike drawing of a hangman figure. Beneath it, there were 8 dashes. The last one had been filled in with a 7. The remaining dashes were blank. I looked up at the lieutenant. Peyton Bear? She nodded. I briefly pondered the implications. 7. So, Gallagher left behind the number 6 after he killed Cassidy Birch on Halloween night 1988. I handed the photograph back. And now, 34 years later, we have number 7. What do you think he's picking up where Gallagher left off? Any idea what the missing word is? She looked at me. 7 blanks. Chizmar? 2. Kara and I discussed the situation over breakfast. She took the news of the crime scene photo better than I thought she would, almost as if she'd been expecting it. I told her what Lieutenant McLaren had said about the missing word, but she wasn't convinced. Neither was I, for that matter. Too much of a coincidence. I'd already Googled 7-letter words. There were more than 35,000 of them. The team of detectives poking around our property was an entirely different story. As soon as I explained what I'd seen the night before on our security footage, Kara lost it. "Nothing about this is okay," she said, her voice rising as she watched from the kitchen window. The dogs were going crazy, running up and down the fence. I secretly hoped that Detective Gonzalez would reach over to pet one of them and get a nice little nip on the hand for his trouble. "There's a state trooper parked in our driveway 24/7, she continued, "and somehow we still have a psycho sneaking around our house. And on the same night that girl was killed. Jesus, Rich! When will it be—" The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. "Detective Gonzalez thinks it might have been a prank." I obviously had no shame left in me. "Detective Gonzalez needs to catch whoever the hell is doing this." She sat down next to me with a sigh. "Prank or no prank, this freak's obsessed with you. He's not going to leave us alone. McLaren and Gonzalez are good at their jobs. They'll get him. But how long is it going to take? How many more girls are going to die? Honey, they're doing the best. We really need to think about packing up and getting out of here." And then she said the words I was most afraid to hear. "Or at least Billy and I do." And with that, she left the room. 3. As if there hadn't already been enough excitement for one morning, a staff photographer from the Baltimore Sun was arrested for trespassing shortly after noon. He'd been caught hiding in a tree in our next-door neighbor's property, taking photos of the detectives in our backyard. Our neighbors, Mike and Molly, had been unsure of whether they wanted to press charges, so they left the decision up to me. Initially, I was equally uncertain, but Lieutenant McLaren encouraged me to go forward with it, if only to discourage other members of the media from following suit. I was standing outside talking to Mike when a pair of uniformed officers escorted the reporter in handcuffs to a squad car at the bottom of the driveway. "What are the police looking for, Mr. Chismar?" the reporter shouted when he saw me. "Did they find another body?" One of the officers opened the back door. His partner shoved the reporter inside and slammed it shut. As they drove away, our mail truck turned into the driveway. A UPS box truck pulled in right behind him and tooted its horn. "It's a goddamn circus out here today," Mike said, not too kindly. "I'm sorry." It was all I could think to say. Carl, our friendly neighborhood UPS man, and the mailman, whose name I still couldn't remember, walked up together, both of them carrying packages. Carl was smiling, as usual. Our mailman was not. He looked hot and sweaty and a little peeved. "Mr. Chiz, thank you again so much for signing